Chapter 76, Super Saiyan Son Goku. Krillin. Vegeta. This idiot. Kakarot doesn't even know 50 times, but he can become a Super Saiyan? Why can't I? Why? Can only idiots become Super Saiyan? So, Lao Sun's combat power can now reach 1.500 million. Piccolo was thoughtful. 150 million. Vegeta's body began to tremble again. What a joke. After all this trouble, in the end, he was doing wedding clothes for others? Me. Vegeta. Fighting Nation. Prince of Sion. Finally lost to a low-level warrior? This low-level warrior became a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's body trembled more violently. Krillin, you don't have to die. Fang Yun smiled slightly. What do you mean? Fang Yun, what are you talking about? Krillin was startled and his face changed color. Why will I die? According to my inference, Goku will transform into a Super Saiyan in extreme anger because you were killed. Fang Yun pondered, however, the current development is a bit beyond my expectations. Krillin. Why was I killed? What a tragedy. What is your inference? Krillin's face became extremely ugly. A short silence. But why can Goku become a Super Saiyan so easily? Krillin muttered in confusion, and asked, why can't Vegeta do it? Because Vegeta doesn't have a peaceful heart. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Peaceful heart? What is that? Krillin asked puzzled. Picker also turned his head to look at Fang Yun. I also want to know what a peaceful heart is. You have to figure this out yourself. It's meaningless if I tell you. Fang Yun smiled, I can only tell you that if you want to have a peaceful heart, you can basically have it if you live on Earth for a while longer. What? Live on Earth? Vegeta was stunned. If Goku's combat power is really 150 million, then he can completely defeat Frieza. Krillin pondered. Swish. Just then, a bright red flame whistled towards Sun Wukong. Swish. At this critical moment, Sun Wukong's figure flashed and he dodged easily. It was Frieza who came out of the ruins. What? He dodged? This is impossible. Frieza was furious, and his hands kept shooting out energy flames. Swish, swish, swish. Sun Wukong dodged all the attacks lightly. Hehe, if you get hit, you're dead. Frieza bared his teeth. Try it again. Sun Wukong looked at Frieza silently. Frieza's face changed again and again. Okay, this is what you said, don't dodge if you have the guts. Frieza was so angry that his nose was crooked. Swish. From Frieza's hand, another bright red energy flame shot out, heading straight for Sun Wukong's forehead. Boom! The flame hit Sun Wukong's forehead on the spot. Sun Wukong's head tilted back. Then, nothing happened. Sun Wukong smiled at Frieza, not injured by the attack just now. What is going on? How is it possible? Frieza trembled all over. N. Vegeta trembled all over, unwilling in his heart. Are you really a Super Saiyan? Frieza's pupils were full of fear. Yes, just as Vegeta said, I became a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong smiled. Damn it! Frieza was furious, clenched his fists, and glared at Sun Wukong. What can a Super Saiyan do? If I use 100% of my energy, I, Frieza, will definitely defeat you. Wait and see. Sun Wukong smiled. Damn wild monkey! Frieza felt endless humiliation. It was fine to be bullied by Fang Yun. Now, I was humiliated by a Saiyan. Me. The Emperor of the Universe. Frieza. I will make you pay a heavy price. Wow! Frieza shouted, and endless energy surged from his body. In a moment, Frieza's body became burly. Frieza has already used all his energy. Now Frisia has truly increased his combat power to 120 million. 0 Please give me flowers. Bang! Frisia grinned and punched Sun Wukong in the abdomen. Bang bang bang! Frisia punched and kicked Son Goku. Son Goku seemed to be powerless to resist, allowing Frisia's attack to fall on him. Goku! What are you doing? Fight back! Krillin waved his hand and raised his fist. Dad! Son Gohan was worried. How is it? Super Saiyan. Frisia grinned. It doesn't seem to be anything great. Son Goku raised his head with a faint smile on his face. Wow! Frisia was furious, and a huge amount of energy emerged from his hands. Boom! The huge energy swallowed Son Goku in it at that time. Huff, hi, hi. Frisia panted heavily. Now there is a result. Frisia looked at the place where the big explosion happened. After the smoke dissipated gradually, the intact figure of Sun Wukong was revealed. What? Frisia's face changed again and again, and cold sweat broke out. Let's not fight anymore. Sun Wukong's expression was flat. Although you have taken out all your energy, you are still not my opponent. Moreover, you will release too much energy, which will put your body under unbearable pressure. Frisia bared his teeth. We came to Namek and basically fulfilled all our wishes. And our partners are all alive, so there is no need to continue fighting. Sun Wukong said to Frisia indifferently, and turned his head to look at Krillin. Krillin, Gohan, Fang Yun, take my spaceship and return to Earth together. Krillin and Sun Wuhan immediately looked at Fang Yun. You can ask Fang Yun about this kind of thing. Fang Yun drank a sip of tea and stood up. Then, Fang Yun looked at Frisia silently. Frisia was startled, his face turned pale, and his whole body trembled. Frisia, you disappoint me so much. I thought you could defeat everyone. Fang Yun shook his head and sighed. Frisia's body began to tremble. I have shown mercy, okay? If you hadn't allowed them to receive several treatments, they would have died long ago. Sir Fang Yun, please give me another chance. Frisia rolled his eyes and knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground door. Chapter 77, What does it feel like to be wiped out? Oh? Are you sure you want me to give you one chance? Fang Yun smiled. From now on, I, Frisia, am willing to turn over a new leaf and wait for your orders. Frisia said carefully. Oh? Really? Fang Yun looked at Frisia's hands with a smile. Everyone, bury me and this planet together. Frisia said, energy surging in his hands. Boom! Endless energy was released from Frisia's hands and directly hit the huge land of Namek. The earth trembled for a while. No, to be precise, the whole planet was shaking violently. At this moment, it seemed like the end of the world. Wakaka! Frisia laughed wildly. This planet is about to be destroyed. Fang Yun, you can wipe me out. But before I die, I will be satisfied if I can destroy these guys together. Frisia was crazy. What? Son Goku's face became extremely ugly. Frisia! You damn guy! Vegeta was furious. It's over. Namek is going to be destroyed. Krillin exclaimed. Pico's face was covered with cold sweat. Son Gohan was so scared that he trembled all over. You can't play like this. You can even destroy the planet. In 10 seconds at most, Namek will turn into dust in the universe. Frisia showed a look of fearlessness, and looked at Fang Yun with a smile. Fang Yun, you forced me to do this. You can wipe me out, I don't care. Boom! As Frisia said this, a volcano erupted in the distance and the earth trembled. Above the sky, layers of black clouds appeared. Lightning fell from the sky. Rivers, lakes, and seas roared, and mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was a complete doomsday scene. Sun Wukong and others were terrified. Quick! Get on my spaceship and leave here immediately! Sun Wukong shouted. Ha 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 ha, it's too late. Frisia laughed. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and he saw from a distance that his spaceship had sunk deeply into the cracked earth. Damn it! Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Frisia, you disappoint me so much. Fang Yun shook his head and waved his hand gently. Shua! A surprising scene happened. The raging Namek suddenly became quiet. In just a blink of an eye, the entire Namek had returned to calm. Even the erupting volcano immediately stopped emitting flames and died down. Only the slowly rising green smoke seemed to indicate the madness and riot just now. What's going on? Frisia was dumbfounded. Frisia looked around without blinking, his face full of shock. Sun Wukong and others also widened their eyes and felt such an incredible scene. According to the cognition of Sun Wukong and others, especially Vegeta, they clearly knew the movements on the eve of the planet's explosion. But, what about the promised explosion of Namek? Why did it suddenly become quiet? What did you do? Frisia looked at Fang Yun in shock. It's not a big deal. I just wiped out the core of Namek, so that the core destroyed by you will not explode. Fang Yun smiled. Frisia's face froze. You are the devil. Erasing the core of the planet. What else can't you erase? Frisia, I am getting more and more disappointed in you. I wanted to spare your life, but now it seems. Fang Yun sighed softly and waved at Frisia. Swish! Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, disappeared magically. Beep, 60% of the golden mission is completed, and the recovery ability is obtained. Just when Frisia disappeared, a voice suddenly flashed in Fang Yun's mind. Fang Yun looked at it silently. Recovery ability, what do you mean? Restore what? Is it to restore what you have erased? Fang Yun's eyes lit up slightly. Swish! Fang Yun waved his right hand gently. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the scene. It was Frisia who had just been erased. What happened just now? Frisia was so scared that his whole body was trembling. What happened? Frisia just disappeared. Krillin was stunned. It seems to have been restored by Uncle Fang Yun. Son Gohan guessed. Can it be restored? Piccolo's face was sweating. What is Fang Yun going to do? Krillin was puzzled. What a powerful trick! Son Goku scratched his head. Dandy didn't say anything. So scary. Fang Yun was overjoyed. It really recovered. You can still operate it this way. What an unexpected gain. Fang Yun was very happy. Frisia, I think I didn't wipe it thoroughly enough just now, so I summoned you back and wiped it again. Fang Yun smiled. Frisia. Don't say that I won't go again. Frisia was so scared that his face turned pale and he waved his hands vigorously. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hands again. Frisia disappeared completely. Krillin. Piccolo. Son Gohan. Dendi. Okay, the Frisia incident is over successfully. Fang Yun announced loudly. Ahem, Fang Yun, I want to ask, where did the people you wiped out go? Did they go to the underworld? Krillin came over and asked curiously. It shouldn't be the underworld. If they were in the underworld, Shenlong could be resurrected, right? Piccolo guessed, from the current situation, the people wiped out by Fang Yun cannot be restored by Shenlong. Ah! Even Shenlong can't be restored. Son Goku was surprised. Krillin, how about you help me check where he went after being wiped out? Fang Yun looked at Krillin and asked. Krillin. I won't go. I don't want to disappear. Don't me. Krillin turned pale with fear. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand. Krillin disappeared directly. Goku. Gohan. Picker. Vegeta's face changed again and again. Dan 5.6D was so scared that his whole body turned pale. So cruel. Krillin was wiped out just like that? Who did Krillin offend? Fang Yun Yugaku was immediately at a loss for words. Uncle Fang Yun, Uncle Krillin will be okay, right? Gohan was anxious. Why did you just wipe him out like that? Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Suddenly, the disappeared Krillin mysteriously recovered. Krillin, how does it feel to be wiped out? Sun Wukong hurried over and asked. Krillin. Wukong, you are too much. You still ask me how I feel? You don't care about me. Seeing that everyone is looking at him, Krillin is about to cry. I am so mean, why did I ask Fang Yun that boring question? Chapter 78, Fang Yun. Nothing, I just saw endless darkness, I couldn't see my fingers, I couldn't see anything, only black, to be precise, it should be more appropriate to be empty. Krillin scratched his head and told the situation after he was wiped out. Krillin, is there any difference between black and empty? Sun Wukong asked. Wukong, you close your eyes, you see black, right? Of course, when there is no sunlight through your eyelids. Krillin asked. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, felt it, and nodded slightly. This is pitch black. Krillin explained, Goku, open one eye and close the other. Okay. Sun Wukong did as he was told. Now, Goku, the eye you closed is a void. Do you understand what I said? Krillin replied. Ah? Is that so? So magical? Sun Wukong was amazed. Vegeta's body began to tremble again. Such an idiot can actually become a Super Saiyan. Why can't I? Is a peaceful heart linked to the White 01 idiot? No, Uncle Krillin, I just saw the moment when Frieza recovered, his pupils were full of fear. If it was really an endless void, he shouldn't have such an expression, right? Sun Wuhan shook his head slightly. Gohan, why don't you try? Fang Yun smiled. Don't. Sun Wuhan was about to cry. Forget it, no more jokes, let's talk about something serious. Fang Yun said. Sun Wukong and others immediately pricked up their ears. Although I stopped the explosion of Namek in time, what I got in return was the destruction of Namek's core. Fang Yun pondered, do you know what will happen if the core of the planet is gone? Sun Wukong and others shook their heads in confusion. Who knows? There has never been a similar incident, okay? What will happen? Uncle Fang Yun. Sun Gohan asked hurriedly. I don't know exactly what will happen, but one thing is certain. Fang Yun pondered, it will probably be about 30 seconds later, the planet will stop rotating. Rotation? What does it mean? Sun Wukong asked puzzled. Rotation is the rotation of the planet itself. Krillin explained quickly. The next moment, Krillin suddenly woke up. Oh my god! Namek stopped rotating. This is the rhythm of destruction. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. So, run quickly, if you can't run, I have no other way. Fang Yun called out. Sun Wukong. Vegeta. Everyone was stunned. You should have said it earlier. You said it now, there is only so little time left, what should we do? It's too pitfall. Quick! Go to my spaceship. Maybe the spaceship can still be saved. Sun Wukong said quickly. Everyone present immediately flew towards Sun Wukong's spaceship. Soon, when everyone appeared near Sun Wukong's spaceship, they were shocked to see that the spaceship was already smoking. It seemed that the spaceship had sunk into the earth because of the earth fission just now, and the engine was destroyed by the impact. It's over. We are going to die here. Krillin held his head and cried out, I don't have a girlfriend yet. There is a large spaceship over there. Piccolo said loudly. That's Frieza's spaceship, Vegeta said in a deep voice, I destroyed that spaceship when I was treating it. Pico. What should I do? Krillin was completely at a loss, and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Hey? Where's Uncle Fang Yun? Sun Wuhan looked around. Fang Yun didn't catch up. He's not with us. Piccolo shouted, ignore him for now, let's think of another way. Now, it seems that all the spaceships have broken down. Without the spaceship, no one present can survive in the starry sky. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was extremely solemn. Vegeta, what will happen if the planet really stops rotating? Krillin looked at Vegeta. Humph, don't ask me such a boring question. Vegeta snorted coldly. You ask me, how do I know? I haven't encountered it before. Uncle Krillin, it's time to ask such a question. Son Gohan was speechless. I'm thinking, if the planet really stops rotating, it won't be destroyed immediately, right? Krillin pondered. It shouldn't be, but the planet will undergo earth-shaking changes. I believe that it won't be long before the air attached to the surface of the planet will disappear, and we will also die on this planet because of the loss of air. Piccolo said in a deep voice. It will take at least an hour to lose the air, right? Krillin asked. About the same, it's hard to say for sure, Piccolo shook his head. Besides, Namek is so huge, several times larger than the Earth. If such a large planet stops rotating, I think it will take less than an hour, at most 20 minutes, and the planet is likely to change its orbit. That's enough. Krillin made a prompt decision and looked at Goku. Krillin, what do you think? Sun Wukong asked. Wukong, can you contact the gods on Earth? Krillin asked. I can't do that, Sun Wukong shook his head, his eyes lit up, but Lord Kai should be able to contact them. Immediately ask Lord Kai to contact the gods on Earth, quickly gather the Dragon Balls, summon the Shenlong, and let all of us move to Earth. Krillin said his own way. Boom! 960 This moment, the ground of Namek trembled violently. Then, as if the brakes were suddenly applied, many people on the scene flew forward. Not good. The planet is going to stop rotating. Let's fly up quickly. Piccolo exclaimed. Krillin, Vegeta, and others were immediately suspended in the air. Goku did not hesitate any longer and immediately contacted King Kai. To be honest, I did not expect that you, Goku, could defeat Frieza and become a Super Saiyan. King Kai's voice came over. Lord Kai, please contact the gods quickly. If you feel emotional, go back and say that Namek is going to have problems. Goku urged. Don't worry, just in case. The gods on Earth have already started searching for the Dragon Balls. I think the Dragon Balls are almost all gathered now. King Kai smiled slightly. The Dragon Balls are gathered soon? Great! Sun Wukong said happily. Well, the gods of the Earth just sent a message, and they have gathered. King Kai said with a smile. Lord King Kai, please ask the gods to summon the dragon and teleport us back to Earth. Sun Wukong said. Wukong, I have an idea. King Kai pondered, the Dragon Ball of Namek has one last wish that has not been fulfilled. My wish is to revive all the people killed by Frieza and his gang. P.S. It's on the shelves, 9 more today. There are only so many drafts in stock, and they are all posted. Chapter 79, Namek stops rotating. I have observed carefully. The elder felt that Frieza was about to go to you, and was worried that his wish would be fulfilled by Frieza, so he ended his life in advance. King Kai analyzed, if the wish I made can be fulfilled, the great elder should come back to life, and the Dragon Balls of Namek will also be revived. Then, you can make a final wish to the dragon through the Dragon Balls of Namek, so that you can return to Earth. Is this reliable? Lord Kai, Krillin scratched his head. Is it 80% sure? King Kai replied. Pico. Krillin. Vegeta. 80%. If you are not 100% sure, what's the point of saying this? Why don't you let us return to Earth first? You don't know, according to the latest news I have learned, the Dragon Balls of Namek can revive people who have died once. If you give up Namek, just pretend that I didn't say anything just now. King Kai replied. So Jiaozi can be resurrected. Sun Wukong was very excited. Okay Lord Kai, let's do it. The Dragon of the Earth was summoned soon. Mr. Popo made a wish to the dragon, to revive all those killed by Frisia and his gang on Namek. Swish! On Namek, the space immediately became dim. Almost all the people who were killed got up from the ground. The elder slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? Am I not dead? Why do I reappear in this world? The elder was confused. The elder of Namek, I am the North King. The voice of the king came over. This is what happened. The king briefly described what happened before. The planet is going to stop rotating. The elder was tired. So, please hurry up and fulfill the wish and transfer you all to the earth. The king said, during this process, don't kill yourself. The great elder. I'm so free, why should I kill myself? Dendi is near Porunga, let Dendi go and make the wish come true. The great elder nodded and immediately contacted Dendi. Yes. Great elder. Dendi responded excitedly, the great elder is resurrected. Look, that's the dragon. Krillin pointed to the distance. Quick, let's make the last wish come true. Piccolo urged. Swoosh. Several people flew to the vicinity of the dragon Porunga. Hey, tell me your wishes, I'm still waiting for the last wish. Porunga said. Dendi turned his head and looked at Krillin. The last wish, please let everyone on Namek move to Earth. Krillin replied, well, except for the bad guys. Okay. Dendi responded, making a wish to Shenlong and Namek. Vegeta. Vegeta suddenly had a bad feeling. Okay, I got it. Porunga's eyes flashed red. Shua. At the scene, Son Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Dendi, and others disappeared at once. Even Shenlong followed to Earth. Only Vegeta remained there. Vegeta. What the hell, what do you mean? Earth. In a jungle. Son Goku and others and many resurrected Namekians gathered together. Great Elder. Some Namekians were surprised and happy. Everyone, this is Earth. We came to this strange planet through Dragon Balls, the Great Elder explained simply. Where is Vegeta? Sun Wukong looked around, but did not find Vegeta. It seems that Vegeta has not been teleported here. Piccolo said, our wish is to transfer everyone to Earth, except the bad guys. Shenlong obviously thinks Vegeta is a bad guy. Krillin scratched his head, I overlooked Vegeta. So Vegeta. Sun Wukong shook his head, a little reluctant, and then looked at Piccolo thoughtfully. Don't look at me. Piccolo said angrily. Hee, Piccolo, you have completely changed for the better. Sun Wukong smiled. Piccolo blushed and said nothing. In fact, after Piccolo assimilated with Niru, he had already been classified as a good guy. Or, from the moment Piccolo blocked Vegeta's fatal blow in order to save Son Gohan, Piccolo had already transformed into a good guy. Where are Uncle Fang Yun and Miss Bulma? Didn't they come back either? Son Gohan looked around for Fang Yun and Bulma. Could it be that Fang Yun is also a bad guy? Krillin pondered with his chin in his hand. If Uncle Fang Yun is a bad guy, is Miss Bulma also a bad guy? Son Gohan was puzzled. Bulma is not on Namek. She was taken away by Fang Yun a long time ago. Krillin shook his head. Namek. Vegeta just watched Namek, which gradually stopped rotating, silently. It seemed that he was the only one left on the entire planet. Wow! Powerful energy suddenly erupted from Vegeta's body, an endless breath surged crazily. Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta shouted loudly. Hey! Vegeta, you haven't left yet. Just then, Fang Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Vegeta turned his head and suddenly saw Fang Yun's figure. Hehe, you are making a cocoon for yourself. Vegeta smiled softly. The dragon of Namek has also judged you as a bad person, right? I just don't want to go back to Earth for the time being. Fang Yun smiled. Humph, this reason is full of loopholes. Vegeta sneered, the air has become thinner. I believe that in a short time, the air on this planet will dissipate. By that time, I believe you will not be able to survive. Don't worry, I am immortal and can't die. Fang Yun smiled. Vegeta. Just brag. I am still immortal. Who are you kidding? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Hey? There is a spaceship over there. Fang Yun suddenly pointed to a distant location in front of the left. Vegeta also took a closer look. Isn't that the spaceship that Jinyu is riding? It seems that the spaceship has not been damaged. What a good life! So, I can leave this planet? However, this spaceship can only accommodate one person. How can I snatch this spaceship from Fang Yun? Then, how can I escape from this planet without him erasing himself? No matter, if I stay, I will definitely die. I'd better leave on the spaceship as soon as possible. I don't want to die. Chapter 80, The Great Elder. Boom! Just when Vegeta had just come up with this idea, a beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky and rushed towards Fang Yun. It's a volcanic eruption. Vegeta was startled and dodged quickly. Then, Vegeta no longer hesitated, rushed to the vicinity of Jinyu's spaceship, and dived in. Pop! Vegeta activated the launch button. Swoosh! The spaceship instantly shot into the starry sky and disappeared in a flash. Vegeta lay on the window and looked at Namek from the direction of the starry sky. Great, I reacted quickly just now, fortunately Fang Yun didn't find it. Vegeta grinned, maybe, when he finds out, I will have left the range he erased. Vegeta was very happy. Also, there are no spaceships on Namek anymore, Fang Yun is dead. Vegeta looked very happy. But then, Vegeta took a deep breath and started his next plan. Anyway, I'll find a way to become a Super Saiyan first. Vegeta pondered, from what Fang Yun said, if you want to have a peaceful heart, the Earth is the most suitable place to practice. Let me see where this spaceship is going first, and then make the next plan. Vegeta checked the location where the spaceship was going. What? It's locked to Yardrat. Vegeta frowned, Jinyu, this bastard, what Yardrat? Vegeta operated the computer on the spaceship again. Asshole! It's too troublesome to operate with only one hand. Vegeta bared his teeth, forget it, let's go to Yardrat first and replenish energy on that planet. Swoosh! The spaceship sped towards Yardrat. Namek. Hey, Fang Yun, you are so leisurely. The planet is about to be destroyed, but you are not in a hurry. P-Bala said to Fang Yun with a wry smile. Isn't it pleasant to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the planet that has stopped rotating? Fang Yun smiled. P-Bala. Just now, P-Bala also received a message from the Great Elder of Yadrit, saying that there was a problem on Namek and Fang Yun was still there. The Great Elder ordered P-Bala to pick up Fang Yun. P-Bala had to teleport and appeared beside Fang Yun. P-Bala prayed secretly in his heart. Don't let the King of the Worlds find out. Otherwise, our Yadrit will be exterminated. Let's go quickly. The air is almost gone, P-Bala said with a wry smile. It's okay. I can survive in the universe. Fang Yun smiled. P-Bala. You should have said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, why would I come here? Then are you going back? P-Bala was anxious. Since you sincerely invite me, I have no choice but to go back with you. Fang Yun nodded. P-Bala. Who sincerely invites you? Shua. P-Bala took Fang Yun and returned to Yadrit in a flash through teleportation. Brother-in-law, are you back? Bulma hurried to meet him. I'm back. Fang Yun nodded, everyone is fine. We returned to Earth through the dragon, and Frisia is dead. It can be said that this trip is worthwhile. The Great Elder. P-Bala. Many Yadrit people. Your trip is worthwhile. We risked being exterminated and used teleportation twice. If Lord Kaishan knew about this, our clan would be finished. Ahem, I hope Lord Kaishan didn't pay attention to us in Yadrit. The Great Elder sighed. We risked our lives to save you. Fang Yun, you are such a jerk. Besides, you can actually wipe out the Universe Emperor Frisia. Why didn't you say that earlier? We are worrying about nothing here. Grand Elder, there is a question I don't understand. Fang Yun pondered. What is the question? The Grand Elder asked. It is said that King Kai belongs to the creation the God Creator, even if you violated the rules and used teleportation, with his character, he would not come to exterminate you. Fang Yun said, besides, the Kai King is a good man. It seems that he would not do anything unless the person is extremely evil. What Fang Yun said makes some sense. It seems that even if the Kai King knew, he would only scold us and should not destroy the planet. Besides, that was the rule of the previous great Kai King. The elder thought about it carefully and Fang Yun was right. Who did you hear that from? Restrict you from leaving Yadrit through teleportation? Fang Yun asked. My grandfather's grandfather said so. The elder replied. Fang Yun seemed to be thinking. Fang Yun, what are you thinking about? Is there something wrong? The elder asked. I think the god who made this restriction is probably not the great Kai King, but someone else. Fang Yun pondered. Someone else? Who could it be? Asked the great elder. Maybe it's the god of destruction? Only the god of destruction likes to rule this kind of thing. Fang Yun replied. What? Lord God of Destruction? The great elder rolled his eyes and almost fainted. P-Bala was so scared that he was shaking all over. If it was really the god of destruction who made it, then we are finished. The god of destruction will definitely destroy Yadrit without hesitation. It's over. We didn't offend the king of Kai, but the god of destruction. But don't worry, the god of destruction Beerus is sleeping and won't know what happened on Namek. Fang Yun said. Really? The great elder breathed a sigh of relief. It's true, Frisia's wish is to wake up Beerus. Fang Yun replied, fortunately I stopped him in time. After hearing the news, the people of Yadrit all breathed a sigh of relief. So, everything is fine? Don't be too happy too soon. There is an angel next to the god of destruction. He is really powerful. Fang Yun pondered, the angel can check what happened here through the scepter. The face of the great elder froze. It's over. When the god of destruction wakes up, our Yadrit will become dust in the universe. Fortunately, the angel doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. Beerus won't take the initiative to say things he doesn't want to know. Fang Yun added. The great elder. You finish your words at once. You will scare people to death. 3 days later. A mini spaceship fell from the sky and hit the land of Yadrit, leaving a big hole on the ground. Crack! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and one-armed Vegeta stepped out from it. Hee, the environment of this planet is not bad. Vegeta smiled lightly, flicked his hand, and an energy bomb flew out. Chapter 81, Vegeta. Boom! Suddenly, a jungle in the distance was razed to the ground by the energy bomb. The elder woke up from his sleep. Who? Who is destroying Yadrit? The elder asked angrily. It's bad for the elder, it's a one-armed guy. Someone reported quickly. One-armed guy? The elder was stunned. Shua. The elder used instant movement and appeared near Vegeta in a flash. What? It's Scion Vegeta. The elder's face changed color. Come out, don't hide, I can clearly sense the breath of each of you. Vegeta said loudly, I now declare that this planet belongs to me. The Great Elder. A brief silence. Go and invite Fang Yun. The Great Elder ordered P-Bala beside him. P-Bala. What? The Great Elder glanced at P-Bala. Fang Yun just left yesterday, and this scion named Vegeta came to our planet. Could he have secretly instigated it? P-Bala guessed. Just tell me this. If Fang Yun knew, who knows what will disappear from our planet again? The Great Elder said with a dark face. If I go to find Fang Yun now, I have to teleport again. P-Bala was helpless. What about the agreement that we don't need to teleport to leave Yadrit? Now, in order to deal with this guy named Vegeta, we can only invite Fang Yun. However, Fang Yun is already flying to the universe of the Earth. There is no other way, go quickly. The Great Elder urged, also, you have to hone your skills well, so that you can inherit the position of Elder. Yes, Great Elder. P-Bala no longer hesitated, and directly used instant movement, and disappeared in a flash. Still not coming out? Do you want me to destroy this planet? Vegeta said coldly. I'm coming. The Great Elder hurried out. You are the Great Elder of this planet, right? Vegeta glanced at the Great Elder lightly. I believe you already know how terrible I am, how about it? You can think about what I just said. Don't worry, I won't kill you, you just need to be my subordinates. The Great Elder was silent. The vast starry sky. Fang Yun's spaceship is moving at a high speed. Fang Yun and Bulma had boarded the spaceship a day ago and flew towards the direction of the Earth. Originally, Fang Yun wanted P-Bala to send himself and Bulma directly to the Earth, but Bulma said that it was more interesting to travel in the starry sky. Fang Yun did not object, and followed Bulma. Bulma and Fang Yun traveled in the galaxy together. Fang Yun's spaceship was transformed from the Namekian spaceship. It would take at least a month to reach the Earth from here. Brother-in-law, can you pass me a towel? Bulma's sweet voice rang out in the cabin. Fang Yun. Bulma, are you doing this on purpose? Brother-in-law, hurry up, or I'll go out. Bulma pushed open the bathroom door, leaving only a gap, and said to Fang Yun. Fang Yun. Come out. Come out. Just talk and don't practice. Fang Yun picked up a towel and knocked on the door. Pop. The door was pushed open by Bulma. The white mist in the bathroom was lingering, and Fang Yun couldn't see it clearly. Brother-in-law, help me see why the shower seems to have stopped. Bulma asked. The shower stopped? The water stopped? Fang Yun asked. I don't know. Come in. Bulma waved at Fang Yun. Fang Yun. Bulma, is it appropriate for you to take the initiative? Swish. Just then, P-Bala's figure flashed and appeared in the hall of the spaceship. Fang Yun, are you there? P-Bala called. Ah. Who's here? Is it haunted? Bulma was startled. It's P-Bala. He moved here instantly. Fang Yun said. Is that so scary? Bulma patted her chest. I'll go take a look. Fang Yun called and walked away. Soon, Fang Yun saw P-Bala with an anxious look on his face. What's wrong? Fang Yun looked at P-Bala and asked. Fang Yun, the scion named Vegeta has come to our Yadrit, saying that he wants all the people of Yadrit to become his younger brothers. The elder asked me to come and ask you to help. P-Bala explained hurriedly. Fang Yun. Why don't you come at any other time? Why do you have to come at this time? Fang Yun was a little unhappy. The elder said that if Fang Yun is willing to help us through the difficulties, we Yadrit people will be at your disposal if we need anything in the future. P-Bala gritted his teeth. You are being polite. We have such a good relationship. How can I have the nerve to send you? Fang Yun laughed. P-Bala nodded vigorously. I am just being polite. Don't take it seriously. But your suggestion is really good. If I accept Vegeta as my younger brother, you will also become my younger brothers, right? Fang Yun pondered. P-Bala. Let's go. I'll go with you to see. Fang Yun smiled. Yadrit. Vegeta frowned as he watched more and more Yadrits gathered at the scene. It was less than a minute, and there were already tens of thousands of Yadrits at the scene. 0. Besides, their aura was very strange. How did this happen? I remember that Frisia's people had investigated this planet before, and it was said that there were only more than 100 Yadrits on it. How did it multiply to this extent now? Everyone listen, I am the Prince of the Scions, my name is Vegeta, and I am the most talented warrior in the universe. I can easily destroy this planet. Vegeta said loudly, however, as long as you listen to my orders and act according to my wishes, I, Vegeta, will protect you. Swish! As he was talking, the figures at the scene flashed, and P-Bala appeared with Fang Yun. The elder breathed a sigh of relief. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the thousands of Yadrit people at the scene disappeared magically. Vegeta was stunned at the time. What happened? Then, Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply and saw Fang Yun appearing near him. What? How is this possible? Fang Yun is still alive. Vegeta's face changed again and again, and he even wanted to turn around and leave on the spaceship immediately. Isn't this Vegeta? What? What are you doing in Yadrit? Fang Yun looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta shuddered slightly. Vegeta believed that with his current strength, no matter how hard he tried, he could not be Fang Yun's opponent. Even Frisia, who had a combat power of 120 million, was easily wiped out by Fang Yun. Chapter 82, Vegeta, I'll give you 3 years. Vegeta's body trembled violently. Oh my god, how could I forget such an important thing? This is bad. What should I do? What to do? Tell me, how should I punish you? Fang Yun looked at Vegeta thoughtfully. Vegeta shuddered again. By the way, Great Elder, do you raise fish here? Very big fish, similar to the sharks on Earth. Fang Yun turned his head and asked the Great Elder. Yes, the kind of fish you mentioned is raised in the artificial lake over there. We call it Gothic fish here. The Great Elder nodded. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. Vegeta suddenly remembered that Fang Yun wiped out Jinyu's energy and threw him into the lake of Namek to feed the fish. The dignified captain of the Jinyu Special Forces, the hand can easily destroy the planet, but it was eaten by the shark. Vegeta shuddered. It's terrible. This way of death is better than being wiped out directly. I suddenly remembered that I once told the shark on Namek that I would give him a better food, but it was so eager that it waited until the planet stopped rotating, but it didn't taste the new food. Fang Yun sighed, Vegeta, do you think I was classified as a liar in the eyes of that fish? N. Vegeta's whole body was shaking violently. But then, Vegeta gritted his teeth and looked straight at Fang Yun. Fang Yun, do you dare to give me some time? As long as I can become a Super Saiyan, I may not lose to you. Vegeta looked up and stared at Fang Yun, clenching his fists. Fang Yun looked at Vegeta with a smile. Cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's face. However, Vegeta's expression was still calm. However, Vegeta's legs were trembling slightly, and he almost knelt down. Vegeta was really scared. Fang Yun waved his hand to wipe out the energy in his body, and then fed it to the fish. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Tell me, how long does it take you to become a Super Saiyan? Fang Yun asked with a smile. 3 months. Give me 3 months. I can definitely become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was slightly stunned and quickly responded. 3 months is too short, I'll give you 3 years. Fang Yun smiled. What? Vegeta was stunned. When did Fang Yun become so generous? From 3 months to 3 years? Why? Too long? Then 3 days. Fang Yun said. Not long, not long, 3 years is 3 years. We have a deal. Vegeta said hurriedly. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, Vegeta's left arm that had been wiped off appeared magically. Vegeta's eyes widened, staring at his reappearing left arm without blinking, his face full of shock. I'll return your arm for now. If you still can't become a Super Saiyan in 3 years, I'll take both of your arms. Fang Yun smiled and called to P-Bala, send him to Earth. Yes, P-Bala responded quickly. Vegeta, I'll give you a chance. I'll send you to Earth where you can hone your peaceful heart. I hope you can grasp it well. Fang Yun looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta didn't say anything. Let this Yudrit alien send me to Earth? What does that mean? Swish. P-Bala took Vegeta to teleport, and with a slight shake, they appeared on Earth. P-Bala didn't intend to stay on Earth, and disappeared directly back to Yudrit. Is this Earth? Vegeta looked at the land in surprise. How did he do it? A short silence. Don't worry about that for now. I must find a way to become a Super Saiyan now. Vegeta shook his lost left arm and said to himself, according to the meaning of the name Qian Dragon, I have all the other conditions. Compared with Kakarot, the only thing I lack is a peaceful heart. So, I have to think of a way to have a peaceful heart. Adrit. Thank you so much, Fang Yun. The elder thanked sincerely. Vegeta was so scary, but Fang Yun almost made him kneel down with just a few words. No need to say thank you. Don't show up and disturb me suddenly in the future. Say hello to me before you come. Fang Yun said. The elder. P-Bala. I don't know who disturbed who. How about you come to our Adrit first? Shall I take Fang Yun back to the spaceship? P-Bala suggested. Fang Yun nodded. Shua. P-Bala teleported and sent Fang Yun to the spaceship in a flash. See you later. P-Bala waved his hand. No need to see you off. Fang Yun nodded. P-Bala left quickly. After P-Bala returned to Adrit, the elder proposed to abdicate and give the position of elder to P-Bala. The elder was tired. The rare treasures of Yadrit were looted by the earth woman named Bulma. This woman is more greedy than her sister. It's better for me to abdicate. At least, I can avoid seeing it and feel tired. A month later, Fang Yun's spaceship landed steadily in the yard of Bulma's house. Pop! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Fang Yun and Bulma walked out of the spaceship. However, Bulma looked a little tired. We are back, but no one is here to greet us, Fang Yun pondered. Bulma. After a short silence. It was my brother-in-law who insisted on landing the spaceship in our backyard. He didn't notify them, so how could anyone know we were back? Bulma glared. Bulma, your temper has improved during this month on the spaceship. Fang Yun smiled. My brother-in-law, I finally know why my sister you want me to be with you. Bulma was about to cry. Why? Fang Yun asked. You know it and you still ask. Bulma said angrily, I want to rest for a few days, brother-in-law, don't look for me. I'll take you. Fang Yun said. Fang Yun's return did not cause any waves. Tais is still writing her novel, and by the way, she arranged the name Qians to live in her home. When Taisai knew about Fang Yun and Bulma, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Sister! You're still laughing? Bulma said angrily, with her hands on her waist. Tais pulled Bulma aside and whispered in Bulma's ear. How can it be so fast? I haven't given birth to a child. Bulma shouted angrily. Chapter 83, Super Saions can't pick up the sword. The next period of time. The Namekians resurrected Jiaozi and Tian Xinyan through the Dragon Balls, and through the third wish, transferred them to a planet similar to Namek. The Earth has regained peace. Everything seems to have calmed down. Goku is still practicing hard, but he is a little slack compared to usual. I am a Super Saiyan, what else should I work hard for? Gohan has reached school age and was arranged by Chi-Chi to go to school. Piccolo continues to practice in the wilderness, hoping to surpass Goku one day. When of course, Piccolo would occasionally visit Son Gohan at Son Goku's house and spar with him. Krillin returned to Master Roshi's house and continued to hone himself in Master Roshi's way. The resurrected Tien Xinyan and Jiaozi chose a large desert to settle down and practice. Vegeta devoted himself to a city to hone his heart. I just want to have a peaceful heart, why is it so difficult? Wait, Fang Yun, wait until I, Vegeta, become Super Saiyan 01, and see how I will deal with you. The thing you regret most should be letting me, Vegeta, go. Ye Ping put on a set of women's clothes, took a good look in front of the mirror, and turned around. I seem to be getting more and more beautiful. Li Ping said with a red face. But then, Li Ping tore his clothes to pieces. Damn! I'm not a sissy! Li Ping shouted angrily. That day, Sun Wukong landed on Master Kame's island. Wukong, why are you here? Krillin hurriedly asked. It's Goku, how come you have time to come here? Did you have a fight with Chi-Chi? Master Kame greeted with a smile. I suddenly remembered that I should be able to pick up the sword now, right? Sun Wukong had a confident smile on his face. Krillin and Master Kame looked at the sword lying on the ground. Yes, Goku is now a Super Saiyan. According to the information provided by Vegeta, Super Saiyans are the most powerful warriors in the universe. Goku can definitely pick up this sword. Krillin nodded. Wukong, try it quickly. Master Kame's face was also full of expectations. Well, I'll pick up the sword now. Sun Wukong walked over. Snap! Sun Wukong grabbed the hilt of the sword, and the energy increased. The magic sword did not move at all. Haha, it seems that I have to become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Boom! Sun Wukong's body was full of golden light, his hair stood up high, and he became a Super Saiyan. Hey! Sun Wukong tried to pick up the magic sword again. However, the magic sword still did not move at all. How is this possible? Sun Wukong was stunned. I am a Super Saiyan, can't I lift a sword? Even Wukong can't lift this magic sword. Krillin was shocked and turned to look at Master Roshi. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Master Kame shook his head solemnly, holding his chin and pondering, I just remember that a young man casually threw this sword here. Grandpa Kame, what did the young man look like back then? Sun Wukong asked. The young man was suspended in the air, and I couldn't see his appearance clearly from below. Master Kame shook his head and sighed. So, this sword should be cursed, and only the destined person can use it. Just like Thor's Mjolnir. Krillin talked about Marvel's Thor again. It seems that this is the only explanation. Master Kame nodded. I really want to meet this young man. I don't know how powerful he is. Sun Wukong's face was full of expectations. The Red Ribbon Army headquarters, a mountainous area 30 kilometers away. There is a research institute in a secret place in the mountainous area. In the research institute, an old man is tinkering with a robot. No. Still no. This kind of pure robot is difficult to control if there is a problem. The old man said in a deep voice, if he turns the tables, I will be killed by him. The robot made by the old man is a big guy, very strong and sturdy, with dense parts on his body. And on the chest of this robot, there is an Arabic numeral engraved 16. The old man put down his research for the time being, took a deep breath, left the institute, came to the halfway point of the mountain, looked at the green mountain, but his eyes were filled with endless hatred. Sun Wukong! I remember you. One day, I, Dr. Gro, will research the most advanced artificial human and kill you, avenge our Red Ribbon Army. The old man clenched his fists, and these words came out from his teeth one by one. The old man was Dr. Gro. But Dr. Gro is not a man-made man yet. Drive. Gro looked into the distance and suddenly felt something was wrong, as if something appeared right above him. Dr. Gro looked up and saw a stranger floating in the air. This man looked about 20 years old, heroic and handsome. Who is it? Dr. Gro was startled and quickly took out the laser gun in his arms and pointed it at the other party. Pop! The young man fell from the sky and landed right in front of Dr. Gro. Who are you? How did you find me? Dr. Gro was shocked and shouted hurriedly. You are Dr. Gro, right? Fang Yun looked at Dr. Gro with a smile and asked with interest, it's really hard to find your place. I finally found you. You're looking for me. Dr. Gro was stunned and frowned. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Fang Yun smiled slightly, besides, the laser gun in your hand is useless to me. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the laser gun in Dr. Gero's hand disappeared mysteriously. Dr. Gero looked at the disappeared laser gun in his hand, and his face became extremely ugly. Where is my gun? Why is it gone? How did this happen? Is this guy a magician? Also, you made my laser gun disappear, and you still say you have no ill intentions? You are Dr. Gero, the doctor of the Red Ribbon Army. A long time ago, you were resentful of Sun Wukong for destroying the army, and wanted to destroy Sun Wukong by studying artificial humans. Am I right? Fang Yun looked at Dr. Gro and asked. Dr. Gro's heart sank. How did he know this? No one else knew this except number 19, my latest research, which has not yet been completed. Besides, number 19 could not tell him. In fact, I also want to destroy Sun Wukong. We can be said to be like-minded. Fang Yun smiled. Chapter 84, Lazuli and Lapis. Make it up. You keep making it up. What deep hatred do you have with Sun Wukong? About half a year ago, when Sun Wukong was fighting on Namek, he released a Kamehameha wave. The wave flew out of Namek's atmosphere and entered the starry sky. Unfortunately, it hit our planet. Fang Yun sighed, our planet suffered a devastating blow. Everyone on the planet died and only I was left. I survived because I worked in the space station. As Fang Yun spoke, tears fell. So, you are an alien? Which planet are you from? Dr. Gro still did not relax his vigilance. I am from the planet of Yadrate Bui along the Feng Yasong Juzhu continent in area 9783. My name is a bit long. This is the characteristic of our planet. Fang Yun said, my name is Fang Yun de Wudi Chuan Wang Shentong Universe Super. Dr. Gro. The name of your planet is not just a little long, it is very long, okay? And your name? Dr. Gro is tired. Just call me Fang Yun. Fang Yun smiled slightly. How did you find me? Dr. Gro asked. Our planet has very high technology. It is too easy for me to find you. Moreover, I can also get your relevant information from your computer. Fang Yun smiled. Tell me your purpose. Dr. Gro said. The purpose is very simple. I will create a super artificial man with you to eliminate Sun Wukong and take revenge. Fang Yun said. Dr. Gro looked at Fang Yun silently. After a short silence. Okay, come with me, I'll show you my research. Dr. Gro nodded gently and greeted Fang Yun. Then, under the leadership of Dr. Gro, Fang Yun came to the unformed number 16. Number 16 was still lying in the instrument cabin, with various parts inserted on his body. This is my latest robot. Can you see any problems? Dr. Gro asked tentatively. Let me take a look first. Fang Yun nodded and looked at the android number 16 lying on it. Soon, Bulma's voice reached Fang Yun's ears. Brother-in-law, is this the android that Dr. Gro studied? Bulma was surprised. He is really a genius, but it takes some time to find out the problem. Fang Yun didn't know the structure of artificial humans. But Bulma was good at this. Fang Yun asked Bulma to make an instrument for him, which could be remotely monitored. Any scene he saw could be synchronized to the display screen at Bulma's home. At the same time, Bulma put a miniature headset in Fang Yun's ear for communication. After about 10 minutes, Bulma gave scientific advice. You know, Bulma is also a genius scientist, no worse than Dr. Gero. Although the two have different research fields. But science is the basic connected. After hearing Fang Yun's narration, Dr. Gro's eyes sparkled. Yes, your statement is very novel, I can try it. Dr. Gro said hurriedly. Now, can you believe me? Fang Yun smiled. Dr. Gro believed it now. Dr. Gro also believed that with Fang Yun's help, his research would be completed ahead of schedule. Dr. Gro, I'm back. At this time, a voice came from outside. It's my assistant. He has been transformed into an artificial human by me, but he is not mature enough. Dr. Gro explained. Fang Yun nodded. Under the leadership of Dr. Gro, Fang Yun met a man who looked very similar to artificial human number 19. Fang Yun's eyes lit up. Number 19, you finally appeared. After number 19 returned, he immediately ran over to charge. While charging, number 19 looked at Fang Yun curiously. Dr. Gro, who is this? Number 19 asked. This is Mr. Fang Yun, from the planet Yadrit something. Dr. Gro wiped his sweat. We are one, don't worry. Number 19 nodded gently, and said nothing more, concentrating on charging himself. Mr. Fang Yun, as you can see, now number 19 needs to consume a lot of energy every time he goes out, and he needs to recharge to replenish energy when he comes back. And it takes a very long time to replenish energy once, at least 3 to 5 days. Dr. Gro explained to Fang Yun. Well, this is indeed a problem. Fang Yun nodded. I will find the embryonic cell later and wipe it out together. In this way, I can advance to platinum. Fang Yun was excited. By the way, Dr. Gro, take a look at my tablet. Number 19 took out the tablet and handed it to Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro took it and turned on the screen. Fang Yun also glanced silently. On the screen, there were two familiar figures, weren't they androids 17 and 18? These two people are twins, the boy is called Lapis and the girl is Lazuli. They are not very old. They are orphans who grew up in an orphanage and have just moved out of the orphanage. I think they are very suitable candidates. Number 19 suggested. Where are they now? Dr. Gro asked, didn't you bring them back? I'm running out of power. After I fully charge this time, I will definitely bring them back to show the doctor. Number 19 responded. How about I bring them here? Fang Yun's heart moved and asked with a smile. Oh? Mr. Fang Yun wants to bring them here. Dr. Gro asked. Don't forget, I can fly. Although I'm not as powerful as Sun Wukong, I'm better than ordinary people. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Okay, then I'll leave it to Mr. Fang Yun. Dr. Gro nodded gently. Number 19 did not hesitate and immediately told Fang Yun the address of Lapis and Lazuli. After Fang Yun left. Doctor, Can you trust that man named Fang Yun? Number 19 asked. It shouldn't be a big problem, otherwise, what is his purpose in coming to me? Dr. Gro couldn't think of any other purpose for Fang Yun. That's right. Number 19 nodded. A village lung. Lazuli and Lapis were eating in the yard of their home. Fang Yun fell from the sky and landed beside them. Both were terrified. He flew here. Lapis looked at the falling Fang Yun with horror. Lazuli opened her mouth slightly and stared at Fang Yun without blinking. Hello, my name is Fang Yun. Fang Yun greeted with a smile. Are you an alien? Lapis asked hurriedly. I guess so. Fang Yun nodded lightly, walked to a stone table, and slapped it. Chapter 85, Something bad is going to happen, Lord Kaishan. Bang! The stone table broke into pieces on the spot. Lapis was terrified. Lazuli's pupils were filled with shock. Do you want to become like me, with an ageless face and powerful strength? Fang Yun looked at the two with a smile. What do you need me to do? Lapis thought for a while and asked. Your chance has come. An outstanding scientist wants to transform you and make you the most powerful human in the world. Fang Yun explained. Transform us? Lapis was stunned. Lazuli frowned even more, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. A short silence. Is it like the Spider-Man or the Hulk written by Miss Ties? Lapis asked excitedly. Fang Yun wiped his sweat. In this world, after Fang Yun told Ties some stories about Marvel, Ties wrote novels and adapted them into movies. Therefore, in this Dragon Ball world, some ordinary people know Marvel characters such as Iron Man and Spider-Man. More powerful than them. Fang Yun smiled slightly. I have no problem. I also want to be a warrior like Iron Man and save our planet. Lapis 970s nodded slightly, with some expectation in his expression. What about you? Fang Yun looked at Lazuli. If you transform me, will my body be? Lazuli lowered her head and blushed slightly. No, I will just inject a serum similar to Captain America into your arm. Fang Yun smiled. If you can really keep your face forever, I have no problem with that. Lazuli nodded gently. Come with me. Fang Yun smiled slightly, took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a jet helicopter. 30 minutes later, the helicopter landed at the door of Dr. Gro's research institute. Seeing that Fang Yun really brought Lazuli and Lapis, Dr. Gro trusted Fang Yun even more. Immediately, Dr. Gro entertained the two siblings. Dr. Gro, why do you want to find twin sisters to be artificial people? Fang Yun asked. Mr. Fang Yun, come with me. Dr. Gro took Fang Yun and entered the basement of the institute. Fang Yun saw Cell in embryo form. Fang Yun was excited. Found it. Cell was hidden in such a place. Mr. Fang Yun, look, this is the artificial man I studied a long time ago. His name is Cell. He is an intelligent creature synthesized by collecting cells from all soldiers through complex processes. Dr. Gro introduced, but this is a long process. I am afraid that it will take at least 20 years to complete it based on the current situation. Oh? So that's it. Fang Yun nodded. However, the completed cell is not a complete body. Dr. Gro pointed to Cell in embryo state and explained to Fang Yun, to become a complete body, it needs to be reconciled through a pair of twin brothers and sisters. So, I asked number 19 to look for suitable candidates everywhere, and Lazuli and Lapis you brought back just meet the requirements. Yeah, go on. Fang Yun nodded. Dr. Gerald looked at Fang Yun strangely. Why do you look so excited? What makes you so excited? Next, I will transform Lazuli and Lapis into the most powerful androids. After Cell is completed, I will absorb them. Cell will become the most powerful existence in this world, no, the entire universe. Dr. Gerald laughed. When that time comes, it will be the day when our Red Ribbon Army will unify the universe. Well, interesting. Fang Yun smiled. Then, Fang Yun wiped away Cell in the embryo stage and number 19 who was charging with tears. It's done, it's finally done. Fang Yun was excited. Can I advance to platinum? However, when Fang Yun saw the progress bar of the task, he was stunned. The erasure task of Android 19 was completed. However, the erasure task of Android Cell still exists. What's going on? Could it be that the erasure method is wrong? Fang Yun had to let Cell recover and erase it again. Still no response. Strange. Why is this happening? Does it mean that we have to wait until Cell becomes an adult? Fang Yun looked carefully and found a line of small words behind the task. The task is completed only after the complete body of Cell is erased. System. You should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, I would have thought of another way. Fang Yun felt a headache. Complete Cell? Where should I go to find a suitable place? Fang Yun ignored Dr. Gero, left the institute, and returned to Bulma's home. In the institute, Dr. Gero looked for number 19 everywhere. Originally, Dr. Gero thought that number 19 had charged a little and went to do things for him. After waiting for several days, Dr. Gero did not see number 19. In addition, Fang Yun also disappeared. Where did number 19 go? Why did he run away without saying hello? What does it mean? Dr. Gerald looked confused. And the alien named Fang Yun also disappeared. Strange guy. What on earth did Fang Yun come for? After Fang Yun returned home, he studied the space-time ring of King Kai again. It seems that if you want to erase the complete form of Cell, you can only travel through time and space to a certain time and space in the future. In the time and space where he is currently, Cell should not appear. Trunks will not appear either. If he was going to appear, he would have appeared long ago. It has been nearly a year since he returned from Namek. The time machine is gone. Got it. Fang Yun studied it for another 3 months, but still couldn't use the time-space ring. Fang Yun even wanted to throw this Wanpaoan into the sea to feed the fish. Or, just erase it. That day, Fang Yun's heart moved. I can't use the time-space ring, but someone can. Why not call that person over and let him take me through time and space? Half a month later, Fang Yun found the seal of Majin Bu in an uninhabited mountainous area. Fang Yun took Bu's seal out of the mountainous area and threw it on the ground. Barbara. Fang Yun muttered something. Bang. Then, Fang Yun kicked Bu's seal away. Kaishan realm. Something bad has happened. Lord Kaishan. Jebet ran quickly to the front of Lord Kaishan and exclaimed. Jebet, what's the matter? Sheen looked at Jebet calmly. You must remember, no matter what happens, you must face it calmly, so that you can be a qualified follower of Lord Kaishan. Chapter 86, Lord Kaishan. But Lord Kaishan, the seal of Majin Bu has been found. Jebet wiped his sweat. What? What did you say? Sheen jumped up from the ground at that time. How is it possible? Can anyone on earth find the seal of Bu? Jebet. Where did you say to face it calmly? Lord Kaishan, look, Jebet pointed in the direction of the earth. Sheen immediately looked in the direction of the earth. At this sight, Sheen almost fainted on the spot. I saw a young man on the earth, kicking Bu's seal as if it were a ball. Xian. Jebet. The two were so scared that their faces turned pale. Quick! Jebet, let's go to the earth immediately. Stop this ignorant kid. King Kai was frightened and hurriedly urged. Yes, Lord King Kai. Jebet wiped his sweat. Swish! The two hurriedly performed instant movement, and in a flash, they appeared near Fang Yun. Fang Yun just kicked Bu Seal high into the air, and was ready to kick it again when it fell. Quick! Stop him! Jebbit! Sheen's face changed again and again, and he shouted loudly. After saying this, Sheen hurriedly flew up, rushed to the sky at a high speed, and hugged Bu Seal. Jebbit also appeared beside Fang Yun in a hurry and kicked Fang Yun rudely. You actually kicked Bu Seal as a ball. Well, now I will kick you as a ball, let you try how it feels. Bang! Just when Jebbit was about to kick Fang Yun was faster and kicked out, hitting Jebbit's abdomen. Ouch! Jebbit howled dryly, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Boom! Jebbit plunged into a nearby mound at that time. Jebbit! Just as Kaishin hugged Bu Seal, he saw a red-faced guy plunged into the mound over there. After careful identification, Kaishin found that it was Jebbit who flew out. Oh my god! There is such a thing! Kaishin felt that his brain could not keep up with the rhythm. Damn! What's going on? Kaishin fell down quickly. Of course, the Kaishin was still holding Bu Seal tightly in his hand, fearing that the monster inside the seal would accidentally run out. The Kaishin landed right in front of Fang Yun and glared at Fang Yun. I don't like your way of greeting at all. Fang Yun smiled and looked at the Kaishin opposite. What did you say? Do you know what you did? The Kaishin was furious. My great Kaishin is now despised by a human? That's my football, you stole my football, and you still have a good reason. Fang Yun smiled, scratched his head, and thought, how should I deal with you? What did you say? Do you know who I am? The Kaishin was angry at the time. You, a small human, dare to act wild in front of God. I want to let you know why the flowers are so red. Then do you know who I am? Fang Yun smiled slightly. As he was talking, Jebbit stood up from the pile of dirt and limped out. Jebbit, are you okay? Kaishin asked with concern. It's okay. Although Jebbit said it was okay, blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Jebbit then looked at Fang Yun with an angry face. Boy, that kick just now was good. Jebbit snorted coldly. Thank you for the compliment. Fang Yun nodded. I'm not complimenting you. Jebbit was so angry that his nose was crooked. You don't understand what people say, right? Do you think I'm complimenting you? Just now I didn't stand firmly and flew out accidentally. You won't be so lucky next time. Jebbit was angry at Fang Yun, his face full of fighting spirit. Still fighting? Can you beat me? Fang Yun smiled lightly. Jebbit was so angry that he laughed. I can't beat you? I'm a god. How can I beat a small human like you? However, although Jebbit said so, he did not dare to take it lightly. Jebbit knew that this human was very powerful. Jebbit's divine power bloomed, and he flew towards Fang Yun at a high speed, ready to beat Fang Yun. However, just when Jebbit and Fang Yun were just getting close, Fang Yun made a move. No. To be precise, Fang Yun kicked. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Jebbit flew backwards at that time. Zero, please give me flowers. Then, he was like a cannonball stuck in the mound of earth. Kaishin! What's going on? How can this guy be so powerful? First, King Kai carefully put down Bu Seal. Hey! King Kai put his hands on Fang Yun's body, roared, and divine power surged in his hands. What are you hey about? Fang Yun turned his head and looked at King Kai silently. King Kai! King Kai's face changed again and again. What's going on? Why doesn't my divine power work? What? You want to freeze me? Just you. Fang Yun smiled lightly. Who are you? King Kai looked at Fang Yun with a dark face. Before deciding on this battle, he should first find out the identity of the other party. 0. If I say that I want to summon you here on purpose, do you believe it? Fang Yun looked at King Kai with a smile. What did you say? You want to summon me here on purpose? King Kai didn't believe it and sneered, do you know who I am? You are King Kai, am I right? Fang Yun smiled. King Kai. You are the greatest god in this universe, am I right? Fang Yun gave another supplement. King Kai did not say anything. You said I am the greatest god in this universe. Your actions just now are obviously disrespectful to God. Don't you know it yourself? You are just deliberately elevating yourself. Then do you know what this is? King Kai asked again, pointing to the Bu seal beside him. That is a seal, and Majin Bu is sealed inside, am I right? Fang Yun smiled. King Kai. So you know everything. King Kai was really speechless. Then do you know that Majin Bu will wake up after a serious impact? King Kai shouted angrily. I know. Fang Yun nodded, even if he wakes up, it's nothing, I will punish him. King Kai didn't want to talk anymore. I am tired. This kid is too arrogant. Tell me, if you really want to find me, what is it for? King Kai asked coldly. Anyway, let's see what this kid wants to do first. If he is angered and releases Majin Bu, it will be a mess. Chapter 87, King Kai. I have studied this ring for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. Do you know what's going on? Fang Yun said, taking out the space-time ring and shaking it slightly. King Kai's eyes froze. This thing looks familiar. How come the style of this ring is very similar to the one I lost? That's the ring of Lord King Kai. At this time, Jebit crawled out of the ruins and saw the space-time ring in Fang Yun's hand at a glance, and exclaimed at that time. King Kai's eyes flashed. Oh my god, it's my ring. Why is it in this kid's hand? This is mine. Fang Yun corrected. Can I see it? Asked the King of the Worlds. Here. Fang Yun nodded, and without hesitation, he threw the ring in his hand to the King of the Worlds. Jebet also came over silently and looked at the ring in the King of the World's hand. The King of the Worlds looked at the ring in his hand, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. What the hell? This is my ring. This is the ring I lost. Could it be? The King of the Worlds seemed to have suddenly thought of something. It was him. Several years ago, could it be that he attacked me by surprise? Lord King of the Worlds Jebet gritted his teeth, and obviously saw some clues. The King of the Worlds raised his hand and signaled Jebet not to make a sound. Jebet understood and said nothing more. What's your name? The King of the Worlds decided to find out the other party's identity first. The King of the Worlds felt so miserable. I've been here for so long. But I still don't know the other party's name. Fang Yun. Fang Yun replied indifferently. The Kaishan and Jebet looked at each other. Both saw a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. Who is Fang Yun? Never heard of this person. Tell me your purpose, I'll see if I can help you. The Kaishan looked at Fang Yun and said. It's actually nothing big. I called you all the way here, mainly because I want you to do me a favor. Fang Yun said. The Kaishan's face darkened at that moment. Are you asking me for help? Are you calling me here to cause trouble? Tell me. The Kaishan narrowed his eyes. I said, it's not a big deal. I want you to take me to a certain time and space through this time and space ring. Fang Yun smiled slightly. What do you mean? Why can't I understand what you are saying? The Kaishan looked confused. Time and space ring. Jebet also looked at Fang Yun deeply. You call this ring a time and space ring? Why don't I know the name of this ring? It's very simple. This ring can travel through time and space through divine power. I don't have divine power, but you are different. Aren't you the greatest god in the universe? I believe that if you use it, there should be no problem. Fang Yun smiled. Travel through time and space? Then tell me, how can you travel through time and space? Caishan asked. I'll hold you first. Fang Yun said, without any politeness, stepped forward and grabbed the King of the Worlds. King of the Worlds. You are holding me, what do you mean? Why do I feel like you are worried that I will run away? Put the ring on your hand first, then turn the ring, attach the divine power to it, and recite in your mind 20 years later 20 years later 20 years later, Fang Yun suggested. Just say it once. King of the Worlds glanced at Fang Yun. The back is an echo. Fang Yun replied. King of the Worlds. Jebbit. What a fucking echo. King of the Worlds doesn't want to help Fang Yun. However, thinking of the magic of this ring, King of the Worlds was a little moved. If this ring can really travel through time and space, that would be great. Why don't I know there are such magical things in the world? No, this ring is mine. This is obviously my ring. But why don't I know that the ring can be used to travel through time and space? King of the Worlds is confused. Anyway, let's give it a try. God Kai put the ring on his finger as Fang Yun said, then gently turned the ring and attached the divine power to it. Bang! Fang Yun kicked Jebbit, who was holding God Kai, away. God Kai! What are you doing? God Kai said angrily. Let him stay and put Bu Seal away to avoid accidents, don't you think? Fang Yun said. God Kai. You make a lot of sense, I don't know how to answer zero. Jebbit, you stay first. God Kai nodded and ordered Jebbit. Jebbit. I am your follower, okay? Jebbit was speechless. God Kai Shin said no more nonsense, closed his eyes immediately, and began to imagine the situation 20 years later in his mind. Shua. A magical scene appeared. The void was twisted and deformed, and the bodies of King Kai and Fang Yun disappeared without a trace. Jebbit's eyes widened. Could it be that he really traveled through time and space? Shua. When King Kai opened his eyes again, he suddenly found that he had entered a magical space. In this space, there were rolling whirlpools, and in the whirlpools, it seemed like a series of movie clips. It was the first time for King Kai Shin to enter such a magical space. In fact, this generation of King Kai was more miserable. To be precise, Shin was the East King Kai. In the battle with Bu, the great King Kai was swallowed by Bu, and several other King Kais also died in battle one after another, leaving only the East King Kai. As a result, the culture of the King Kai was broken. So much so that Shin didn't know a lot of things. Even Shin knew nothing about the combined earrings and the space-time ring. Today, after seeing himself enter a magical space, the Caishan felt as if he had entered the door of a new world on May 6th. Go there! Fang Yun pulled the Caishan and plunged into a certain space-time. The Caishan looked confused. Why did we take that space-time? What was so special about that space-time? When entering that space-time, the Caishan vaguely saw a green monster appear at the entrance of that space-time. As for what this monster looked like, the Caishan didn't see it clearly. Then the Caishan was dragged into that space-time by Fang Yun. The Caishan. Let me see clearly, I'll go in. But it was useless, because Fang Yun's strength was much greater than the Caishan. Swish! The two of them appeared in this space-time in a flash. What is this place? Earth. King Kai looked around. Chapter 88, King Kai. Pa. Fang Yun took out a piece of paper and showed it to King Kai. What do you mean? King Kai asked with a dark face. King Kai saw that Fang Yun's paper had a strange-looking creature drawn on it. He didn't recognize it at all. No, it seemed that the monster Fang Yun drew had just been seen when he entered time and space. Look for it, this guy is very evil, it should be easy to find. Fang Yun said, aren't you a god of justice? The appearance of this monster will bring crisis to the earth, no, even to the entire universe. Is it more serious than Bu's crisis? King Kai glanced at Fang Yun. You kicked Bu's seal like a ball, and you are still worried that it will bring crisis to the earth? Why don't I believe it? It's much more serious. I'm not exaggerating. Fang Yun looked serious. King Kai was stunned. Is it really that serious? Why don't I recognize this monster? Okay, I'll give it a try. King Kai was still very easygoing. In fact, it was mainly because King Kai Shin didn't sense the evil aura on Fang Yun. If the aura on Fang Yun was as evil as Bu's, King Kai would be he couldn't possibly help Fang Yun. However, the Kaishin didn't sense any aura on Fang Yun. If Fang Yun was evil, there should be an evil aura. The Kaishin first released the induction. Under this induction, the Kaishin really sensed a very evil and powerful aura. The Kaishin's eyes immediately lit up and looked in the direction of the aura. A monster. A green monster. This monster looks a bit like a cicada. What shocked the Kaishin the most was that the monster was absorbing a human with its tail. After struggling for a while, the human turned into a pile of clothes, and his body and flesh all became the essence of the monster. This, the Kaishin's body trembled. See? Fang Yun asked. Damn! What is he? The Kaishin's face became extremely ugly. Because, the Kaishin saw kindly that after absorbing a person, the monster absorbed another human. Asshole! This abominable guy! He is absorbing humans! King Kai said angrily. I told you, he is more evil than Bu. Fang Yun said. Let's go, and stop him immediately. King Kai glanced at Fang Yun. Although this monster is evil, it seems to be very ordinary compared to Bu. If it were me, I could easily kill him. Swish! King Kai took Fang Yun and appeared behind Cell through instant teleportation. Cell was absorbing a human, and seemed to feel something behind him, looking behind him with a strange look. Bang! Fang Yun went up and slapped Cell on the back of his head. Before Cell could see who it was, he felt his eyes blurred and fell to the ground softly. King Kai! You acted quite quickly. Kill him! King Kai said, pointing his hand at Cell's body, and was about to kill Cell here. Keep him, I still have use for him. Fang Yun smiled. Useful? What's the use of him? King Kai was puzzled. Let's take him back to our time and space first. Fang Yun suggested. What do you want to do? King Kai frowned, a little confused about what Fang Yun meant. I'll tell you when I get back. Fang Yun smiled. After a brief hesitation, King Kai did not object. After all, although this cell is evil, it is not to the point where it cannot be destroyed. Compared with Bu, it is a far cry. Just take him back. King Kai wants to see what Fang Yun wants to do. Traveling through time and space is just to take this monster back? Are you tired? Swish! King Kai turned the time and space ring, and divine power attached to it. Suddenly, the void twisted and deformed. In just a flash, King Kai took Fang Yun and the fainted cell back to his own time and space. Shua! Fang Yun, King Kai, and Cell reappeared at the place where they disappeared before. Who is this monster, Lord King Kai? Jebet looked at the monster lying on the ground. King Kai shook his head. How do I know who this monster is? King Kai turned his head and looked at Fang Yun. Your mission is complete, you can go back. I'll keep this monster for another use. Fang Yun smiled, as a reward, I'll give you the space-time ring as a reward. King Kai. Jebet. That was originally the ring of Lord King Kai, okay? Now it's returned to its original owner. What a reward! Now, let's settle the score. Jebet planned to settle the score with Fang Yun. You kicked me several times just now. How do we settle this score? King Kai grabbed Jebet's arm and shook his head gently at him. Seeing the look in King Kai's eyes, Jebet's half-sentenced words were also held back by him. In that case, we'll take our leave first. King Kai smiled at Fang Yun and said politely. Yes, yes, no need to see you off. Fang Yun nodded. Swish. King Kai no longer hesitated, took Jebet through teleportation, and disappeared in a flash. 980 seconds later, King Kai and Jebet returned to the King Kai realm. Lord King Kai, why don't you let me teach him a lesson? Jebet looked at King Kai in confusion. Jebet, do you think you can beat him? King Kai asked back. Jebet blushed and said nothing. This person's strength is not low, maybe even better than mine. King Kai frowned. What? His strength is even better than Lord King Kai. Jebet widened his eyes, with a look of disbelief on his face. If he is really the person from several years ago, he must be very powerful to be able to sneak attack me without anyone noticing. King Kai said in a deep voice, then raised his head and sighed, but what makes me feel relieved is that there is no evil aura on this person. Jebet. If he is really the person from several years ago, he knocked you out, and you still say he has no evil aura? Your judgment. Jebet was speechless. Lord King Kai, what should we do next? Jebet asked. By the way, Bus is the seal in place? Asked the King of the Worlds. Yes, we have found a safe place to put it. Jebet nodded. Fortunately, Bu did not wake up due to the violent impact, otherwise, the universe would be in great danger. Chapter 89, King of the Worlds. That's good. King of the Worlds nodded gently. Next, we will secretly observe the man named Fang Yun, first figure out his intentions, and then decide what we are going to do. Okay, Lord King of the Worlds. Jebet felt that King of the Worlds was right. First figure out what Fang Yun wanted to do. The two looked towards the direction of the earth together. Although the King of the Worlds and the earth are very far apart, the eyes of King of the Worlds and Jebet are very special, and they can clearly see every plant and tree on the earth. The next moment, the two were surprised to see that the young man named Fang Yun waved his big hand gently. Swish! The green monster just disappeared mysteriously. Nothing was left behind. Kai Wangshan rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Jebet widened his eyes and felt an incredible scene. What is going on? How did the monster disappear? Jebet, what did you see? Kai Wangshan asked hurriedly. It disappeared. The monster disappeared. Jebet's face was covered with cold sweat. How did he do it? The question is, did he make the monster disappear? Kai Wangshan was puzzled. Looking at his expression, he seemed very calm. Besides, he was the only one in that place. Who else could it be? Jebet analyzed. What exactly does he want to do? Kaishan was completely confused. You summoned me and asked me to take you through time and space to bring back this green monster. Then, just to make this monster disappear? Why don't I understand what you are doing? By the way, Lord Kaishan, didn't you use mind reading on him just now? Asked Jebet. It didn't work. Kaishan said in a deep voice. It didn't work for me either, replied Jebet. The two looked at each other and felt 10,000 points of critical damage. Keep an eye on his every move, so I can see what he wants to do. Kaishan clenched his fists. This man named Fang Yun is simply too mysterious. Kaishan became more and more curious. Yes. Jebet replied. The two of them looked at Fang Yun on Earth silently. Earth. After Fang Yun brought Cell back, he wiped him out directly. The mission is still not completed. But it's not a problem. Even if Cell wakes up now, it is impossible for Cell to become a complete body. After all, at this time, Lazuli and Lapis have not yet become androids 17 and 18. Fang Yun plans to restore Cell 3 years later after androids 17 and 18 are born, and let him absorb the two androids. However, absorbing number 17 is nothing. Fang Yun thinks that if cell absorbs the delicate number 18. Fang Yun feels that the style of painting is a bit bad. Got it. Fang Yun thought about it and thought of a good way. About a minute passed. Fang Yun suddenly raised his head and turned to look behind. Have you seen enough? How long do you plan to keep a close eye on me? Fang Yun suddenly asked. Kyogen realm. Kyogen was startled. Jebit's face also changed color, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Who is he talking to? Jebit asked tremblingly. He wouldn't know that we are keeping a close eye on him, right? Impossible. Kyogen laughed. How is it possible? Jebit, you worry too much. That's right, he is a small human, how could he know that we are observing him, ha ha ha. Jebit breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Hey, what about you two? Still watching? Fang Yun's voice came again. Kyogen and Jebit looked at each other quickly. No. Definitely not. He is not talking about us. We are gods. We are the greatest gods in this universe. How could he find out that we are keeping a close eye on a person? Kyogen, Jebit, I'm talking about you too. Fang Yun's voice came from afar again. Actually, this is not the propagation of sound. This is the propagation of a special energy. It is impossible for sound to propagate so far. Of course, sound does not propagate so fast. The face of the Kyogen changed again and again. Jebit widened his eyes, looking shocked. Do you see the snow mountain over there? Fang Yun pointed to a snow mountain diagonally in front. The Kyogen looked in the direction Fang Yun pointed. Yes, it's a snow mountain. Do you want me to appreciate the scenery of the snow mountain? What does he want to do? Jebit was puzzled. See the snow mountain? What's so good about the snow mountain? However, a scene that shocked the two of them happened. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Shua! The white snowy mountain just disappeared magically. Nothing was left. Even the white snow on the top of the snowy mountain disappeared mysteriously. Only the dozen or so climbers looked at the disappearing snowy mountain in confusion. Where is the mountain? Why is it gone? Are we dreaming? If you dare to observe me again, I don't mind making all the flowers and plants in your Kyogen realm disappear. Fang Yun snorted coldly. Shua! While saying this, Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Kyogen and Jebit were startled and quickly retracted their gazes. Who is this guy? Why did he make the scenery disappear? By the way, that green monster, wouldn't he be the one who made it disappear? Can he make living things disappear too? Are you kidding? He said he wanted to make all of our Kyogen's flowers and plants disappear. Jebit laughed dryly. I think, with his ability, at best he can make a snow mountain on Earth disappear. Kyogen speculated, it's not really disappearance, it should be some special magic that made the snow mountain move to another space. Lord Kyogen, do you think he is the apprentice of the magician Bibidai? Jebit used his imagination and guessed. No, there is no evil aura on him. Kyogen shook his head gently, forget it, ignore him for now, as long as he doesn't do bad things on Earth, there is no need for us to interfere with his freedom. Lord Kyogen! Look down! Jebit suddenly cried out. Down there? What's wrong? Kyogen asked faintly. It's gone! Jebit shouted loudly, his face full of horror. Kyogen! You're gone down there! Jebit, you're becoming more and more unruly. Kyogen still glanced down there. The next moment, the face of the Kyogen became extremely ugly. On the ground below, all the flowers and plants disappeared within a radius of about 1,000 meters. The ground became a bare expanse. Chapter 90, Kyogen. This Kyogen stuttered and couldn't say anything. Jebit was sweating profusely on his face. It's terrible. It's really terrible. The flowers and plants are really gone. Did he do it? Jebet said in a deep voice. The Kaishan didn't speak, cold sweat slid down his face and dripped onto the ground. Can he really make the flowers and plants in our Kaishan realm disappear? Jebet was stunned. Jebet, don't observe him in the future. Kaishan was really scared and hurriedly warned Jebet. Earth. Fang Yun had a smile on his face. Erasure is so magical. Fang Yun just tried to wipe out a little bit of the flowers and plants in the Kaishan realm, but he didn't expect it to be realized. Through so many years of understanding of erasure, Fang Yun's understanding has become deeper and deeper. It turns out that erasure can not only erase one person. There are many things that can be erased. There is nothing you can't do, only what you can't think of. There was even one time when Fang Yun directly wiped out the blood of a human trafficker and the heart of the human trafficker's companion. Next. Fang Yun returned to a peaceful life and quietly waited for the birth of the artificial human era. Of course, Fang Yun would often observe Dr. Jero's research progress on artificial humans. Time passed quickly. About a year passed. Fang Yun gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. Brother-in-law, did you gather the Dragon Balls to keep me young forever? Bulma asked excitedly. Not really, Fang Yun glanced at Bulma and replied. Bulma. What do you mean? Bulma, I actually think that mature women are beautiful. Fang Yun lowered his voice and whispered in Bulma's ear. Really? Bulma's face turned slightly ruddy. At this time, Taisai also finished writing the novel and came out to watch the fun. Sister, my brother-in-law just said that mature women are beautiful. Bulma laughed and said to Taisai. Fang Yun. Bulma, you are really good at complaining. Yes, our Bulma is getting more and more mature. Taisai smiled. Bulma felt that her punch was like hitting cotton, and she stared angrily. Shenlong, come out and fulfill our wishes. Fang Yun shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls. The dragon soared into the sky and hovered above Bulma's yard. People who have gathered the Dragon Balls, tell me your wishes, I can fulfill any wish. The majestic voice of the dragon sounded. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a green monster appeared and lay on the ground. It was Cell. Bulma's eyes widened. This monster looked so disgusting. Tai silently looked at the monster. It seemed that his image could be written into the novel. Brother-in-law, why did you summon this monster, yet? Bulma asked. While talking, Cell shook his head and seemed to be waking up. Bang! Fang Yun slapped him. Cell fainted again. Shenlong! How cruel! Shenlong, my wish is very simple. I just want this guy to not absorb number 18, but to absorb someone else, so that he can become a complete body. Can you do it? Fang Yun looked at Shenlong and asked. Shenlong was stunned for a moment, as if trying to figure out what Fang Yun meant. Shenlong is still very magical. It only took a moment for Shenlong to understand Fang Yun's intention. After a short silence, you can make a simple transformation to his body, so that he can absorb number 17 in another person, and he can also become a complete body. Shenlong's voice rang out. Then do as you said, and transform it. Fang Yun said. Then, who should he absorb to replace No 18? Shenlong asked. Absorb Vegeta. Fang Yun pondered. Okay, no problem. Shenlong said, and began to transform Cell's cells on the spot. Cell was now in a state of fainting, so Shenlong could still transform his cells. In less than 3 seconds, Cell was transformed by Shenlong. Okay, your wish is fulfilled. You must absorb Vegeta in the Super Saiyan state to become a complete body. After Shenlong finished speaking, he turned into a golden light, rushed into the sky, and immediately disappeared. Shua! Fang Yun waved his hand and wiped out Cell again. Tais! Bulma! What a poor monster! Are you used as a toy by Fang Yun? A small town, a remote mountain area. Vegeta looked up at the sky that had become brighter. Just now, someone was summoning Shenlong. Vegeta frowned. Why? Why do I have a bad premonition? After a short silence. Don't worry about it. 2.5 years. I haven't become a Super Saiyan yet. Vegeta clenched his fists. Damn it, can't I, Vegeta? A genius, really have a peaceful heart. Boom. Vegeta released powerful energy and raised the nearby mountains to the ground. Who? Vegeta panted heavily and felt much better. Who is it? Just then, Vegeta suddenly sensed that an extremely weak breath was hiding behind a nearby stone. Vegeta pointed his hand at the stone with a cold smile on his face. Come out, the person behind the stone. Vegeta snorted coldly. After the voice fell, a girl came out from behind the stone with an excited look on her face. Excuse me, are you Superman? The girl asked with some expectation. What Superman? I don't understand what you are talking about. Vegeta was stunned. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. My name is Emily. Please take care of me. The girl's face flushed, and she lowered her head to Vegeta. Temple. The god silently looked at the situation below. Just now, it seems that Fang Yun summoned the dragon. The god pondered. Lord God, what wish did he summon the dragon to fulfill? Mr. Popo asked curiously. I don't know, it seems to be related to a monster called Cell. The god replied. Cell? What does he do? Mr. Popo was puzzled. No matter, let him do whatever he wants. The god shook his head and smiled slightly. At least, it seems that the earth has restored peace for now, and the Saiyan named Vegeta has not done anything bad. Even if Vegeta did something bad, Goku can easily defeat him. Mr. Popo smiled. Now Goku is a Super Saiyan, the most powerful warrior in the universe. Yes, with Goku here, I believe that no matter what enemy we encounter, we can solve it. The god smiled comfortingly. Besides, Piccolo has completely recovered. Chapter 91, Son Goku is dying. Unknowingly, another 1.5 years has passed. One day, Bulma received a call and ran over, looking at Fang Yun with a sad face. Bulma? What's wrong? Who bullied you? Fang Yun asked. Brother-in-law Goku is dying soon. Bulma's tears rolled in her eyes. Goku is dying? Don't worry, tell me what's going on. Fang Yun replied. I just found out that Krillin called me and said that Goku had a viral heart disease, which was incurable. Even Shenlong couldn't cure his disease. Bulma shed tears with some sadness. There will be a way. Fang Yun comforted. Fang Yun was also expecting the things about Sun Wukong. If Trunks didn't appear in this era, Sun Wukong wouldn't have a specific medicine for viral heart disease. Without the specific medicine for heart disease, Sun Wukong would die before the birth of artificial humans. From then on, there was no Sun Wukong in this time and space. There's something that even Shenlong can't do. Bulma shook her head gently. Don't you still have your brother-in-law for what Shenlong can't do? Fang Yun smiled. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Shall we go visit him now? Bulma thought Fang Yun was comforting herself, so she didn't think much about it. Let's go. Fang Yun nodded. Brother-in-law holding eel fly over, it's faster. Bulma suggested, I want to see Goku as soon as possible. Okay. Fang Yun didn't object. By the way, where's Tais? Don't tell your sister about this for now, okay? Your sister is creating a new work recently, and I'm worried that she will be affected by Goku's thoughts. Bulma shook her head gently. Let's go. Fang Yun immediately carried Bulma into the sky. Swoosh! Fang Yun increased the speed of flight. And a light and shadow passed across the sky. About 10 minutes later, Fang Yun appeared on Baizai Mountain, holding Bulma, above Sun Wukong's house. Pa! Fang Yun and Bulma fell from the sky. At this time, many people had gathered in Sun Wukong's home. Pico, Krillin, Rashi, Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi, Le Ping and others all came. Sun Wukong had such a serious disease and there was no cure. Such a big thing, everyone who knew about it would come to visit Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was lying on the bed, already in a coma and deep sleep. Looking at the situation, if there is no other way, I'm afraid it will be a few minutes before he dies. Chi-Chi and Sun Gohan stayed by Sun Wukong's side. Everyone present was in a heavy mood. Wukong, is he going to die like this? Is there no other way? Krillin clenched his fists, tears welled up in his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. There will be a way. There must be a way. Le Ping also wiped his tears silently. Has Shenlong tried it? Asked Master Kame. I've tried it, Shenlong said that sick people can't be cured by him. Krillin shook his head. Not far away. Vegeta also looked at Sun Wukong's room silently. Kakarot is going to die of illness? This is really a tragedy. Vegeta sighed in a low voice, from now on, I, Vegeta, will be the only Super Saiyan. Muttering, Vegeta glanced in the direction of Fang Yun. Vegeta's face was full of fighting spirit. My current strength is far beyond Kakarot on Namek. Should I challenge Fang Yun? Vegeta was eager to move. A short silence. To be on the safe side, let's talk about it in a few days. Vegeta said to himself, I have to find a way to protect my energy so that Fang Yun can't erase it. It has to be said that after Vegeta could become a Super Saiyan, his mentality became much more mature. Vegeta is no longer like before, always thinking about challenging Fang Yun. Vegeta clearly remembers how Captain Jinya was wiped of his energy by Fang Yun and thrown out to feed the sharks. Vegeta doesn't want to follow in Captain Jinya's footsteps. Vegeta plans to find a foolproof way. At this time, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. Hey! Everyone is here. Sun Wukong looked at the many partners present. Everyone was silent. Don't be so sad, we will meet in another world when you die. Sun Wukong smiled. Krillin. Yakahei. Zero, please give me flowers. Tian Xinyan. It's time, and you still say such things. Kikai, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't do it. Sun Wukong held Chi-Chi's hand. Wukong, Chi-Chi's tears fell. Gohan, take good care of your mother. Sun Wukong said to Sun Wuhan again. Dad. Sun Wuhan rubbed his eyes. Many warriors present cried together. I thought about it again and again, there is only one way to save Wukong. Fang Yun suddenly said. Everyone looked at Fang Yun intently. What way? Even Shenlong can't save Wukong, what can you do? Didn't you say I'm a magician? Fang Yun smiled, I can find a way to erase the virus in Wukong's heart, so will Wukong's disease be cured. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Is it true? Can the virus be erased? Why don't I believe it? Everyone looked at Fang Yun without blinking. However, erasing the virus is a very complicated process. If Wukong can be saved, I'm afraid my magic will be ineffective for a period of time, at least for about a month. Fang Yun pondered. Fang Yun, as long as Wukong can be saved, the ineffectiveness of magic for a month will not have much impact on you, right? Krillin asked hurriedly. Yes, Fang Yun, the magic is only ineffective for a month, not forever without magic, Le Ping followed, and then bared his teeth. I really want to ask, did you erase my thing? But Le Ping didn't ask it after all. It seems inappropriate to ask such a question at this time. According to my inference, there will be terrible guys born on the earth. If my magic does not exist, everyone will face a huge disaster. Fang Yun pondered. Fang Yun, that's just your inference. It's more important to save Wukong first. Krillin replied. Fang Yun, you don't want to be a magician, but a prophet? Why would a terrible guy be born on Earth? Even if it is born, Goku's heart disease will be cured, right? With Goku, the Super Saiyan, here, why worry about the scary guy? Super Saiyans are the most powerful warriors in the universe. Chapter 92, Erasing the Virus in Goku's Body. Fang Yun, please. Kikai also bowed to Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, is it really okay? Your body won't be affected by excessive magic. Bulma asked with concern. At the critical moment, Bulma still cares about Fang Yun the most. Although Bulma doesn't want Goku to die. But if saving Goku requires her brother-in-law to pay a huge price, Bulma is unwilling to do so. Bulma, if Goku is easily revived, there will be no drama, so I have to pretend that I seem to lose my magic. Fang Yun lowered his voice. Bulma. Brother-in-law, it's time, and you are still joking like this. Bulma took a deep breath and glared at Fang Yun. Will my brother-in-law really be okay? Bulma was still worried and thought Fang Yun was joking. Fang Yun nodded. Bulma relaxed. As long as my brother-in-law is okay, there will be no problem. Okay, I'm going to cast magic now. Fang Yun said to everyone present, I believe many of you here have seen me erase some things, or erase humans. Especially Krillin and Gohan, they saw me erase Frieza on Namek. Everyone nodded together. Then, everyone looked at Son Goku. Hurry up! Goku is dying. I can easily erase a person, or erase an organ on this person. For example, why did leaping become so effeminate? You taste it carefully. Fang Yun said bluntly. Krillin widened his eyes. Tien Shinyan also looked at leaping with a look of astonishment. Everyone present showed an expression of I see. Was leaping's thing really erased by Fang Yun? But why? Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Le Ping. After a brief stagnation, Le Ping immediately flew into a rage. Fang Yun! You are annoying. I will not forgive you. Le Ping was about to challenge Fang Yun. Le Ping, don't be impulsive. Krillin hugged Le Ping from behind. What Fang Yun are you challenging now? Fang Yun still needs to treat Wukong. You haven't had that thing for many years, you should have gotten used to it. I don't mean to belittle Le Ping by saying this. What I mean is that although I can easily wipe out a person or his organs, the virus is a microorganism. Fang Yun continued, microorganisms, do you understand? This kind of thing is more complicated than energy, and the virus and the heart are together. If you accidentally wipe out the heart, you know the seriousness of the consequences, right? Everyone present fell silent. Yes, although Fang Yun said that he could wipe out the virus in Wukong's heart. But the virus is together with the heart. If a part of the heart is wiped out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Besides, if you don't wipe out the virus completely, what if a new virus grows after a while? I've said so much just to tell you that this is a very complicated process and consumes a lot of magic. This is why my magic will fail in such a long time. Fang Yun explained. How long does it take to wipe out the virus on Goku's heart? Krillin asked. It's done in one go, just 10 seconds. Fang Yun said. Krillin. Pico. It's a complicated process? The reason why it's a complicated process is that even though it only takes me a few seconds to complete it, I need to gather a lot of magic power in my body in the early stage. Do you understand? Fang Yun said. Everyone nodded together. Okay, now that you all understand, I'll start. Fang Yun said, waving his hand gently, announcing, it's done. Krillin. Master Roshi. Chi-Chi. Son Gohan. Everyone was silent. It's done now? It's said to be within a few seconds? It's just a matter of seconds, okay? Vegeta also looked at Fang Yun in surprise, and took a deep look at Son Goku. It's done now? Fang Yun, are you kidding? Krillin asked in disbelief. Goku, how do you feel? Chi-Chi asked hurriedly. Dad, is it better? Gohan also asked. Huff, hi. Just then, Son Goku was seen gasping for air, and his breathing became rapid. Not good. Goku seems to be dying. Krillin exclaimed. Pop. Son Goku's head tilted, and he died. Krillin quickly put his hand on Son Goku's chest. His face becoming extremely ugly. The heart stopped beating. Krillin said in a deep voice. Dad. Son Gohan sobbed. Goku Kikai was even more heartbroken. Fang Yun. You Krillin turned his head and looked at Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, how could this happen? Bulma didn't mean to blame Fang Yun, but was worried that her brother-in-law would do something bad with good intentions. Maybe the heart suddenly stopped being attacked by the virus, and it was a little confused, and it stopped for a few seconds. Fang Yun guessed, I'm not a doctor, I'm just guessing. Bulma. Krillin. Everyone. What do you mean the heart is a little confused without the virus? It also stopped for a few seconds? If your heart stops for a few seconds, it will be fatal. Just after Fang Yun's voice fell. Snap. Goku opened his eyes, and his heart resumed beating at the same time. Goku? Are you awake? Krillin exclaimed. Dad, are you okay? Son Gohan was also very surprised. I feel much better, but I'm a little hungry and I want to eat. Son Wukong touched his stomach. Okay, I'll go prepare food and let Wukong eat well. Chi-Chi's tears were about to fall. 5.6. Gohan, help me up. Son Wukong said. Yes, Dad. Sun Wuhan quickly helped Sun Wukong up. Wukong, eat a senzu bean first to see if your body will recover completely. Krillin said, taking out a senzu bean he got from the immortal Garen. Senzu bean? Great, I'm feeling weak. Sun Wukong nodded, took the senzu bean, and ate it in one bite. Suddenly, Sun Wukong stood up, his eyes full of surprise. I'm healed. Sun Wukong shouted, and flew out of the room with a whoosh. Pa! Sun Wukong's hair stood up high, turned golden, and golden light shone all over his body. Everyone present was stunned. That's it? Goku can become a Super Saiyan? Chapter 93, I'm just wiping it for fun. But then, Vegeta was a little eager to move again. At this time, Fang Yun seemed to have lost his magic. So he couldn't erase himself anymore. Now is the best time to challenge him. I, Vegeta, can finally get revenge. However, after a brief silence, Vegeta was a little hesitant again. Me? Vegeta? Fighting Nation. The Prince of the Saiyans. The most talented warrior. How could I challenge him when he didn't have magic? Where is my dignity? Humph. Fang Yun, you wait for me, when you restore your magic, I, Vegeta, will become even more powerful. At that time, I won't let you erase me. Vegeta muttered quietly. Swoosh. The next moment, Vegeta turned into a white light and quickly left the scene. Is it Vegeta? Sun Wukong silently looked in the direction where Vegeta disappeared. Vegeta? When did he come to Earth? Krillin also stood beside Goku at this time and glanced in the direction of Vegeta. He appeared on Earth inexplicably 4 years ago, and I don't know how he appeared. Piccolo said. Inexplicably appeared. Krillin was surprised, holding his chin and guessing, could it be that the dragon of Namek suddenly judged him as a good person? And then delayed him to Earth. This is the only way to understand it. Pico smiled. Fang Yun. Your ideas are so creative. The damn dragon mistook Vegeta for a good guy and teleported him to Earth. Vegeta was sent by P-Bala of Yadrit, okay? Fang Yun, thank you so much. Sun Wukong walked to the opposite side of Fang Yun and bowed. Fang Yun, I'm sorry, I was too impatient just now, and I thought Wukong was in trouble. I hope you don't blame me for my rude words. Krillin also apologized quickly. Fang Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Krillin. How about you kick me as a punishment for me? Krillin laughed dryly. That's a good suggestion, then I won't be polite. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin. You still take it seriously? Bang. Fang Yun kicked Krillin. Swish. Krillin shot out like a cannonball. Boom. Krillin's body hit a mountain in Baizai Mountain, shaking the ground. Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan. Master Roshi. You really kicked. Shua. Just then, a flying carpet came from a distance. On the flying carpet was Mr. Popo of the temple. Everyone, something happened. Mr. Popo said in a deep voice. What's the matter? Mr. Popo. Sun Wukong asked quickly. Wukong, is your heart disease healed? That's great. Mr. Bobo obviously knew that it was Fang Yun who saved Sun Wukong, so there was nothing surprising about it. Then he frowned, looked at the people present, and explained, there is a small island in the eastern 439 area. A big explosion occurred on the island. The gods saw that there were 4 human-like guys causing trouble, and they looked very powerful. 4 human-like guys causing trouble. Sun Wukong didn't quite understand what this sentence meant. 4 humans? Who are they? Is the 439 area over there? Krillin pointed to a location in the east and immediately released his sense. If they are really powerful, why can't we sense their breath? I don't know either. Mr. Bobo shook his head slightly. Anyway, let's go and take a look. Sun Wukong pondered, and waved his hand, let's go. Yes. Many people present followed suit. Fang Yun, what about you? Magic is temporarily gone, can you still fly? Sun Wukong asked. Although magic is gone, flying is no problem, I will go and take a look. Fang Yun nodded. 4 people? Who are they? Fang Yun was looking forward to it. Are number 17 and number 18 finally going to be born? Bulma, are you going? Fang Yun asked. I won't go. Bulma shook her head. I don't like fighting, what should I do? Okay, I'll go and take a look and come back. Fang Yun nodded. Swoosh. The next moment, several warriors led by Sun Wukong flew quickly towards the direction of the eastern 439 area. Goku, your body has just recovered, is it okay? Krillin asked with concern. After eating the senzu beans, my body is completely healed. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, didn't you see that I can become a Super Saiyan? Don't worry, Krillin, I am completely healed. Thank you so much, Fang Yun. Nothing. Fang Yun smiled. What kind of guy will appear? Tien Shinyan pondered. You will know when you go to see it. Krillin smiled and said, at least Goku has fully recovered. Goku is a Super Saiyan, the most powerful warrior in the universe. Who dares to act wild in front of Goku? That's right. Tien Shinyan nodded. I think things may not be that simple. Piccolo frowned and said in a deep voice, the old guy in the temple will not easily let someone notify us. This shows that the seriousness of the matter may have exceeded our imagination. Pico, don't scare people. 990 Krillin said hurriedly. I hope I am worrying too much. Piccolo nodded. Hey, Fang Yun, give that back to me. Li Ping caught up with Fang Yun and glared at him. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. Jiaozi. Actually, I think it's good for you to be a woman, Li Ping. Fang Yun smiled. Not good at all. Li Ping shouted angrily. By the way, what did Li Ping lose? Sun Wukong asked curiously. I don't understand either, what did Fang Yun erase from Li Ping? Piccolo also looked confused. Namekians are hermaphrodites, how could they know this? Li Ping. Li Ping was about to cry. Fang Yun, why don't you give it back to him? Krillin suggested. Let me kick you again. Fang Yun smiled. Krillin. That's his business, why did you kick me? Krillin was silent. Hey, Fang Yun. Why don't I remember where I provoked you? Li Ping asked. To be honest, I forgot too. Fang Yun pondered, maybe I was just wiping it for fun at that time. Li Ping. Wipe it for fun? You made my thing disappear just by wiping it for fun? And it disappeared for such a long time? You're going too far. Fang Yun. Chapter 94, Androids 17 and 18. Shua. Li Ping's disappeared thing came back magically. After Fang Yun returned the thing to Li Ping, he also released Cell and threw it into the jungle below. Fang Yun, didn't you say you can't cast magic? Krillin asked curiously. You can't cast the erasure magic, but you can restore it, Fang Yun smiled. Bald, you're the one who's always bothering. Shua. 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 Sun Wukong and others turned into white rays of light and accelerated their progress. In the jungle. Cell slowly opened his eyes, stood up and rubbed his eyes. Where am I? Cell looked around and touched the back of his head, what's wrong with me? Why do I feel like I've been sleeping for a long time? After a short silence. Cell stood up from the ground. Forget it now. Since I can't find number 17 and number 18, I can only find a way to absorb more humans, so that my strength can be greatly improved. Cell muttered softly, damn, where did these two androids go? Were they destroyed? Hey! Cell suddenly raised his head and glanced diagonally behind him. Why do I sense several powerful auras? They are all familiar auras? They seem to be Sun Wukong and the others. Cell frowned, then shook his head and said with a smile, impossible. I must be hallucinating. Didn't Sun Wukong die of a heart attack? How could he still be alive? According to the computer's prompts, except for Sun Wukong, everyone else was killed by the two androids. There was another silence. No, what's going on with these auras? Cell looked confused. No, I have to confirm it. I will hide my aura first and observe secretly. At this point, Cell shielded his with a breath, he jumped lightly and moved quickly in the jungle. A certain unknown island in the eastern 439th area. The island was already in a mess. The sound of explosions, alarms, shouts, and cries was heard. And at the center of the explosion, 4 people appeared. These 4 people were, Dr. Gero, Android 17, 18, and 16. It's Sun Wukong. They are here. Dr. Gero smiled, this day has finally come. None of the 3 robots spoke. Number 16 looked at the birds flying away with an unbearable look, and remained silent. Number 17 was watching the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand vigilantly. Number 18 also focused his attention on the remote control and shook his head gently at number 17, indicating that he should not act rashly. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Sun Wukong and others fell from the sky and landed opposite the 4 robots. Sun Wukong, you are finally here. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Dr. Gero looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, his eyes were full of eagerness. The 3 androids also looked at Sun Wukong and others with a calm face. Do you know me? Sun Wukong was stunned. I know everything about you, Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero said coldly, it's you. I will never forget that it was you who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong was slightly startled. Yes, I am Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. I have been concentrating on research, just to kill you one day and avenge our army. Dr. Gero snorted coldly. So, the island became like this because you destroyed it? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, if you don't do this, how can you show up? Dr. Gero smiled lightly, and said this, and swept towards the several soldiers present one by one. When Dr. Gero was seen Fang Yun, he was stunned. What? It was Fang Yun. Why was he with Sun Wukong? Didn't you say that Sun Wukong destroyed your home? Fang Yun winked at Dr. Gero and winked. Dr. Gero was a little confused. What do you mean? What do you want to do by winking? Forget it, ignore him for now. After destroying Sun Wukong, I will sort out Fang Yun's affairs. Is that Fang Yun? Number 18 obviously recognized Fang Yun. It's him. Number 17 nodded. I still remember clearly that he smashed the stone table with one punch. But now we can easily destroy a city, or even the entire earth, which is much stronger than him. Number 18 nodded and said nothing more. If you want revenge, then come after me. Sun Wukong's face was full of confidence, but let's fight somewhere else. What place? Isn't it good to fight here? Dr. Gero smiled lightly. A place where there is no one. Sun Wukong shouted. No problem. Dr. Gero smiled and ordered number 17 behind him. Number 17, destroy this island. What? Number 17 frowned. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Dr. Gero held the remote control tightly. No 17's face changed color. Dr. Gero, this island is not big. If we fight here, it is very likely that the island will sink, which will affect the rhythm of the battle. Number 16 spoke, it would be more convenient to find a continent. Dr. Gero glanced at number 16. Okay, then, let's go. Dr. Gero did not object. Swoosh! Dr. Gero flew into the sky, taking 3 androids with him. Sun Wukong followed him immediately. 5 minutes later, everyone landed in an empty place. Number 17, you deal with them, is that okay? Dr. Gero told number 17. Okay, Dr. Gero. Number 17 nodded slightly and glanced at the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand. Damn, this guy is too cautious. This remote control is not easy to get. Forget it, let's fight first. It just so happens that I also want to try how powerful Sun Wukong, who is known as the number 1 in the martial arts conference, is. Number 17 stepped forward and stood in front of Sun Wukong and others. Don't attack yet, their target is me. Sun Wukong called out. Picker and others nodded slightly. Wukong is a Super Saiyan, the most powerful warrior in the universe. When Goku made his move, we just watched from the sidelines. While the two sides were confronting each other, Vegeta was hiding in a corner, silently watching the situation here. Chapter 95, Sun Wukong was defeated in 2 moves. In another direction, about 500 meters away from Vegeta, Cell also stuck his head out to observe the situation here. Is that really Sun Wukong? He's still alive? What's going on? After seeing Sun Wukong, Cell's brain short-circuited a little. Sun Wukong obviously died of a viral heart disease. Is he resurrected again? Is he resurrected through Dragon Ball? Hey? That's that. Cell widened his eyes again, looking at androids 17 and 18 in the distance with surprise. Cell rubbed his eyes hard. Am I seeing things? It's really them. How come they are here? Did I travel through time? Cell was really confused. And all along the way, Cell felt that he had really traveled through time. Because the population of this world is obviously thousands of times more than the world he was in before. How did this happen? Also, how did I faint? Why do I remember that I seemed to be hit hard by someone at 993, and then I didn't know anything. When I woke up, I came to such a world inexplicably. That person is Dr. Gero? He's alive too? So strange. Perhaps Dr. Gero used some special technology to transfer me to this era? Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. My most important thing now is to find a way to absorb those two androids and become a complete body. Cell stared at number 17 eagerly, and liked him more and more. Then, Cell focused his attention on number 18. Ugh! Cell almost vomited. What's going on? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of rejection after seeing number 18? What's going on? Is it because I was unconscious for too long and my body hasn't recovered yet? Cell didn't think much about it, and silently looked into the distance, deciding to see the strength of the two androids first. Come on, Son Goku, let me meet you. Number 17 smiled slightly and looked at Son Goku. You don't have a breath. Son Goku was stunned. It's normal, because I'm an android. Number 17 said lightly. What is an android? Son Goku heard this name for the first time. Number 17, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. Dr. Gero shouted. You have too many questions. Number 17 glanced at Dr. Gero, and then said coldly, can we start? Then I won't be polite. Sun Wukong nodded. Shua. Number 17 flew towards Sun Wukong and punched him. As if he felt the terrible energy brought by No 17's fist, Sun Wukong's face changed wildly, and he crossed his arms to protect himself. Bang! No 17's fist hit Sun Wukong's arms directly. Ah! Sun Wukong screamed and retreated backwards. Number 17 did not chase him, but just looked at Sun Wukong, who kept retreating. Bang! Sun Wukong's body hit a big rock behind him. Boom! The big rock shattered on the spot and turned into stones. Except Fang Yun and Cell, everyone was stunned. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? Piccolo frowned. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, his face full of worry. Cold sweat broke out on Tien Xinyan's face. Yeping couldn't help but stretch out his orchid finger. But then, Li Ping gritted his teeth and retracted his orchid finger. I'm a man now. Why should I stretch out my orchid finger? What? What is the origin of that young man? Just one punch beat Kakarot like this. Vegeta also widened his eyes and looked at number 17 in the distance with a look of astonishment. Vegeta believed that even if Kakarot had not become a Super Saiyan, after so many years of training, his combat power would be at least tens of millions. As a result, he was beaten back so far by just one punch from that man. Humph, Son Goku is an idiot. He underestimated the enemy. How could he be the opponent of No 17? Cell smiled lightly. Son Goku, you're finished. Dr. Gero sneered. Do you really think that the 3 artificial humans I worked so hard to develop are just average? Sun Wukong, today is your doom. Sun Wukong, the best in the world, is only this good. I am so disappointed. Number 17 smiled contemptuously. Krillin, this place is very close to Galan Tower. Go get the senzu beans immediately. Piccolo said in a deep voice, I have a bad feeling. Yes. Krillin nodded and quietly left here. Awesome. After a brief shock, Sun Wukong's expression became serious. I underestimated the enemy. Next, I will show my real ability. Oh? I thought you were only this good. Number 17 smiled. Boom. Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan. Oh. Number 17 was slightly startled. It glows, what an interesting change. What is that change? Such a powerful energy. Dr. Gero was also stunned, secretly guessing, is it a new skill he learned on Namek? Swish! Goku flew towards number 17 at a high speed. Number 17 looked calm. Then, Goku punched number 17. Pa! Number 17 stretched out his palm and caught the fist easily. Is this your attack, Goku? Number 17 smiled lightly. What? Goku's face changed color. No 17's knee suddenly lifted up. Bang! With a muffled sound, No. 17's knee hit Sun Wukong's abdomen heavily. Puff! Sun Wukong spurted out a large mouthful of acid water, and his hair instantly turned black again. Bang! Number 17 kicked out again, hitting Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong stumbled and flew backwards, his body rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. When Sun Wukong stopped, he raised his head and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Then, Sun Wukong's head tilted and he almost fainted. Dad! Sun Wuhan shouted loudly and was about to rush over to help. Don't come over! Sun Wukong shouted. Sun Wuhan stopped. Wukong was knocked down by 2 moves. Krillin was dumbfounded. He had just taken back the senzu beans and saw such an amazing scene. Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face. Tien Shinyan was even more terrified. Goku is no longer a Super Saiyan. Li Ping exclaimed. Jiaozi didn't say anything, his whole body was trembling. What? How is it possible? Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan, but he was knocked down by that guy in 2 moves. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. Chapter 96, Fang Yun, why are you so calm? Sun Wukong, you are really stupid. Do you think number 17 is so easy to deal with? Cell smiled lightly, and then murmured silently, but fortunately, before I woke up, I absorbed a lot of humans in another world. My energy should be similar to number 17. Observe for a while, and then I will go over and absorb number 17 and no 18. Well done, number 17, you really didn't let me down. Dr. Gero nodded with satisfaction. Next, I will deal with this guy myself, you watch them, whoever dares to disturb me will be killed without mercy. Yes, Dr. Gero. Number 17 nodded, and glanced at the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand with an imperceptible look. Ha 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 ha, Sun Wukong, you have come to this day. Dr. Gero laughed wildly, walked towards Sun Wukong step by step, and scanned Piccolo and others with interest. Do you want to come and save him? But don't even think about it, number 17 will kill you without hesitation. Let me say here, if anyone dares to come up, I will not show mercy. Number 17 stood up and looked at everyone present with a smile. Very good, no 17. Dr. Gero laughed. The next moment, Dr. Gero walked to Sun Wukong's side, grabbed Sun Wukong's neck, and lifted him up from the ground. Wukong! Krillin was shocked. Dad! Sun Wuhan also shouted loudly, damn it, let go of my dad. Not good. Goku's breath is weakening. Piccolo's face changed again and again. Wow! Son Gohan could no longer care about anything and rushed towards Dr. Gero. The first one, is it this kid? Number 17 smiled lightly, and flashed towards Son Gohan, and appeared in front of Son Gohan. Snap! No 17's big hand gently grabbed forward and pinched Son Gohan's neck. In the face of absolute strength, Son Gohan had no way to resist. Gohan! Piccolo shouted loudly, let him go. Number 17 snorted coldly, and glanced in the direction of Dr. Gero, his eyes moved down to look at the remote control in his hand. This old fox, at this time, still held the remote control tightly. Piccolo was slightly stunned, but he noticed this detail and did not go up to save Son Gohan for the time being. Very good, well done, no 17. Dr. Gero nodded with relief. This transformation of the 3 androids is not bad. At least, they are more obedient. When they were just injected with serum, they were so rebellious that they didn't obey orders at all. It's better now. Krillin, have you noticed? Number 17 has been peeking at the thing in Dr. Gero's hand. Try to grab it later. Piccolo whispered. Ah? Got it. Krillin nodded. Dr. Gero, do you want to kill him? Number 17 turned his head and asked Dr. Gero. Of course, I want you to kill his son in front of Son Goku. Dr. Gero smiled and turned Son Gohan's head in front of Son Gohan. Son Goku, watch carefully, your son will be the first to die because of you. Gohan Son Goku had no strength left, and whispered softly. Okay, then, I'll take care of this kid myself. Number 17 smiled slightly, raised his hand, and aimed at Son Gohan's head. Wow! At this moment, Krillin suddenly took action. Qigong Wave. Krillin quickly condensed an energy bomb in his hand and blasted it in the direction of Dr. Gero. The speed of the Qigong Wave was not fast, but the power was not small. Picker, now! Krillin whispered. Picker seized the opportunity and rushed to save Sun Wukong. Looking at the fast-moving Qigong Wave, Dr. Gero looked contemptuously at its smile. The next moment, Dr. Gero stretched out his hand and aimed at the Qigong Wave. What? He didn't dodge. Krillin exclaimed, what does he want to do? Bick was also stunned. Is he going to resist Krillin's Qigong Wave? If you are the android number 17, you can resist it. But, you are just a doctor of science who made them, do you also want to resist it with your hands? Then, a surprising scene happened. After the Qigong Wave came into contact with Dr. Gero's big hand, the Qigong Wave shrank rapidly. Swish! Zero, please give me flowers. The Qigong Wave disappeared. What's going on? Krillin widened his eyes. The situation is much worse than we thought. He seems to be an android too. Piccolo said in a deep voice, perhaps, as Fang Yun said, we are about to face the most dangerous enemy. Krillin and others looked at Fang Yun. Don't look at me. I told you that my current magic is not enough to wipe them out, and there is no way to save them. Fang Yun sighed. But why do I feel that you are acting very calm? Li Ping looked at Fang Yun with some suspicion. What do you want to say? Fang Yun looked at Li Ping. Are you pretending to be so? Li Ping smiled and couldn't help but stretched out her orchid finger. I have to say that sometimes, women's perception is very accurate. Bang! Fang Yun was disgusted and kicked Li Ping away. Hehe, although the strength of this energy is average, it has replenished me with a lot of energy. Dr. Gro had a smile on his face, looking at Krillin with a smile, no matter what, I have to thank you very much. Ha 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 ha, you are finished. Today is your death day. Then, let's start with Sun Wukong's son. Swish! However, just as Dr. Gro's voice fell, number 17 suddenly let go of Dr. Gro, and his figure flashed and quickly appeared behind Dr. Gro. Snap! Number 17 reached forward with his big hand and directly snatched the remote control from Dr. Gro's hand. What are you doing? Dr. Gro was shocked. Old thing, do you still want us to sleep forever? Number 17 smiled coldly. Crack! Then, number 17 crushed the remote control. No 17! Dr. Gero was furious and shouted, do you want to rebel? Humph! Number 17 snorted coldly. At this time, Dr. Gero didn't care about Sun Wukong anymore. He threw Sun Wukong away and glared at number 17. Krillin! Piccolo and others took the opportunity to rescue Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan and gave them senzu beans. I just don't want to be controlled by you as a puppet. Number 17 smiled lightly. Chapter 97, Cell. Number 18, go and kill him. Dr. Gero was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he shouted angrily. Humph, why should I listen to you? Number 18 replied lightly. What did you say? You dare to disobey my order? Dr. Gero was furious and immediately turned his head to look at number 16. Number 16 looked up at the sky. What happened? Sun Wukong had awakened through the senzu beans at this time. It seems that they had an internal conflict. Krillin guessed. Maybe the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand just now can control the two androids? The two androids were unwilling to be controlled by others, so they took the opportunity to snatch the remote control. Piccolo pondered. It seems that the situation is developing in our direction. Leaping laughed. Not necessarily. Tian Xinyan shook his head. Number 16, what about you? Do you also want to rebel against me? Dr. Gero stared at number 16 with a dark face. Your fight has caused all the birds here to move away. Number 16 sighed softly. What did you say? Dr. Gero widened his eyes. Number 16 stopped talking. You three, listen to my orders, kill all of them immediately. Dr. Gero ordered angrily. The three stood still, looking at Dr. Gero with indifference. You three! I'm so disappointed in you! Dr. Gero shouted, I will make a new remote control, and I will make you sleep forever. A cold murderous intent appeared on No 17's face. Ha ha ha! Dr. Gero, your situation is not very good. It seems that you are in great trouble. Just when the two sides were arguing, a voice came from afar. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Who is it? Who is talking? Dr. Gero frowned. Pa! Cell stepped out from the hidden corner, step by step, and appeared in everyone's sight. Except Fang Yun, everyone was stunned. Where did this monster come from? What? There is such a monster hidden there? I didn't even know it. Vegeta's face also changed slightly. Hello, respected Dr. Gero. Cell walked in front of Dr. Gero and bowed to Dr. Gero. Who are you? Dr. Gero had no idea who Cell was when he was an adult. However, Dr. Gero felt that this monster looked familiar. Dr. Gero, I am Cell. You gave me life. Have you forgotten? Cell responded politely. Cell. Dr. Gero was a little confused. Let me sort it out. Cell? Isn't Cell still in embryonic stage? How come he has grown so big? Since Dr. Gero took Fang Yun to see Cell, he has never been to the Underground Research Institute again. The monster called Cell can be made by computer, and there is no need for him to interfere. Therefore, Dr. Gero didn't know that the Cell of this era had been erased by Fang Yun. You said you are Cell? How can you prove it? Dr. Gero asked. I am a man-made man created by Dr. Gero through computer. Has Dr. Gero forgotten? Cell smiled, my body is made of cells from these people and synthesized by advanced computer instructions. Are you really Cell? Dr. Gero was surprised and happy. What's going on? Cell, he has grown up? It's the truth. Cell smiled slightly, I saw and heard what happened to you just now. Dr. Gero created you with great difficulty, but you treated the doctor like this. How can you bear it? Number 17 frowned. No. 18 also raised her eyebrows. Number 16 looked at Cell calmly. What's going on? Krillin was shocked. Who is this monster? It looks so disgusting. Li Ping exclaimed. Tian Xinyan glanced at Li Ping, moved his steps, and couldn't help but distance himself from Li Ping. That monster looks disgusting. But the tone of your voice is also disgusting, okay? It seems that this monster is also a man made by Dr. Gero. The situation is really getting more and more complicated. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Goku, what should we do? Krillin asked. Let's see first. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Dr. Gero, don't worry, I will deal with these 3 traitors. Cell smiled. Very good, Cell, you should know how to complete your evolution, right? Dr. Gero said with a smile. Yes, Dr. Gero, I know. Cell nodded, however, my current strength seems to be a little bit behind them. A little bit behind. Dr. Gero was slightly startled. So, I need Dr. Gero to provide me with some energy. Cell smiled. What did you say? Dr. Gero's face changed color. Dr. Gero, don't worry, I will avenge you. Cell smiled. Dr. Gero turned and ran. Dr. Gero knew clearly how terrible this monster called Cell was. Swish! However, before Dr. Gero ran 2 steps, Cell's tail was like a long sword, piercing Dr. Gero's back. Ah! Dr. Gero screamed. Gulp gulp! Cell used his tail to absorb the energy essence in Dr. Gero's body. Dr. Gero, go with peace of mind. I, Cell, will fulfill your unfulfilled wishes for you. Cell said with a smile. Save me, Dr. Gero stretched out his helpless right hand to Fang Yun. After Dr. Gero finished speaking, he immediately turned into a pile of clothes and human skin, and his flesh and bones completely disappeared. Sun Wukong and others were stunned. The 3 androids were also stunned. Who on earth is this guy? Shua. Cell retracted his tail. Dr. Gero, goodbye. Cell bowed to Dr. Gero. Number 17. Number 18. Number 16, 5.6. You killed Dr. Gero, why don't you leave? Damn you. He killed Dr. Gero, but you're still pretending to be nice. Krillin said in a deep voice. Next, it's you, Android 17, who betrayed Drive Gero. Cell smiled softly. Boom. Then, Cell's breath burst out of his body crazily. After sensing Cell's powerful breath, Sun Wukong and others' faces became extremely ugly. Too strong. It's really too strong. How could the breath of this monster be so strong? Do you want to come over to help? Cell turned his head and smiled at Sun Wukong and others who were stunned. Then, Cell walked up step by step in the direction of number 17. Chapter 98, Number 18, it's your turn next. You monster, what do you want to do? Number 17 didn't have an energy radar in his body, and didn't know how powerful Cell was. He couldn't help but frowned and shouted angrily, do you want to die? Number 17, leave here quickly, his energy has far exceeded yours. Number 16 reminded him quickly. What did you say? Number 17 turned his head and looked at number 16, don't joke, number 16, I am the most powerful android number 17 in the universe. Cell smiled and appeared right in front of number 17. Looking for death. Number 17 was furious and punched Cell. Pa! Looking at the attacking fist, Cell raised his arm and grabbed No 17's arm directly. Bang! Cell's knee hit No 17's abdomen. Puff! Blood spurted out of No 17's mouth. Pa! Cell threw number 17 to the ground with a back throw. At the same time, the tail behind Cell covered No 17's body. What does he want to do? Is he going to absorb android No 17? Sun Wukong and others were stunned. Pa! At this critical moment, number 16 took action. Number 16 stepped forward and patted Cell's shoulder. Cell was stunned and turned his head to look over. Bang! Number 16 punched Cell in the face with a heavy punch. Cell flew backwards at that time. Cell! Your opponent is me. Number 16 said coldly. Humph, here comes another guy who doesn't know how to live or die. You are number 16, right? You should be one of those outdated androids. Cell smiled contemptuously. Number 16 didn't speak and flew towards Cell at a high speed. Let's retreat first. Sun Wukong called out. Everyone quickly retreated to a distance. Didn't Goku and Vegeta say that Super Saiyans are the most powerful warriors in the universe? Krillin asked tremblingly. That number 17 is already very powerful. A strange creature suddenly appeared, called Cell, and knocked number 17 down with 2 moves. Then, the android 16, who had not moved much and liked to watch birds, was even more powerful than this Cell. It's over. Is this world going to be destroyed? Bang, bang, bang. Cell was already fighting with number 16 at this time. The two were equally strong. No, to be precise, number 16 was slightly better. The battle lasted less than 20 seconds, and number 16 kicked Cell away with a flying kick. Cell's body rubbed against the ground, leaving a long trace on the ground. However, the direction in which Cell slid was just the side of android 17. Finally, Cell stopped at No 17's feet. What a joke! Number 16 is so powerful. Number 17 felt as if he had received 10,000 critical hits. I said I was the most powerful android? Why is number 16 so much stronger than me? It's not fair. Cell. Go to hell. After a brief shock, number 17 aimed at Cell's head and stepped on it without hesitation. Snap! Cell raised his hand lightly and grabbed No 17's ankle. Bang! Cell exerted force and directly threw number 17 to the ground. Number 17! Be careful! Number 16 was shocked and flew towards Cell. Hee hee! Cell had a faint smile on his face. Then, Cell put his hands to his cheeks. Sun Fist! Suddenly, a dazzling light spread out from Cell's head to the surroundings. No 16's pupils shrank sharply, and his face became extremely ugly. Sun Wukong and others were even more shocked, and closed their eyes reflexively. Tian Xinyan's face kept changing. When did I accept such a disciple? That's my trick. When did you learn it secretly? Fang Yun silently glanced at the Sun Fist performed by Cell. For Fang Yun, the Sun Fist was directly ineffective. Fang Yun's eyes could clearly see Cell's every move. Perhaps, because Fang Yun possessed the All-King magical power, he could completely ignore the Sun Fist and other tricks. Hee hee. After releasing the Sun Fist, Cell appeared next to number 17, and his long tail absorbed number 17 in an instant. When Sun Wukong and the androids recovered their vision, Cell's body was undergoing a transformation. Soon, Cell had evolved into the second form. What? What did he do? Piccolo was shocked. He seems to have absorbed No 17. Krillin's face broke out in cold sweat. Not good. His aura is much stronger than before. Sun Wukong was shocked and hurriedly warned. Cold sweat slid down Tian Xinyan's face. Brother Tian Jiaozi was even more frightened. He has become uglier. Li Ping stretched out his orchid finger and shouted in a delicate voice. Bang! Number 16 clenched his fist and punched Cell. There was only a muffled sound, and the punch hit Cell's forehead directly. No, to be precise, Cell deliberately let number 16 hit him. Looking at Cell again, it seems like nothing happened. This is my second form, and the second form is already so powerful. If I become a perfect form. Cell was excited and pointed his hand at No 16's head. Bang! Energy surged in Cell's hand and hit No 16's head directly. There was only a loud bang from 993, and when I looked again, parts had already fallen out of the right side of No 16's head, and puffs of green smoke were coming out. Number 16, seriously injured. Oh? So you're a purebred robot? Cell smiled, but unfortunately, you've lost your ability to fight. Sun Wukong and the others were shocked. Number 18 was stunned. Next, it's your turn. No 18. Cell smiled at number 18. Number 18 was pale. Ugh! But then, what surprised number 18 was scene happened. I saw Cell suddenly vomit. It seemed that number 18 vomited when he was looking at him. Number 18. What do you mean? You are so ugly, and you vomited when you looked at me? Cell. Cell was also confused. What's going on? Why? Why is this? Why do I want to vomit when I think about absorbing number 18? This is an accident. Yes, it must be an accident. Cell took a deep breath and looked at number 18 again, and was about to absorb her. Ugh! Cell vomited again. Cell was speechless. Number 18 also looked pale. What's going on? Cell shouted loudly. Chapter 99, Cell. I was going to ask you this question. Number 18 said angrily, what did you do to know 17? Well, you can't run away anyway. All of you here can't escape from my palm. Cell smiled coldly, looked around at the people present, and explained confidently, it doesn't matter if I tell you. As you just saw, I am the android Cell created by Dr. Gero. It is said that I will be born in 20 years, but I don't know why I came to this era that doesn't belong to me. Maybe this is God's will. Next, Cell briefly described his physical characteristics and how to become a complete body. The reason why Cell said so much was mainly to delay time. Cell inferred that it was probably because he had just absorbed number 17 and his body was not yet adapted to it. He would reject the absorption of number 18, so he vomited. Perhaps, after explaining his life experience to them, he should be able to adapt to the changes in his body. By then, I can absorb number 18 and become the master of this universe. Our cells. Krillin's face changed color, no wonder I can sense Frisia's breath on him. So that's what's going on. The Sun Fist just now, is that Tian Xinyan's special move? Piccolo said coldly, he not only has our cells, but also our moves. Gaku. No 18's face was also full of fear. Any questions? Cell glanced at number 18 and tried to absorb it a little, but still felt that he was rejecting it, so he had to patiently ask everyone. Anyway, for Cell, all the people present combined could not be his opponents. By the way, Vegeta over there, come out, I've found you a long time ago. After Cell finished speaking just now, he looked at Vegeta hiding in the jungle. Tisk. Vegeta walked out of the forest with a dark face. Vegeta? You too? Gaku greeted with surprise. Stop talking nonsense. Kakarot. Vegeta bared his teeth. Vegeta believed that he was stronger than Kakarot now, but compared with this Cell, he was far, far inferior. Not to mention the second form of Cell now, even the first form of Cell, Vegeta believed that he was far inferior. Vegeta's body trembled slightly. I am a scion of the fighting nation. I am not even as good as this monster? I don't accept it. Very good, ask any questions you have. Cell smiled lightly and looked at Vegeta with interest. Then, Cell was stunned for a moment. Strange. Why did I feel a surge of emotion when I saw Vegeta? Could it be that he absorbed Professor Gero and had a problem with his body? Cell tried not to let himself see Vegeta. What's wrong with Son Goku and others? The questions that should be asked have been asked just now. Now, Son Goku and others already know the ins and outs of the matter. Since there is no problem, please witness the birth of the perfect Cell. Cell smiled and looked at number 18. Number 18 suddenly turned pale and prepared for battle. Wukong, what should we do? Krillin asked hurriedly. With our current strength, we can never be his opponent. Sun Wukong shook his head. Ugh. However, just when Cell wanted to absorb number 18, he felt nauseous and dizzy again. Cell. Number 18. Damn it. What's going on? Cell was furious. Why? Why is this? Then, Cell looked at Sun Wukong and others in anger. Since number 18 can't be absorbed, just kill them first. They are just an eyesore here. Cell's eyes flashed with endless murderous intent. Not good. Get ready for battle. Sun Wukong was shocked and immediately turned into a Super Saiyan. Boom! Vegeta did not hesitate at all, and also glowed with golden light, turning into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong and others were slightly stunned. Vegeta can actually turn into a Super Saiyan? Moreover, his aura seems to be even stronger than Sun Wukong. Hey, it's useless. All of you combined are still not enough for me to crush with one finger. Cell smiled coldly and was about to attack. Since it is impossible to absorb number 18 now, then kill Sun Wukong and the others first. Just to relieve my boredom. Cell, wait a moment. Fang Yun suddenly said. Who are you? There is no Fang Yun in the time and space where Cell is, so he doesn't know him at all. Don't care who I am, I just want to ask you, with your current strength, can you easily crush everyone present? Fang Yun asked. Yes, that's right. Cell nodded. Isn't it boring to have no equal opponent? Fang Yun said again. What? You mean, you can be my opponent? Cell smiled lightly, but there is no trace of breath fluctuation on your body, what's wrong? You are not also a cyborg, right? I'm not a cyborg, I'm different from them, I can't fight. Fang Yun shook his head. Cell. You can't fight? What nonsense are you talking to me about if you can't fight? Although I can't fight, I can find someone to fight with you, and I can definitely beat you. Fang Yun said with a smile. Oh? You said you want to find someone to fight with me? And you can beat me? Cell immediately became interested and looked at Fang Yun with expectation. So, where is this person you are talking about? It can't be on a distant alien planet, right? Let me tell you, I don't have the time to wait for a long time. No need to wait, that person is here. Fang Yun smiled slightly. You said that the person who can beat me is here? Who is it? Vegeta? Sun Wukong? Or the broken number 16? Or, are you here in person? Cell laughed, thinking that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. None of them. Fang Yun shook his head. Oh? None of them. Cell was a little puzzled. The people you are talking about are not Krillin, Tien Shinyan, or Yamcha and Jiaozi, right? No. Fang Yun replied. Then there is only Son Gohan left, is it that kid? Cell asked again. Son Gohan will beat you when you become a perfect body. Now he can't even transform into a Super Saiyan, so naturally he can't be your opponent. Fang Yun smiled. Chapter 100, The Birth of Vegeto. This person is really a joker. You can't even beat me now. If I become a perfect body, I'm afraid that a fart can shock you to death, right? It's not this, it's not that, who is it? Cell sneered. His name is Vegeto. Fang Yun said. Veget? Who is it? Cell asked curiously. Why didn't I know that there was such a person? Wait a moment. Fang Yun smiled, took out the Potara earrings, walked to Sun Wukong and handed them over. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously took the earrings. Wukong, put the earrings on your left ear. Fang Yun said. Wukong, can you summon Vegeto by putting on the earrings? Sun Wukong asked innocently. You can understand it this way. Fang Yun nodded solemnly. Sun Wukong immediately put the earrings on his left ear. Sun Wukong also wanted to see how this man named Vegeto beat Cell. However, after Sun Wukong put on the earrings, he found that he didn't feel anything unusual. Wear it, don't move. By the way, just return to normal, you don't have to become a Super Saiyan. Fang Yun greeted and walked to Vegeta's side again. Vegeta looked at Fang Yun silently. Vegeta, you did a good job. You didn't disappoint me. You have successfully become a Super Saiyan. Fang Yun smiled. Vegeta didn't say anything. Okay, let's get back to normal. Fang Yun greeted. Tisk, why should I listen to you? Vegeta gritted his teeth. If you don't listen, look at Le Ping. Fang Yun said. Vegeta subconsciously glanced at Le Ping. Although Le Ping had recovered, her feminine nature did not change back immediately. At this time, she was holding a small mirror and touching up her face. Vegeta couldn't help but shiver. What do you want to do? Vegeta was a little scared. Vegeta recently fell in love with a girl named Emily, who was very beautiful. Because of Emily, Vegeta finally had a peaceful heart and successfully became a Super Saiyan. My thing is still useful, but I don't want it to be erased. You want me to return to normal and erase me? Vegeta asked coldly. Vegeta, you are so naive. Do you think that I can't erase you after you become a Super Saiyan? Fang Yun smiled lightly. You have lost your magic to save Kakarot. Vegeta said. You can just lie to them. You are so smart that you even believe this. Fang Yun lowered his voice, look at the little finger of your left hand. Vegeta looked down and his face changed color at that time. He didn't lose his magic. He can easily erase my little finger when I become a Super Saiyan. Do you believe it now? Fang Yun smiled. The big hand waved gently again. Suddenly, the little finger on Vegeta's left hand that disappeared magically returned. If you don't listen again, it won't be just a little finger that disappears next time. Fang Yun said coldly. Vegeta was trembling all over. Swish! The next moment, the golden light of Vegeta's body dissipated and returned to normal. That's right, wear this earring on the right ear. Fang Yun handed the Potara earring to Vegeta. Vegeta bared his teeth, and then put on the earring reluctantly. Cell was stunned and looked at Fang Yun deeply. Who is this kid? Why do Sun Wukong and Vegeta listen to him? Cell silently looked at Fang Yun for a moment. However, at this moment, Vegeta and Sun Wukong quickly moved together. What's going on? Cell was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Even Goku and Vegeta were stunned. Why? Why are our bodies out of control? What's going on? Pa! The next moment, Goku and Vegeta's bodies collided at a very fast speed, and a white flame burst out. What's going on? Cell was confused. Pico and others also widened their eyes. A surprising scene happened. A new person was born at the scene. This person has the appearance of Vegeta and Goku, wearing a strange outfit and 2 earrings on his ears. Hey? Who is this guy? Is he the Vegeta that person said? Cell was stunned. Strangely, where did Goku and Vegeta go? After silently looking at Vegeta, Cell suddenly reacted. I know, that guy is the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, right? Cell guessed secretly. The fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot, let's call him Vegeto. Vegeto smiled and looked at Cell silently. It's a fusion. My guess was right. Cell laughed. Do you think that you two can defeat me, Cell, by fusion? Boom! Veget didn't say much nonsense, and his aura suddenly burst out. The powerful aura, with Vegeto as the center, rushed out to the surroundings crazily. After sensing Vegeto's aura, Cell turned pale and trembled all over. Picker and others were also completely stunned. Is this the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta? How can it be so powerful? Hey! Vegeto raised a shallow arc at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Veget punched Cell in the chest. Suddenly, Cell's chest sank deeply, and it was already against his back. Ouch! Cell spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Veget kicked out. Boom! Cell was like a cannonball, plunging headfirst into the mountain behind him. Bang! 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 Cell's body penetrated the mountain and flew out from the other side of the mountain. When Cell's body stopped, his head tilted and he fainted. I accidentally used too much force, he seems to have fainted. Vegito scratched his head. I'm so disappointed, I thought he was so powerful, but it turns out he's just a straw bag. Pick. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. Number 16. Except Fang Yun, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Isn't this Vegito too powerful? Is the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta so powerful? It's a pity, I still want to play for a while, I haven't become a Super Saiyan yet. Vegito held his chin and pondered in a voice that everyone present could hear. Hey, your name is Vegito, right? Go and kill Cell. Don't let him become a perfect body. Piccolo hurriedly urged. Chapter 101, Vegito forcibly separated. Pico. Why is this guy so arrogant? Krillin smiled bitterly, it's not like Goku's style at all. Is his fusion Vegeta in the dominant position? Tien Shinyan guessed. Is there any dominant position in the fusion? Krillin was puzzled. It's possible, maybe Vegeta's thoughts are dominant, otherwise Goku shouldn't be so arrogant. Tien Shinyan inferred. Yeah, Tien's analysis makes sense. Leaping nodded gently. Tien Shinyan couldn't help but distance himself from Leaping. Who are you calling Tienj? That's what Jiaozi called. Li Ping, you are such a bitch, don't you know what's going on? Vegeta is in the leading position, why not Goku? Is it because Vegeta's strength has surpassed Goku, so after the fusion, he is the leader? Krillin thought. After a short silence, Vegito looked at Fang Yun with a smile. What's that look in his eyes? Is he going to challenge Fang Yun? Krillin muttered in a low voice. Fang Yun wiped off Vegeta's arm back then, Vegeta should still hold a grudge, right? Tien Shinyan's face was sweating. Fang Yun, didn't your magic disappear? Run! Let's stop him first. I believe he won't do anything to us. Krillin said hurriedly. Krillin, do you think running is my style? Fang Yun smiled. Krillin. Fang Yun, we should settle the score. Vegeta had a smile on his face and looked at Fang Yun with interest. I don't believe you can still wipe me out now. There are so many things you don't believe. Fang Yun smiled lightly and waved his hand lightly. Swish. Suddenly, Vegeta's body trembled slightly. Snap. Vegeta's body suddenly appeared like Sun Wukong. Everyone was stunned. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Snap. Vegeta appeared out of thin air. However, Vegeta's eyes were in a state of confusion. After a brief confusion of 3 or 5 seconds, Vegeta finally woke up and looked around. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Suddenly, the earrings on Vegeta and Sun Wukong's ears were also wiped off by him. Fang Yun also had a sudden idea. Wipe the earrings off and restore them when needed, just like an infinite storage space. What's going on? What happened? Vegeta asked puzzledly, where's Cell? Sun Wukong was also a little confused on the spot, and didn't come back to his senses for a while. Fang Yun, what happened? Krillin asked. Nothing, I just wiped out Vegeta in Vegeto's body, so the fusion naturally failed, and then restored Vegeta, it was such a simple process. Fang Yun smiled. Fang Yun, didn't you say that your magic would be ineffective for a while? Krillin asked in surprise. Did I say that? Fang Yun thought. Krillin. Picnic. Tien Shinyan. You said it yourself. You don't admit it now. You are so shameless. I remember that I seemed to have merged with Vegeta just now. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with brilliance, staring at Vegeta without blinking. Vegeta's face changed color slightly. You fucking cockroach, what's that look in your eyes? Don't look at me like that. At the same time, Vegeta's back was covered with cold sweat, and his face was as white as a sheet of paper. It's terrible. Vegeta also remembered it at this time. The Veget who merged with Kakarot was easily restored by Fang Yun. The Veget who kicked Cell away with one kick, could actually be wiped out by Fang Yun? While Vegeta was shocked, he was also lucky and frightened. Fortunately, he didn't have a brain twitch to challenge Fang Yun before. Otherwise, he would definitely be wiped out. But, how can he prevent being wiped out by Fang Yun? Vegeta decided that as long as he could escape, he would study it carefully after returning. It seems that ordinary Super Saiyans cannot resist Fang Yun's erasure. An idea flashed in Vegeta's mind. Ordinary Super Saiyan? Why don't I try to surpass Super Saiyan? If I can surpass Super Saiyan, can I resist Fang Yun's erasure? Yes. I can. Me. Vegeta. Fighting Nation Saiyan. The most talented warrior. How could I be erased by a little magician like you? The corner of Vegeta's mouth raised an unnoticeable arc. However, Vegeta made a tragic discovery immediately afterwards. Fang Yun seemed to be looking at him. Vegeta was startled and lowered his head in a hurry. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. By the way, how is Cell? Krillin asked hurriedly. Cell was kicked away by the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, and he hasn't appeared yet. Tien Shinyan pondered. Veget was so handsome just now, I wonder if he kicked Cell to death. Yamcha's face flushed. Vegeta. What the hell is that expression on your face? Go and have a look. Piccolo felt something was wrong and shouted, maybe he has already run away. Swish, swish, swish. Several people flew into the sky and flew quickly to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived at the place where Cell was unconscious, everyone frowned. Sure enough, Cell disappeared. Cell disappeared. Sun Wukong and others looked around and searched everywhere, but they couldn't find Cell's whereabouts. I can't find him. There's no breath. Krillin shook his head. Where will he go? Tien Shinyan said in a deep voice. Hey, he won't be wiped out by Fang Yun, right? Li Ping guessed. Sun Wukong and others quickly returned to Fang Yun's side. Erase Cell? It's not mature enough now. Fang Yun shook his head, he should have hidden his breath and found a place to hide. He is so powerful, why does he still need to hide? Krillin muttered. Is he afraid of Vegeto? Piccolo said. Not far away, in a dark corner. Cell hid his breath and stared at Fang Yun and others with hatred. Damn it! He actually used the fusion to deal with me. Cell clenched his fists and said, is he afraid of Vegeto? Piccolo, clenched his fist. Cell did not go out rashly. Cell was afraid that the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta would appear again. After being kicked by the guy named Vegeto, Cell felt that he was almost dead. Fortunately, his vitality was relatively strong, and he woke up in time. Chapter 102, Whis. Obviously, the fusion is very likely to be formed through the ear ring. Cell secretly guessed, another possibility is that the man named Fang Yun led it. Now, as long as I kill Fang Yun without anyone noticing, he and the ear ring will disappear. In that case, the guy named Vegeto will no longer exist. Thinking of this, Cell quietly pointed his hand at Fang Yun's body. As long as I release a beam of energy, I will definitely kill Fang Yun without anyone noticing. Cell smiled lightly. However, just when Cell wanted to release the energy, he suddenly found that Fang Yun turned his head and looked at his position. What? How is it possible? Fang Yun found me? No way. It must be a coincidence. Yes, it must be a coincidence. Fang Yun, what's wrong? Krillin asked curiously when he saw Fang Yun suddenly turn around and look somewhere. I always feel like someone is watching me over there. Fang Yun pointed to where Cell was hiding. Cell's face changed color, and he hurriedly moved back and hid his body. Did he really find me? Why is this happening? My breath is clearly hidden very thoroughly, okay? Who is this guy? By the way, Fang Yun, can we do the fusion again? This way, we can destroy Cell. Krillin asked. Cell's heart sank. This time, no matter what, we must kill Sun Wukong and Vegeta as soon as possible before they put on the earrings. Or, when Fang Yun takes out the earrings, kill Fang Yun together. Of course, but the fusion is time limited. Fang Yun smiled. What? Time limit? How long? Krillin asked. The longest is 1 minute. Fang Yun replied. Is it so short? Krillin exclaimed. Is 1 minute too short? Tien Shinyan wiped his sweat. So, if you want to defeat Cell, you need to work hard on your own. Fusion is only used to solve temporary crises. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Defeat Cell. Krillin felt too difficult. After hearing what Fang Yun said, Cell's eyes flashed with a strange light. So, fusion can only last for 1 minute? I will go out and kill them now? Then, Cell hesitated a little. If I kill Sun Wukong and the others now, the universe is so big, where will I go? I might as well find a way to complete my body as soon as possible. Only when I, Cell, become a complete body can I dominate this planet and this universe. Wait. Where is person number 18? Cell looked around carefully, but was surprised to find that number 18 and number 16 had disappeared. Cell's face changed color. When did they leave? Oh no. Just now, I was only concerned with destroying Sun Wukong and the others, and I didn't even know when number 18 left. No, I have to find number 18 as soon as possible. This time, even if I vomit my intestines, I will absorb her. Crush. After a few jumps, Cell left the scene at a high speed. Humph, I want to surpass it. Vegeta clenched his fists and trembled. Vegeta, what are you talking about? Sun Wukong asked. I want to surpass the Super Saiyan. Vegeta said in a deep voice. Vegeta, we too think the same thing. Sun Wukong laughed, I thought so just now. Tisk. Vegeta snorted coldly. I know a good place to practice, Vegeta, let's go there to practice. It takes a year to practice inside, which is equivalent to 1 day outside. Sun Wukong suggested. What? There is such a place. Vegeta widened his eyes. You guys come too. Sun Wukong called, that place is on the temple. Okay, come to think of it, I haven't been to the temple yet. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. Everyone thought about it carefully. Fang Yun really had never been to the temple. 10 minutes later, Fang Yun and Sun Wukong and others came to the temple. Vegeta asked himself to practice first, and Sun Wukong did not object. Vegeta went in first, and the rest of the people could only wait patiently for the time being. Fang Yun walked around the temple. It's true that standing high can see far. Fang Yun sighed. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. You said that as if you could see below. Li Ping, look over there, there is a beautiful girl taking a hot spring bath. Fang Yun said to Li Ping, and pointed to a certain position below zero. Li Ping. By the way, Li Ping, do you like women or men now? Fang Yun asked. It's women, of course it's a woman. You're so annoying. Li Ping said loudly. Krillin wiped his sweat. Tien Shinyan also had cold sweat on his face. You like women, why didn't you react when I said there was a beautiful girl taking a hot spring bath? Fang Yun asked with interest. How do you want me to react? Li Ping said angrily. Krillin, there's a beautiful girl changing clothes over there. Fang Yun called out to Krillin again. Where? Where? Krillin's eyes flashed with a strange light. Look, that's the reaction. Fang Yun smiled. Le Ping. The seventh universe, destroying the realm of gods. Weiss held the scepter in his hand. And on the crystal ball suspended above the scepter, a picture appeared. The content on the picture was exactly what Fang Yun had said and done in the temple just now. Weiss looked at Fang Yun in the crystal ball silently without speaking. Swish! Weiss waved his hand gently, and the painting style in the crystal ball changed. The next moment, a beautiful girl emerged from the crystal ball. The girl had silver white hair, tied in a ponytail, blue skin moist and smooth, and her appearance was off the charts. It was the angel Bardos from the sixth universe. Weiss, what do you want to talk to me about? Bardos asked. Sister, can you come over on May 6th when you have time? There is something very important that I want to discuss with you. Weiss said politely. I'm very busy. Bardos didn't want to move. If sister doesn't come, I'll find someone else. You'll regret it if you miss it. Weiss laughed. What is the important thing? Bardos didn't understand. Weiss didn't speak, but just moved his lips a few times. Bardos' eyes widened at the time, and his face became exciting. I'll be there. Bardos greeted. Okay, I'll wait for her sister. Weiss nodded. In less than 10 seconds. Shua. Led by a green fat man, Bardos appeared in the destroyer god realm of the seventh universe in an instant. Weiss. You came really fast. You actually asked your universe's king god Fuwa to send you. Chapter 103, Myers, I'll borrow your spaceship. Thank you, Lord Fuwa, you go back first, I can fly back by myself. Bardos thanked. Bardos is polite, then I'll go first. Fuwa nodded slightly, and disappeared in a flash through teleportation. Weiss, where is he? Bardos looked at Weiss with some expectation. Sister, take a look first. Weiss said, and the crystal ball on the scepter in his hand once again showed the picture of the clouds above the earth. Bardos looked over carefully, without blinking. A minute later. It seems to be him. I just didn't expect him to appear on Earth. Bardos' eyes sparkled. Am I seeing right? Weiss smiled. I'm not sure yet, I have to go to the scene to confirm it. Bardos nodded gently, then looked up at Weiss with a puzzled look. Such a good thing, why don't you go by yourself, why do you look for me? Ahem, it seems that he already has 2 wives. Weiss wiped his sweat, he should not be interested in men. Bardos. A short silence. You can dress up as a woman, we angels can change our appearance. 01 Bardos said with a smile. Wes. I don't want to be a woman. Wouldn't it be nice to be a man? Hee, just kidding. Bardos laughed. Wes wiped his sweat. This joke is not funny at all. Or, you should find the slave Martin of the 12th universe, she is the most beautiful woman in the god realm. Bardos said. Not necessarily, I think he likes women like my sister. Wes chuckled. Bardos glanced at Weiss silently, and his face flushed. Sister blushed. Weiss joked. Ahem, I remember that Myers seemed to be a patrolman in the Milky Way. Bardos changed the subject. Yes, sister. Weiss nodded. Bardos was thinking about something with his chin up. What are your plans next? Weiss asked, should I report this to my father? Don't worry, I want to go to Earth first and meet him to see if it's him. Bardos pondered. Swish. Then, Bardos transformed into a yellow-skinned girl. At the same time, Bardos' clothes were changed to the most common style on Earth. Of course, the scepter in Bardos's hand was received by her in a different space. Wes, how is it? He shouldn't recognize me in this outfit, right? Bardos chuckled. Change the color of your hair, 2. Whis suggested. Swish. Bardos' hair quickly turned black. How about this? Bardos asked. With his current divine power, I don't think it's possible for him to recognize his sister. Whis nodded gently. By the way, is Beerus still taking a nap? Bardos glanced at Beerus Castle. Yet. Whis laughed dryly. He's so lazy. Bardos said casually, okay, I'll leave first. Swish. After Bardos finished speaking, he immediately turned into a brilliant flame and flew quickly towards the earth in the Milky Way. Just as Weiss was silently observing Fang Yun through the crystal ball on the scepter, Fang Yun suddenly had a very strange feeling. It seems like someone is observing me. Fang Yun frowned. Fang Yun, what happened? Clin asked. Clin, I have a friend who is just like you, who likes to pry into other people's privacy. Fang Yun looked at Clin and said. Ah? Fang Yun, you still have such a friend, do you still keep in touch often? By the way, do I know him? Clin asked several questions in succession. He is dead. Fang Yun said. Clin. Fang Yun, you are too much. I am just concerned about you. Fang Yun looked around carefully again. Still couldn't see who was observing him. Is there something wrong with my perception? This time, why didn't I feel where the person observing me was? Fang Yun can be sure that it is not the Kai King God who is observing him. If it is not the Kai King God, who else could it be? Galaxy, Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Sister. Myers looked at Bardos who had descended, and greeted him in surprise. Sister, how come you have time to come here? I was passing by and came to see you. Bardos smiled. Sister, this new look is quite unique. Myers looked at Bardos' black hair and yellow skin, and couldn't help but admire it. You mean this new look is a bit out of place? Bardos asked with a smile. That's not what I meant. I think it looks pretty good. Myers scratched his head. How is it? Are you used to the training here? Bardos asked. It's okay. I'm used to living here. Myers nodded. I'm now the #1 elite member of the Galactic Patrol. Bardos glared at Myers. You are an angel. If you can't even reach the first elite, you'd better not be an angel. As the two were talking, Jack knocked on the door and walked in. Is this Mel's sister? Such a lovely girl. Jake's face turned slightly red. Mel's. Are you a member of Jake's team? Hello. 000 Bardos nodded politely. Hello. Jake responded quickly, and then said to Mel's, Mel's, your sister finally came here, why don't you treat her well? We have very delicious food here. Oh? What kind of food? Bardos asked. Sister, we do have excellent food here. Since you are here, stay and try it. Mel's nodded and whispered in his ear, the food can reach the 7th level. An hour later. The dining table in Mel's room was full of food. Bardos tasted it silently, and a happy look appeared on his face. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. It's really rare. Bardos ate with relish. If sister likes it, come often in the future. Mel's replied with a smile. Mers, you eat too. Bardos called. Bardos ate for more than 3 hours before he felt that he had eaten enough. After eating and drinking, Bardos gave him some advice on the angel training. Before leaving, Bardos took out his scepter and quietly observed Fang Yun. Still in the temple on earth. Bardos patted his forehead, are you not going to go down? After a short silence. Mers, borrow your spaceship. Bardos called. Chapter 104, Bardos comes to Earth. What do you want a spaceship for? Where are you going? It would be much easier to fly there. Why? Is it difficult? Bardos asked. No problem, of course no problem. Mercer laughed, then asked, but why does my sister want to use a spaceship? Nothing, I'm just tired of flying in the universe, and I want to take a spaceship and enjoy the scenery along the way. Bardos smiled. Earth, temple. Ahem, 20 hours have passed, why hasn't Vegeta come out yet? Krillin approached Goku. Vegeta, is it so difficult to surpass Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong also heard Krillin's voice, and couldn't help sighing, and looked at the distant God and Piccolo, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. God and Piccolo have been in this position for 19 hours, right? Krillin laughed dryly. What do they want to do? Tien Shinyan's face was sweating. Don't want to fight? But if you want to fight, you should have started a long time ago. Li Ping said with a orchid finger. Tien Shinyan immediately distanced himself from Li Ping. Don't get so close to me. You sissy. Not far away. I saw Piccolo and Angel standing opposite each other. Both stood there motionless, without speaking, and there was not much expression on their faces. The two have been in this position for 19 hours. I heard the great elder of Namek once said that if Piccolo and the god were assimilated into one person, they might not lose to the Saiyans. Krillin pondered. I think Piccolo wants to assimilate with the god. So, after assimilation, Dragon Ball will no longer exist, right? Tien Shinyan guessed. It should be, Krillin nodded, but now what we need more is a powerful warrior. The god seemed to have heard Krillin's words and glanced at him. Krillin quickly covered his mouth. I didn't say anything. Don't look at me. As Krillin said, perhaps, a more powerful warrior is what we need most at the moment. The god smiled and looked at Piccolo and said, Vegeta has been in there for nearly 20 hours, and it has been almost a year. He has not come out yet. It can be seen that it is very difficult to surpass the Super Saiyan. What do you want to say? Piccolo frowned. Do you really think that I want to assimilate with you so much? I am desperate now, okay? I have decided, I will assimilate with you. The god seemed to have made up his mind, looking at Piccolo and said. What? Piccolo was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. I hope that after assimilation, we can defeat Cell. The god pondered. I hope so too, I will do my best. Piccolo nodded gently, then, how about using my body as a basis? You are younger and stronger than me, I have no objection. The god replied, I will provide you with energy and wisdom. The corners of Piccolo's mouth raised a shallow arc. Put your hand on my chest. The god called. Piccolo gently put his hand on it. Hey! The god whistled, and the whole person turned into a shadow, and quickly sank into Piccolo's body. Piccolo panted heavily, silently feeling the changes in his body. After a short silence, Piccolo gradually calmed down. Is this assimilation? The gods and Piccolo have merged into one. Sun Wukong looked at the new Piccolo in surprise. I feel that Piccolo's aura has greatly improved. Krillin pondered. Will he surpass Goku? Tien Shinyan guessed. Really? Has he surpassed me? Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement, and he walked towards Piccolo. Sun Wukong, do you want to challenge me? Piccolo smiled. Well, I'll try, after assimilating you. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay, I just want to try my own strength. Piccolo smiled slightly. Boom! Powerful energy burst out from Piccolo's body. Pop! Sun Wukong did not hesitate at all, and directly became a Super Saiyan. Piccolo waved at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong no longer hesitated at all, and flew towards Piccolo. Bang bang bang! Sun Wukong launched an attack on Piccolo. Piccolo easily dealt with it. 10 seconds later, Piccolo punched Sun Wukong in the chest. Puff! Sun Wukong spit out a mouthful of acid water, the golden flames on his body dissipated, and he returned to normal, and fell softly to the ground. Are you okay? Piccolo asked. It hurts so much, Sun Wukong shouted, holding his chest and stood up firmly. So strong. He defeated Super Saiyan Goku so quickly. Krillin was shocked. The legend of Super Saiyan has been broken, Tian Xinyan sighed. Brother Tian? What you said is so philosophical. Ye Ping came over and said. Tian Xinyan glared at Li Ping. Dad, Uncle Piccolo Son Gohan didn't know what to do. Only Fang Yun looked at the two of them calmly. Fang Yun had expected Piccolo to have such strength. How is it? How do you feel about my strength? Piccolo looked at Son Goku and asked. Very powerful, it has surpassed me. Son Goku told the truth, however, I think Piccolo's current strength is about the level of Android 17, and it's hard to beat Cell. Pico's face was sweating. You really know how to tell the truth. What, just the level of Android 17? Krillin asked in surprise. If it's really just like this, then their assimilation is wasted. Tian Xinyan shook his head. Yes, I also found that my strength is only a little stronger than No 17. Piccolo did not hide it and told the truth, so, after Vegeta comes out, I also plan to go to the Room of Spirit and Time to practice for a year. Swoosh! As he was talking, a spaceship suddenly appeared above the temple. What is it? Spaceship. Piccolo looked up at the sky and muttered in surprise. The rest of the people also looked up and looked at the spaceship. What's going on? How did a spaceship land? Is the person coming an enemy or a friend? It landed. Krillin said vigilantly. There is no breath fluctuation on the other party. Tian Xinyan said. Is it another android? Li Ping exclaimed. Li Ping was also psychologically traumatized by the continuous appearance of androids. Chapter 105, Bardos. There is no breath, it may be just an ordinary person. Picker guessed. Crack. The hatch of the spaceship opened. The next moment, Bardos jumped out of the spaceship. It's a beautiful girl. Krillin's face, the complexion turned red. Who is she? Tian Xinyan didn't know her at all. Never seen her before, Sun Wukong shook his head. Let's find out her identity first, Piccolo pondered. Fang Yun, do you know her? Krillin asked Fang Yun. The moment Bardos appeared, Fang Yun also looked over silently. Fang Yun looked familiar with this girl. However, Bardos had changed her appearance, and changed into a galactic patrol uniform, plus a head of long black hair, and the ponytail was changed to a shawl style. Fang Yun really couldn't recognize her. I don't know her. Fang Yun shook his head. Hello everyone, I am Galactic Patrol Bar, please take care of me. Bardos bowed slightly and greeted everyone present very politely. Galactic Patrol? What is it? Tian Xinyan scratched his head. I suddenly remembered that Miss Bulma once said that a galactic patrolman came to Earth and gave Bulma's family a spaceship. By the way, Fang Yun should know more about this matter, right? Krillin turned his head and looked at Fang Yun. I remember it too. Sun Wukong nodded. Fang Yun didn't say anything. Why didn't I know that the galactic patrolman had such a beautiful girl? Bar? Fang Yun had never heard of this name. You are talking about the Jack patrolman, right? Bardos took over and nodded slightly. I also heard about this from the Jack team. At that time, it was thanks to Miss Bulma's family. They provided the Jack patrolman with fuel for the spacecraft's power system, otherwise the Jack patrolman would be trapped on Earth. Hearing Bardos' words, everyone present immediately had no doubts. In fact, Sun Wukong and others had nothing to doubt. From the looks of this girl, she is a very friendly type, not like the embodiment of evil at all. Patrolman Bar, are you here to help us deal with Cell? Krillin asked with a red face. What a beautiful girl! I wish you could be my girlfriend. The headquarters got the news that a monster was born on Earth, so they sent me here to see if I can help. Bardos nodded gently, so, is this monster called Cell? Do you have detailed information about him? Can you provide it to me? Bardos spoke very politely. All of a sudden, everyone present had a good impression of her. Immediately, Krillin took the initiative to come over and told Bardos about Cell and the androids in detail. Bardos had already learned all the information about Cell through the scepter, and at this time he pretended to listen carefully. Then, Bardos asked the names of everyone present. "My name is Krillin, please take care of me." Krillin said with a red face. "Please take care of me." Bardos nodded gently. "Klin, why are you blushing?" Le Ping came over and whispered in Klin's ear, "Are you attracted to Patrolman Bear?" Le Ping, shut up. Klin stared. Ho ho ho, Bardos smiled. As an angel, she could hear Le Ping's voice clearly even if it was very low. A human who couldn't be more ordinary actually fell in love with her. Bardos thought it was normal. "I am an angel, and there are many people who like me." Of course, Bardos couldn't possibly be attracted to Klin, but she still nodded and smiled politely. "Patrolman Bear, this is Fang Yun." Klin introduced. "Hello, please take care of me." Bardos stretched out his hand and said to Fang Yun. Everyone present was slightly startled. This was the first time that Patrolman Bear took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands. When Patrolman Bear got to know the other people, he didn't mean to shake hands. Even when a brainless and rude person like Gaku took the initiative to extend his hand, Patrolman Bear had no intention of paying attention, but just smiled politely. Now, Patrolman Bear actually took the initiative to extend his hand to Fang Yun. Krillin looked at Fang Yun with envy. "I also want to shake hands with Miss Bear. You look familiar, have we met before?" Fang Yun did not intend to extend her hand, but just silently looked at Bardos opposite. Bardos' heart sank. Could it be that he recognized me? No way. With his current divine power, how could he recognize me? No way. Definitely not. I also think Mr. Fang Yun looks familiar. Has Mr. Fang Yun been to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol? Bardos asked. No. Fang Yun shook his head. Bardos smiled. I have never been to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Who are you fooling? How could you know me? Maybe, I have an ordinary face. Bardos chuckled. How could that be? You are obviously very good looking. Fang Yun smiled, stretched out his hand and held Bardos' hand tightly. Really? Thank you, Mr. Fang Yun, for the compliment. I will be proud if you say so. Bardos' face flushed, looking even more charming. For a moment, Krillin was stunned. Tian Xinyan's face was also a little ruddy. Yakahei's expression did not change at all, as if he had not yet recovered from when Fang Yun and Bardos' hands touched. Fang Yun felt that this beautiful girl was a little suspicious. Her hands seemed to be shaking. What was she trying to do? What was the origin of this girl? Forget it, let's observe first. Bardos's hands did shake a little. The reason for the shaking was that Bardos was excited and excited. It was him. It was really him. Finally found him. How could I not be excited? Even, Bardos' tears were about to fall in excitement. Fang Yun. What's your expression? Why are you still brewing tears? Ahem, I'm really sorry, Mr. Fang Yun looks like a friend I knew before. Bardos knew that his emotions were a little out of control, and he quickly explained. What about Patrolman Bar's friend? Klin asked. Dead, Bardos said. Fang Yun kicked Krillin away with one kick. You are the only one who talks too much. Bardos. Sun Wukong. Picker. So cruel. Krillin fell to the ground and was about to cry. Why did you kick me? Patrolman Bar said that, you blame me? Damn it. No wonder Patrolman Bar favors Fang Yun. It turns out that Fang Yun looks a lot like Patrolman Bar's dead friend. Krillin felt lost. Chapter 106, Bardos. By the way, Patrolman Bar, what are your abilities? Show us so that we can deal with Cell. Sun Wukong asked. Me? Abilities? Bardos thought for a moment and turned his head to look at Fang Yun. Bardos. Why are you still holding my hand? Let go. You already have 2 wives, why are you still holding me? Weiss is right. Women are more attractive to you. Actually, I don't have any great skills. I mainly rely on this gun to attack my opponents. Bardos said, and took out the pistol in his trouser pocket. Krillin. Son Goku. Pico. Tien Shinyan. The group of people were completely speechless. Gun? Are you using this gun to attack people? Do you know that your gun is useless to us? It's useless to us, let alone Cell. Forget it, let her do whatever she wants. Anyway, she came to Earth to help out with good intentions. Fang Yun silently looked at Bardos. Why did the posture of this woman holding the gun just now look a bit like Myers? Fang Yun couldn't help but shudder. Oh my god, this woman is not Myers himself, right? Fang Yun knew clearly that Myers was an apprentice angel. In addition, Fang Yun also knew the angel's special abilities. As angels, they can help people have children and bring people back to life. Therefore, it is still possible to transform into a beautiful girl. Fang Yun couldn't help shaking the hand that he had just held with Bardos. Now Fang Yun is thinking about a question. If it is really Mers who came to the Earth, then what is his purpose? Just to deal with Cell? Is it worth it for the angels to take action against such a small boss? Go deal with Moro, why are you running to the Earth? Fang Yun decided to observe. Of course, in order to confirm the other party's identity, Fang Yun quietly waved to Bardos. Fang Yun planned to see if he could erase this patrolman Bar. However, when Fang Yun used the power of erasure, he was surprised to find that Patrolman Bar was standing there intact. It is indeed a god. It is very likely to be an angel. Currently, Fang Yun's power of erasure has only reached the gold level. Only when he reaches diamond can Fang Yun erase the king of the worlds and the god of destruction. To erase an angel, the erasure ability needs to reach the star glory level. Fang Yun was a little upset when he met someone he couldn't erase. However, what made Fang Yun feel fortunate was that it seemed that when he just erased Patrolman Bear didn't notice anything. It can be seen that even if the other party was an angel, she didn't realize that he had already thought of erasing her. Of course, if Fang Yun could really erase Bardos, he would restore her after erasing her. Wukong, Vegeta came out of the room of spirit and time. Just then, Mr. Popo, who was guarding the door of the room of spirit and time, shouted to this side. What? Vegeta came out. Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement. By the way, we have another companion, his name is Vegeta, he used to practice in a strange place, 1 year in that place is equivalent to 1 day outside. Krillin introduced it to Bardos in a flattering way. Oh? Mr. Krillin is talking about the other dimension, right? Bardos nodded slightly, there is such a magical place on Earth. Another dimension. Krillin was stunned. Jane simply put, it is a special space. Bardos smiled, turned his head to look at Fang Yun, and blinked, what do you think, Mr. Fang Yun? Fang Yun nodded and subconsciously took a step back. You are not really Mels, are you? You are a man, blinking at me, what do you mean? Fang Yun really wanted to kick this unknown woman away. But when he thought that he was not her opponent yet, he felt a little tired. No. I have to advance quickly. If I don't advance, I will be bullied by the angel. Next, as long as Cell absorbs Vegeta, Cell can complete his body. Then, he will wipe him out. Vegeta stepped out with endless smiles and confidence on his face. How is it, Vegeta? Have you surpassed the Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked hurriedly. Zero, please ask for flowers. Of course. Vegeta smiled, I will destroy Cell right now. Kakarot, I advise you not to go in. There is no point in training there. Do you mean that you can easily destroy Cell? Sun Wukong smiled. Yes. Vegeta nodded, does anyone know where Cell is now? That guy has hidden his breath. When saying this, Vegeta glanced at Fang Yun inadvertently. But soon, Vegeta shifted his sight and did not dare to look Fang Yun in the face. Vegeta thought about it. Although I have surpassed the Super Saiyan now, there is still a big gap between me and Vegeto. Even Vegeto's fusion can be easily wiped out by Fang Yun, so I'd better not provoke him now. 000. Wait until I defeat Cell, and then think of a better way to deal with Fang Yun. Vegeta actually surpassed the Super Saiyan in the 3rd month of entering the Spirit and Time. For a period of time afterwards, Vegeta has been practicing his transformation. Then, Vegeta patiently studied how to prevent being wiped out by Fang Yun. However, Vegeta studied several plans and felt that none of them were suitable, so he simply gave up for the time being. Therefore, Vegeta came out relatively late. In Vegeta's view, the most important thing at the moment is to kill Cell. What if that guy finds Emily and absorbs Emily as well? Vegeta dare not think further. It's a headache. Cell has indeed hidden his breath, and it's hard to find. Sun Wukong scratched his head and turned to ask Piccolo, Piccolo, can you see the situation below? You should be able to find Cell's location, right? Although I can see everything below, I can't find a person among the countless people if he hides his breath. Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face, but I'll still try to look for it. Maybe I can find it if I'm lucky. Where will he go? Tien Shinyan frowned. By the way, what is Cell's purpose? Krillin asked hurriedly. Seeing that no one spoke, he immediately answered himself. The reason why he hid his breath and avoided us is that he was afraid of Vegeto on the one hand, and on the other hand, he should want to find number 18 as soon as possible and absorb number 18 to become a complete body. Chapter 107, Bardos, you can bear this. Number 18 and number 16 left quietly when we were fighting Cell. I guess they found a place to hide. Piccolo nodded in response. Number 16 was seriously injured. If possible, he would probably return to the laboratory for treatment. It should be called repair. Krillin guessed. But Dr. Gero is dead. Who will repair him? Tien Shinyan asked. Maybe number 18 can repair him. Krillin pondered. You want to find Cell? Why bother? As a member of the Galactic Patrol, it shouldn't be difficult for BAER to find someone. Fang Yun smiled and greeted Sun Wukong and others. Everyone immediately looked at Bardos. Bardos. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. This is your human business. I'm just here to eat melons. The reason why I said I came to help was for Fang Yun. Do you really think I came to help you? I can try, but I may not find it. Bardos smiled. Who is this woman? Vegeta was stunned. She is Galactic Patrol BAER. Krillin introduced. Oh? This is really a grand event, even the Galactic Patrol is out. Vegeta smiled lightly. Vegeta, have you heard of the Galactic Patrol? Krillin was stunned. I heard about it a long time ago. It is said that it is the messenger of justice in the galaxy. But the Galactic Patrol is just a show, and they dare not provoke Frieza at all. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Bardos heard Vegeta's sarcastic words and looked at him. What? Am I wrong? Vegeta chuckled. It's not that the Galactic Patrol doesn't dare to provoke Frieza, it's because Frieza is working for someone and they have reached some kind of verbal agreement before. Bardos smiled. Oh? Frieza is working for someone? How come I don't know? Vegeta smiled. Frisia is working for someone? Is it true? This woman is really good at bragging. So, who is this person you are talking about? Vegeta asked with interest. With your current status, you are not qualified to know him. Bardos replied with a smile. Vegeta's face turned ugly at that time, and he was shaking with anger. Damn it! Can you find Cell? If you can, find him quickly! Vegeta shouted. Vegeta believed that if the other party was a man, he would definitely beat him up. However, the other party was a woman. Vegeta had been training on Earth for so long that he could not bear to attack a beautiful girl. You dare to yell at me? Bardos was so angry that his nose was crooked. I am the daughter of the High Priest and the Angel of the Sixth Universe, but I was yelled at by a little human? Should I beat this Vegeta to death? However, Bardos was still very self-restrained. He took a deep breath and ignored Vegeta. We can't even fight, Fang Yun sighed. Patrolman Bar, you are so patient. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Krillin. Fang Yun, you're going too far. Are you hoping that Patrolman Bar will be bullied by Vegeta? Can you bear such a pretty and lovely girl? Tien Shinyan said nothing, cold sweat dripping down his face. Let Patrolman Bar challenge Vegeta? Isn't that like hitting a rock with an egg? Let's not do it, right? Fang Yun, you're really good at picking fights. Sun Wukong looked at Bardos thoughtfully, then at Vegeta, with a bit of expectation in his eyes. Bardos. Bardos looked at Fang Yun speechlessly. What do you mean? Does he already know my origins? Impossible. With his current divine power, it is absolutely impossible for him to know my identity. It's such a pity, if only I could read his inner thoughts through mind reading. However, how can I read the thoughts of the noble and lofty Lord De Quan? Mr. Fang Yun is right. If you provoke me again, I will be rude to you. Bardos snorted coldly and said to Vegeta. Oh? How can you be rude to me? I'll stand here and let you hit me. If you can break my defense, I, Vegeta, will follow you in the future. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Hey, I saw Cell! Piccolo suddenly shouted. What? Found Cell? Great! Vegeta turned his head and looked at Piccolo. As for standing there and letting Bardos hit him, Vegeta was just saying it out of anger. I am now a warrior who has surpassed the Super Saiyan. How can I be as rude as a woman? Now, in Vegeta's opinion, the most important thing is to kill Cell in front of everyone, so that he can feel more accomplished. Piccolo, where is Cell? Tell me. Vegeta walked to Piccolo's side. Piccolo was standing at the edge of the temple, looking down. Seeing Vegeta coming up, Piccolo pointed to a certain location below. It's in the mountainous area over there. It seems that he is looking for No 18. Piccolo called, I'll take you there. Let's go quickly. Vegeta snorted coldly and flew rapidly downward. Piccolo also followed Vegeta without any hesitation. Gohan, it's our turn to practice next. Son Goku called to his son Son Gohan. Yes, Dad. Son Gohan nodded. Son Goku and his son entered the room of spirit and time. A certain mountainous area. Cell hit his breath and floated high above the mountainous area. Damn it, where did number 18 go? I've also looked for them in Dr. Gero's research institute, but there's no trace of them. Cell muttered to himself, normally, number 18 ran away with number 16. Given No 18's personality, he shouldn't abandon the injured number 16. Number 17 and number 18 in this era are different from the era I was familiar with in May and July. Just as Cell was muttering about No 18's whereabouts, he suddenly sensed two powerful auras flying towards his location. Who is it? Who's coming? Cell frowned, is it the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta? It doesn't seem like it, two completely unfamiliar auras. Swish! Cell found a place and hid first. Cell was really a little afraid that Vegeto would appear again. That guy was too scary. In Cell's opinion, the only way to defeat Vegeto was to become a perfect body. However, Cell would never have thought that even if he became a perfect body, he would still be several dimensions behind Vegeto. Cell and Vegeto are not of the same weight class at all. Chapter 108, Bardos. Swish! Swish! Vegeta and Piccolo fell from the sky and appeared near where Cell was just now. Where is he? Vegeta looked around and found no trace of Cell. What a cunning guy, he should have sensed our breath and hid in advance. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Find him, find him! Vegeta shouted. Piccolo snorted coldly. Your orders are like this S-tone, I'm not happy at all. You'd better find it yourself. I won't serve you anymore. In a dark corner, Cell silently looked at Piccolo and Vegeta in the sky. Strange, is it Piccolo and Vegeta? Why does the aura feel completely different from before? Cell frowned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Cell looked carefully again. It seems that except for Piccolo and Vegeta, no other warriors came. Cell could vaguely sense the other warriors, they were all high in the sky, far away from here. As for where they were, Cell didn't know. Cell didn't need to know the location of Son Goku and the others. 01. The most important thing now is to find number 18 quickly and absorb him, so that it can become a complete body. This is a good opportunity. As long as I kill Vegeta, Sun Wukong will not be able to merge with Vegeta, and the guy named Vegeto will not appear. Cell's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Cell, I know you are nearby, come out! Vegeta shouted loudly. Temple. Mr. Fang Yun, who do you think will win, Vegeta or Cell? Bardos asked with a smile. What do you think? Fang Yun asked. Judging from the intensity of energy, Vegeta's energy has far exceeded Cell's current energy, so I think, if nothing unexpected happens, Vegeta will win. Bardos smiled confidently. What if you lose? How will you compensate me? Fang Yun lowered his voice. Bardos. Why should I compensate you if I lose? You are overdoing it. How do you want me to compensate you? Bardos did not get angry, but turned his head to look at Fang Yun with a smile, blinking his eyes and showing a cute and playful smile. Fang Yun. You are not angry? What is the reason for her to come to Earth? Also, is she transformed by Mel's? No, Fang Yun decided to find a way to confirm whether the bear in front of him is a man or a woman. How to confirm? It seems that it is really difficult to confirm. If it is really Mel's who transformed, he can completely make it look real. Fang Yun had a headache. Mr. Fang Yun, are you okay? Bardos asked. No. Fang Yun smiled. But why do I feel that Mr. Fang Yun is worried? Bardos asked again. It's not a big deal, I just feel a little tired after seeing you. Fang Yun told the truth. Bardos. Why are you tired when you see me? Don't talk to me. Fang Yun said. Bardos. Krillin. How can you treat a girl like this? You are so unromantic, I really don't know why Tais and Bulma followed you. What a scumbag. Krillin despised Fang Yun in his heart. Mr. Fang Yun is too cautious. Don't worry, I really have no ill intentions. Bardos lowered his voice and whispered in Fang Yun's ear. Fang Yun didn't say anything. I'd better improve my Omni King's magical power as soon as possible. I can't erase this guy, I feel uneasy. Fang Yun immediately looked down. Not long after Vegeta's voice fell, Cell quietly appeared behind Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, Cell is behind you. Piccolo shouted loudly. What? Vegeta was stunned for a moment and looked back hurriedly. Cell didn't hide, but just looked at Vegeta with a smile. Strange. Why do I have a very strange feeling after seeing Vegeta? It feels like someone has met his first love, and his heart is surging. Pa. Cell spit out a mouthful of saliva. This is really disgusting. I actually have this idea about Vegeta? Did my brain get damaged by the time and space storm when I traveled through time? Vegeta. How dare you humiliate me? I will let you know why flowers are red later. He, Vegeta, you are quite courageous. You dare to come here to die. Cell smiled and glanced at Piccolo again, and your strength has improved a lot. How did you do it? Humph. Piccolo snorted coldly, without any intention of answering. Cell, I will let you see the results of my training now. Vegeta smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Oh? Then I'll wait and see. Cell crossed his arms and looked at Vegeta with interest. Pop. Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta. Let me feel your breath after you surpass Super Saiyan from a close distance. Piccolo whispered. Boom. Suddenly, endless breath emerged from Vegeta's body. So strong Piccolo's face changed slightly. What? What's going on? Cell's pupil shrank. Boom. Vegeta's breath continued to flow out. At the same time, the golden light on Vegeta's body became thicker and thicker. This Cell stuttered. How is this possible? It's only been a day. How did Vegeta improve his strength? In less than 10 seconds, Vegeta had already improved his breath to the extreme. There was an endless smile on Vegeta's mouth, and because of his pride, his mouth was almost grinning to his ears. Cell was shocked and his pupils were filled with endless doubts. Above the temple. Is this Vegeta's breath? Krillin was so scared that his whole body trembled. It's so scary. Tien Shinyan's face was sweating. Brother Tien Jiaozi was so scared that his face turned pale. Brother Tien? I'm so scared. Le Ping came over. Get out! Tien Shinyan shouted. Only Fang Yun and Bardos were relatively calm. The two stood at the edge of the temple and watched what was happening below silently. Ignorance is really a kind of luck. Kellen sighed. Kellen, what do you mean? Who is ignorant? Leaping thought Kellen was talking about himself, and was immediately unhappy. Stupid, I didn't say you. Kellen shouted, and glanced at Fang Yun. I see. Leaping nodded, you mean that Fang Yun and Patrolman Bear can't sense the breath, so they don't feel anything. Chapter 109, That piece of forest is too annoying. Kellen wiped his sweat. Ahem, that's not what I meant, don't get me wrong. Kellen waved his hand. I'll punish you to lose the capital of being a man. Fang Yun said, waving his hand gently. What did you say? Kellen was shocked. Then, Kellen pulled his pants and took a look. Ah, it's gone. Kellen exclaimed. Let me see, let me see. Leaping was so happy. Get out. Kellen kicked Leaping with a flying kick. The next moment, Klin rushed to Fang Yun's side and begged bitterly, saying that he would never dare to do it again. I don't want to become like Le Ping. I might as well die. 1 hour, after 1 hour, I will restore you. Fang Yun said lightly. Thank you very much, Fang Yun. Klin cried. You wiped out all my damn thing, and I still have to thank you. I am so tragic. Fang Yun deliberately wiped out a certain organ of Klin's body in front of Bardos, mainly to see how she would react. As a result, the woman looked very calm, as if nothing had happened. Fang Yun thought carefully. Yes, she must not know what she wiped out, right? What a mistake. I should have wiped off Klin's arm just now. The forest below seems to block the view a bit. Fang Yun sighed. Yeah, it's not a good look. It's not good to see them fighting. Bardos nodded gently. Then disappear. Fang Yun said, waving his big hand gently. Below. Vegeta's face was full of smug smiles. Pico was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. Cell was even more terrified. Cell, I'm going to attack. Vegeta smiled. Swish. At this moment, the area around Cell and Vegeta, about 10 miles in radius, immediately turned into a flat land, leaving nothing behind. After seeing the changes around him, Vegeta's confidence on his face suddenly disappeared. It's Fang Yun. What does he want to do? Vegeta quickly checked his body. Fortunately, no parts were lost. However, what Vegeta couldn't understand was why Fang Yun wiped out the nearby flowers and plants. Yes, Fang Yun was watching his performance in the temple. These big trees seemed to affect his vision, right? After figuring out Fang Yun's original intention, Vegeta was relieved for the time being. Pico also quickly checked his body. Originally, Piccolo didn't plan to check. But seeing Vegeta check, he checked too. Fortunately, Fang Yun was not targeting him. It's too scary, okay? In the blink of an eye, everything nearby disappeared. Even summer flies and mosquitoes. What's going on? The rocks and flowers nearby are gone. Cell widened his eyes, even mosquitoes disappeared. Why do I feel that this scene is a bit familiar? Cell scratched his head. Cell, what you should worry about most now is your own safety, not those flowers and plants, right? Vegeta smiled. Swish. Vegeta smiled lightly, dodged and rushed to the opposite side of Cell, and punched Cell in the abdomen. Suddenly, Vegeta's fist sank deeply into Cell's stomach. Cell looked down at Vegeta, his face full of shock. Bang! With a muffled sound, Cell flew backwards. And at the same time, acid water in his mouth kept spraying out. Hey! Vegeta's figure flashed and appeared right above Cell. Vegeta crossed his fingers and clenched his fists, smashing down fiercely. Boom! Cell's body hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole on the ground. Pop! Vegeta landed at the edge of the pit. He looked at Cell in the pit with a smile. Hey, Cell, stand up. Vegeta smiled gently. Cell bared his teeth, flew out of the pit angrily, and glared at Vegeta. Damn it! Why can't I beat him? Cell wondered. What on earth is wrong with this Vegeta? Why did he improve his strength to this level in just one day? How is it, Cell? Show your true ability. Vegeta was very proud. Wow! Cell's breath burst out. Bang! Vegeta kicked out and hit Cell's head. Cell flew backwards again, his head rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. Cell got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I thought you were so great, but it turns out you are just a straw bag. Vegeta looked disdainful. What did you say? Cell was so angry that his whole body was shaking. What? Am I wrong? Vegeta sneered. Wow! Cell was furious and punched Vegeta with a powerful punch. Bang! Seeing the flying fist, Vegeta blocked it lightly and easily resisted Cell's attack. What? Is this all your strength? You really disappoint me. Vegeta sneered. Bang! Vegeta kicked out again and hit Cell in the chest. Cell slid backwards and fell to the ground. Pico was stunned. Vegeta, too powerful. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Are you Vegeta? Cell asked loudly. No. Vegeta pointed at his nose and said with a smile, I am Super Vegeta. Cell. Well, I'd better get rid of you as soon as possible. Vegeta's eyes showed murderous intent. Damn it! If I become a complete body, I may not lose to you. Cell bared his teeth, feeling very unwilling. Vegeta was slightly startled. I don't accept it. Cell shouted loudly. You said, if you become a complete body, you can beat me. Vegeta looked at Cell and said. Pico frowned, his heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. Yes, after I become a perfect body, my strength will be greatly improved. Cell clenched his fists. The computer told me that my speed, my energy, my wisdom, and all my aspects will evolve to an extremely perfect level. Oh! Vegeta smiled and kicked Cell to the ground again. Look, there is such a big gap between us, you can defeat me after becoming a perfect body. How many times do you want me to say it before you believe it? Cell got up and shouted at Vegeta. Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you. Vegeta snorted, but I have no obligation to help you find number 18-3. Chapter 110, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The thing I was worried about finally happened. Vegeta, you idiot. Shut up and do your own thing. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo. Vegeta, do you know the consequences of doing this? Piccolo said with a dark face. I don't know, and there's no need to know. Vegeta chuckled, don't you want to challenge a higher opponent? Pico was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but he could do nothing. Okay Cell, go quickly, I hope you can find number 18 as soon as possible, don't let me wait too long. Vegeta said with a smile, if it takes too long, Kakarot will come out, and we won't have so much fun. Son Goku? His breath has indeed disappeared. Cell was stunned for a moment. Where did he go? You don't need to ask so much, he just went to a place to practice, just like me. Vegeta smiled, okay, I'll give you 3 hours to find number 18. Am I kind enough? No need, I've found it. Cell smiled slightly. Found it? Where? Vegeta was stunned. Here. Cell grinned, and suddenly 003 raised his hands and put them on his cheeks. Vegeta suddenly had a bad premonition. Piccolo's face turned pale. This action is Sun Fist. Cell shouted. Damn it! Vegeta was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. I asked you to find number 18, what do you mean by performing the Sun Fist? Swish! Just when Vegeta was a little confused about Cell's intention. At this time, Cell appeared behind Vegeta without anyone noticing. At the same time, Cell's long tail suddenly swallowed Vegeta below. The tip of the tail turned into a bell in an instant, wrapping Vegeta tightly. Although Vegeta's strength far exceeds Cell. However, Vegeta never expected that Cell would come to absorb him. When Vegeta came to his senses, he suddenly found that his energy was no longer easy to burst out. Gulp gulp. In just a blink of an eye, Cell completed Vegeta's subsorption. Cell also had a sudden thought. Why don't I absorb Vegeta? Since I feel a surge of emotion when I look at Vegeta. Then I will absorb him. Maybe, a miracle will happen to my body. Cell thought so and did so. When Piccolo's eyes regained their sight, he was so surprised. Oh my god, am I seeing right? Vegeta was absorbed. Cell absorbed Vegeta? Boom! Just when Piccolo was wondering, Cell suddenly burst out with amazing energy. At the same time, Cell's body changed rapidly. Cell is going to become a perfect form? How is this possible? Piccolo was so surprised. For a moment, Piccolo stood still because of fear, and even lost the idea of running away. Boom! A strong aura emerged from Cell's body again. When he looked again, Cell had completed his evolution and became a perfect form. Cell just looked at his body calmly, feeling the endless terrible energy in his body. I've done it. Me. Cell, the android. I've become a perfect body today? The computer told me. I am indeed a perfect body. That's right. It's just that I didn't absorb number 18. I absorbed Vegeta. Can I become a perfect body by absorbing Vegeta? Cell was excited, but also a little confused. It seems that there is no direct conflict between Dr. Gero and Vegeta. Why absorb Vegeta? Forget it, never mind. Anyway, I have become a perfect body. I finally completed the final evolution. Cell looked extremely excited, and smiled at Piccolo, who was already stunned. What a pity, you are the only one who witnessed my perfect body. Cell smiled lightly, looked at Piccolo, and said with interest. Above the temple. Finally, Cell is complete, Fang Yun exclaimed, tears were about to fall. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Vados had a face full of question marks and looked confused. How can you be more excited than Cell? Who completed the evolution of the body? Also, how did Cell absorb Vegeta to become a perfect body? Let me sort it out. Vados was a little confused about the situation. Although Vados was an angel, he was an angel of the 6th universe after all, and he had almost no attention to the 7th universe. Before coming to Earth, Vados also made up for some information about the 7th universe. Otherwise, Vados would really be blind. Even so, from the information provided by Whis, Cell had to absorb androids 17 and 18 to become a perfect body. Now, Cell actually absorbed Vegeta as android 18. What's going on? Krillin's face became extremely ugly after sensing Cell's powerful aura. Vegeta's aura disappeared. Cell's aura is even stronger. Tian Xinyan said. What happened? Li Ping raised his orchid finger. You seem very excited, Mr. Fang Yun. Bardos said with a smile. Yet. Fang Yun nodded and waved to Cell. How can I not be excited? I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, the people who should be wiped out have been wiped out. The span of this upgrade is a bit long. It spanned more than 10 years. Below. Pico was trembling with fear. Pico admitted that he was not even a match for Cell in the second form, let alone this perfect Cell. Vegeta, you deserve it. Piccolo bared his teeth. Hee, Piccolo, you also understand that it is futile for you to run away. It seems that you are very smart and know that you can't run away. Cell pointed his hand at Piccolo, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Piccolo didn't resist. Piccolo knew very well that it was useless even if he resisted. The gap between him and Cell was too big. Okay, go to hell. Cell said, and was about to kill Piccolo on the spot. Swish. However, just when Cell was about to attack, his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Nothing was left. Pico's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of shock. Where are the people? Why did Cell disappear? What's going on? Pico thought that Cell appeared behind him by moving at high speed. Pico hurriedly looked back. Still no one. The problem is that the gap between him and Cell is so big, there is no need for him to do anything unnecessary. Pico was anxious. What exactly is going on? Pico's face was full of confusion. Chapter 111, Platinum. Temple. Hey? Cell's aura disappeared. Krillin exclaimed. It really disappeared, what's going on? Tian Xinyan was also puzzled. Just now, Cell's aura clearly increased significantly. Why did Cell suddenly hide his aura again? The question is, where is Vegeta? Why is Vegeta gone too? Fang Yun wiped Cell away with tears in his eyes. Sure enough, just as Fang Yun felt, his Omni King avatar successfully advanced from gold to platinum. Platinum avatar, strength is 10 times that of Beerus. Oh my god! This time, Frisia is not used as the unit of strength. Instead, it is replaced by the god of destruction Beerus. At the same time, in addition to the improvement in strength, Fang Yun also has a new skill creation. That's right. Creation. You can create everything. This is the platinum level. Above platinum, there are diamonds, stars, and kings. Just platinum, have some other abilities of the Omni King surfaced? Creation? Fang Yun silently felt this magical ability called creation. Creating everything. It's getting more and more interesting. This time, after advancing to the Platinum Avatar, in addition to creation, Fang Yun's erasure ability has also been greatly improved. Now, Fang Yun can wipe out a planet with a wave of his hand. Now, the only thing Fang Yun cannot wipe out is the gods above the Kaishan and the god of destruction. For example, angels, high priests, etc. Fang Yun needs to further improve his magical powers to wipe them out. In addition, the conditions for advancing from Platinum to Diamond have also changed greatly this time. The conditions for advancement are no longer to erase a certain person as the main task. This time the conditions for advancement are very vague: recruiting 2 powerful guards, and the guards must be convinced and loyal. Just a few simple words. 2 powerful guards? For Fang Yun, it is not difficult to recruit guards. It should not be difficult to make them loyal and convinced, right? Let's talk about this later. Try to erase the magical power first. Fang Yun was eager to try, and wiped out the moon with a wave of his hand. Then, Fang Yun waved his hand again. The moon magically came back again. No one knew that the moon had disappeared. Moon. Who did I offend? Can the erased planet be restored? Fang Yun was very happy, and he waved his hand again and wiped out the sun. The sky suddenly became dark. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. What happened? Krillin exclaimed, did someone summon the dragon? Picnic and the gods have assimilated into one person. Didn't the Dragon Ball disappear? Where did the dragon come from? Tian Xinyan wiped his sweat. But why is the sky dark? Krillin was stunned. There is no light at all. Why do I feel that the air is a little cold? Li Ping shivered. The temperature has dropped. What's going on? Krillin's face changed color. Then, Fang Yun waved his hand again. The disappeared sun was restored. The warm sun was shining. Everything was as before. The temperature that had dropped before returned to normal immediately because it was too short. Well, it's interesting. Fang Yun smiled. Bardos. You actually wiped out the sun. Bardos wiped his sweat. Fang Yun, do you know what happened just now? Klin asked hurriedly. It's not a big deal. I was just idle and wiped out the sun to see what would happen if the earth lost the Sunday. Fang Yun said with a smile. Klin. Tian Xinyan. Li Ping. Jiaozi. Just brag. You wiped out the sun. Why don't you wipe out the Milky Way? Why don't you wipe out the universe? Meeting such a boastful person, Klin and others were speechless. Of course, Klin and others would not believe that it was Fang Yun who wiped out the sun. After a brief shock, Bardos looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Something's wrong. What's going on? His divine power actually increased by several levels at once. It's over. I don't know if he can recognize me. I have to be careful. Bardos was beating his heart. Or, I should leave quickly and come back in my true form? Vados's beautiful eyes kept blinking. Sure enough, Vados got what she thought. Then Vados saw Fang Yun staring at her silently. Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me. Vados felt nervous. Zero, please give me flowers. Patrolman Bar, you seem scared. Fang Yun looked at Vados with a smile. Fang Yun waited secretly. My current strength is 10 times that of Beerus. I don't know if I can beat her. She should be just an apprentice angel, right? Fang Yun found that although his all-powerful ability had been improved, he still couldn't see through the essence of this woman. With his own strength, which was 10 times stronger than Beerus, it seemed a bit difficult to deal with Whis. However, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with a Mers, right? Besides, as an apprentice angel, Mers didn't dare to burst out all his angelic power. If he did, he would disappear. How about it? Try it? Of course, before trying, Fang Yun still quietly used the eraser on Bardos. 00. Sure enough, there was no effect at all. This made Fang Yun more certain that the other party was at least an apprentice angel. Fang Yun's heart moved. I have a new idea. Patrolman Bar, I'm short of a guard now. How about you be my guard? Fang Yun glanced at Bardos and asked with a smile. Fang Yun didn't hide his words. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for everyone present to hear. Clin. Fang Yun, you're going too far. You let such a beautiful girl be your guard. She's the galactic patrolman. Is it appropriate for you to do this? Clin was about to refute Bardos, but suddenly thought of a part of his body that had disappeared. His heart trembled, and the words on his lips were swallowed. I won't say anything. Bardos looked at Fang Yun without blinking. Why are you looking at me like that? Just say whether you agree or not. Fang Yun asked. Are you serious? Bardos asked back. Do you think I'm kidding? Fang Yun smiled. Do you really want me to be your guard? Bardos asked again. What? Is there a problem? Fang Yun said with a smile. No problem, Bardos nodded, hiding his excitement. Swish. The next moment, a piece of paper with special material suddenly flashed in Bardos's hand. Fang Yun was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Why can't I understand? Then, Fang Yun saw that Bardos handed the paper to him with both hands. Chapter 112, Bardos. Fang Yun took it and quickly glanced at it. What the hell? Is this an agreement? On it was written the agreement to appoint a guard. I hereby appoint Patrolman Bearer as a guard to protect Fang Yun, take care of Fang Yun's food and daily life, and never give up. The signature was Fang Yun's name. Just press a handprint, and this agreement will take effect. Fang Yun. What's the situation? Why are you more active than me? Also, you protect me? Can you beat me? Fang Yun felt that he was not calm at all. Bar? Is it this bar? When Fang Yun heard Bar's name, he thought it was the bar in Barduk. Now, judging from the literal meaning, Fang Yun suddenly thought of someone. She is the angel Bardos from the 6th universe. Fang Yun looked at Bar Patrol carefully. If, change her skin color to blue. If, dye her hair white. If, put her hair in a ponytail. If, change her clothes to angel costumes. Wait a minute. Fang Yun said, took out his mobile phone and took a photo of Bardos. What are you doing? Bardos was stunned, a little unable to keep up with Fang Yun's rhythm. Why are you taking pictures of me? Fang Yun quickly used his mobile phone to modify Bardos's appearance through the beauty software. Fang Yun changed the hair and skin color of Patrolman Bear, and changed her hair to white and tied it into a ponytail. Oh my god, isn't this Bardos? Fang Yun quickly put away his phone. Fang Yun looked at Bardos silently again. It's Bardos. I was wondering why he looked familiar. Fang Yun slapped his forehead. I didn't realize it. But, Bardos, what are you doing in the 7th universe? Why don't you stay in the 6th universe and come to our 7th universe to join in the fun? Why do you still want to be my bodyguard? And you made an agreement? Mr. Fang Yun, just press your handprint. Bardos laughed, but didn't feel Fang Yun's change of mentality. Seeing Patrolman Bear chasing Fang Yun to be a bodyguard and solemnly taking out the agreement, Clin and others present immediately felt 10,000 points of critical damage. Fang Yun's guard? This beautiful girl, why do you want to be his guard so much? I need a guard too. I also need a beautiful girl to be my guard. Isn't this a devil's contract? Fang Yun would not press the handprint, just waved his hand. Swish! The agreement paper disappeared magically. Bados. What the hell is the devil's contract? Okay, stop pretending, I know who you are. Fang Yun smiled lightly. Bados's face changed color slightly. Is he recognized? How could it be? Although his divine power has increased now, it shouldn't be so easy to recognize me, right? How did he do it? Bados pretended to be very calm, looking at Fang Yun, showing a confused face. It seemed to mean, I don't know what you are talking about. What did Fang Yun say just now? Qin's gossip mind rose again. It seems that he knows who Patrolman Bar is, Tian Xinyan said. My guess was right, that girl is also a cyborg. A cyborg created by Dr. Gero. Li Ping exclaimed. Krillin and others glanced at Li Ping. Are you overthinking it? Mr. Fang Yun, were you talking to me just now? Bardos looked at Fang Yun and asked after a brief silence. Yes, not you. Fang Yun took out his cell phone and showed the photo he had just made to Bardos. At the same time, Fang Yun was ready to fight. You think you are an angel, so I am afraid of you? You are an angel, you can't fight with all your strength, right? If you dare to have ill will towards me, do you believe that I will beat you so hard that you can't tell which way is which? When Bardos saw the photo Fang Yun had put together, he was stunned. I was really discovered. Hehe, I was recognized, Bardos scratched his head. Swish. Then, Bardos no longer hesitated and suddenly changed into a set of clothes. The angel's divine outfit appeared. The next moment, Bardos's hair changed from black to silver white. The hair automatically changed from long hair to a ponytail. Swish. Bardos's skin color also changed to blue in an instant. Greetings, Lord De Quan. Bados bowed. I'm sorry, I hadn't fully confirmed the identity of the Great King before, so I had to dress up as Patrolman Bear. Please punish me, Great King. Fang Yun was confused. Let me sort it out. What Great King? How come I don't know? I just have the power of the King of all. I don't know the Great King of all. Did you recognize the wrong person? Fang Yun's heart was beating. What is going on? Why can't I keep up with the rhythm of Bardos? Hehe, it's okay, I believe you are also out of good intentions, and since you have admitted your mistakes, there is a saying that it is great to know your mistakes and improve them. I am optimistic about you. Fang Yun did not scold Bardos for this. Didn't you see that Bardos was so polite? Besides, she even apologized to him. The key question is that she also called herself the Great King. The Great King? What does it mean? Please tell me in detail. However, due to his identity, Fang Yun couldn't ask directly. This kind of thing will always come to light one day. Perhaps, Bardos may have recognized the wrong person. Seeing that Bardos suddenly changed her appearance and became a blue-skinned beauty, Qin and others present were all stunned. What's going on? Why did she change her appearance? What is the origin of this girl? And what is the Great King? Why did this girl call Fang Yun the Great King? Why does Patrolman Bar look like she owes Fang Yun 5.7 a lot of money? Li Ping pondered. Blue skin, white hair, even cuter. Krillin's face flushed. Li Ping. I'm telling you something serious. Why are you still staring at that girl? Is she as cute as me? No. I'm a man. Why would I have such a thought? Damn Fang Yun, it's all your fault. The Great King? She calls Fang Yun the Great King. Tian Xinyan was also puzzled. Could she be Fang Yun's tribe member? Jiao's a guest. The skin color is different, obviously not of the same race. Tian Xinyan shook his head. Brother Tian is right, they should not be of the same race. Jiaozi nodded. Thank you, Great King. Bardos thanked him quickly. Yet. Fang Yun nodded solemnly with his hands behind his back. Chapter 113, I am the king of great perfection. Bados was a little confused about Fang Yun's attitude. What does this mean? Why can't I understand? A brief silence. The two looked at each other. Lord King of great perfection, do you remember everything? Bardos asked tentatively. What do you think? Fang Yun replied with an ambiguous word. Ahem, it's good to remember it. Bardos smiled awkwardly. According to the agreement, the first person by your side will become your personal bodyguard. Swish. As Bardos said, a flame flashed in her hand, and a piece of agreement paper similar to the one just now appeared in her hand. Bados handed it over with both hands. Did I say such a thing? Fang Yun tried to calm himself down. Bados, you really want to be your bodyguard? Wouldn't it be nice to be your angel? Why do you have to be a bodyguard? What are you trying to do? Yes, I did. Bardos laughed. I don't remember this one thing. I'll tell you when I remember it. Fang Yun waved his hand. Swish. Suddenly, the agreement paper in Bardos's hand was erased again. Bados. Why did you erase this again? 01 I just want to be your personal bodyguard. Why is it so difficult? Tell me, what are you doing on Earth? Fang Yun asked directly. Lord De Quan said that whoever finds you first and is recognized by you can serve as your personal bodyguard. Bardos pouted and was unhappy. Well, I don't remember this. Fang Yun shook his head. How could I remember this? I didn't say anything. You got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary person with the power of the Omni King. I'm not the great Omni King you mentioned. However, Fang Yun was still very satisfied with the title of Great Omni King. Why add the word great in front of Omni King? According to Fang Yun's understanding of the Dragon Ball world, whenever there is a great word, it proves that the status must be higher than the previous one. For example, there is a great Kai above the Kai. For example, there is a great destroyer. For example, there is an archangel. For example, the great priest has the word great in his name, and his strength is said to be similar to that of the Omni King. Of course, Fang Yun has not fully confirmed the great destroyer and archangel, and it is not clear whether they really exist. In short, the title of the great Omni King is definitely not ordinary. The Omni King can wipe out a universe with a wave of his hand, so what will the great Omni King do? Fang Yun was a little bit expectant in his heart. No, what am I expecting? The great Omni King is not me. Forget it, I'll pretend to be the great Omni King for a while. Who asked Bardos to come over here on his own initiative? Ahem, Bardos, you look better with yellow skin. Fang Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at Bardos. Really? If I become yellow-skinned, can Lord De Quan appoint me as a guard? Bardos asked excitedly. Do you really want to be my guard? Fang Yun looked at Bardos and asked. Yeah. Bardos nodded vigorously. Lord De Quan, you know that as an angel, you can't use too much angel power, otherwise you will disappear automatically. However, if you become your guard, this setting will disappear by itself. Let me think about it. Fang Yun nodded seriously. So that's it. No wonder Bardos chased him to be a guard. She didn't want to disappear because of the explosion of all angel power. But, you are so powerful, who can threaten your position? Whis can knock Beerus unconscious with a light slap, so Bardos's strength should be above Whis. You are the guard of the great king. Are you going to participate in the martial arts competition to find a husband? Fang Yun would certainly not agree. What if Bardos really becomes his guard and accidentally explodes all the angelic power? Then Bardos disappears. This is really tragic. Then the high priest will come and ask, where is my daughter? Should I say that I don't like her and she wiped her out? Okay, Lord Great King. Bardos nodded. I am the first god to see you after you were reborn. Reborn? Fang Yun has learned a lot of important information from Bardos. Could it be that the great king died? Reborn again? What the hell? Tell me more in detail. Before you came to me, I met the king of the worlds. Fang Yun replied indifferently. Bardos. Look, this is the Patara earrings I got from King Kai. Fang Yun took out the earrings. Bardos was speechless. Krillin and the others were completely confused. Why did they feel that Patrolman Bar owed Fang Yun a large sum of money? Also, what exactly is the Great King? Now is not the time to consider Fang Yun's identity. That Cell's aura is completely gone. What tricks does he want to play? Krillin said in a deep voice. His aura was too terrible just now. Has he become a perfect form? Tian Xinyan's face was sweating. Swoosh! As he was talking, Piccolo flew up from below and landed on the ground of the temple. You are right, Cell has become a perfect form. Piccolo nodded gently. Pico? You are back? Where is Vegeta? Why did Vegeta's aura suddenly disappear? 003 Krillin asked hurriedly. Vegeta deserved it, and was absorbed by Cell. Piccolo wiped his sweat. This Vegeta, let you pretend. As a result, he was absorbed by Cell. Vegeta was absorbed by Cell? Let me figure out what happened. Krillin was a little confused. Is there such a thing? Tian Xinyan's face was also stiff. Absorbed? Vegeta was absorbed by Cell? It's terrible. When I think of Cell's disgusting appearance, I get goosebumps all over my body. Li Ping held his face and exclaimed. Krillin, Tian Xinyan, and Jiaozi all looked at Li Ping silently. This Li Ping is completely useless. Then what? Piccolo. Krillin asked, did Cell absorb number 18 as well? Not really. Piccolo shook his head. Cell absorbed Vegeta and became a perfect body. Ah! Krillin widened his eyes. Can you become a perfect form by absorbing Vegeta? Cold sweat dripped down Tian Xinyan's face. I don't know what happened. Piccolo shook his head. But what about Cell? Krillin asked again. I don't know what happened, he suddenly disappeared. Piccolo said. Disappeared. Krillin suddenly realized something and looked in the direction of Fang Yun. Chapter 114, Angel Power, One Guy Combat Strength. Cell disappeared? Could it be that he was wiped out by Fang Yun? Don't look at me. Fang Yun greeted lightly. It's not you? Fang Yun? Krillin asked. Okay, I'll show my cards, it's me. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin. Pick. It's time, and you're still joking like this? Ahem Fang Yun, can we stop joking? This matter is very serious. We need to find out where Cell is now. Krillin stepped forward and laughed. Look at you, you don't believe me when I tell the truth. Fang Yun sighed. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, a green figure emerged at the scene. It was the erased Cell. What? It's Cell. Krillin, Piccolo, and others were completely stunned. Oh my god, was it really erased by Fang Yun? You restored Cell now, what do you mean? Cell had just recovered from the erasure and looked around carefully. Where is this place? What happened to me just now? Cell was quite surprised. Then, Cell looked at Fang Yun and others present, with a gleam in his eyes. I know, you made me disappear just now, right? Cell looked at Fang Yun coldly. I got a few memory fragments from Vegeta that I absorbed. You actually know magic? You can make people disappear inexplicably. Yeah, you're right. Fang Yun nodded. However, I have become a complete body. You can only make me disappear for a short while. Your magic is not enough to make me disappear forever, am I right? Cell sneered. Fang Yun's eyes widened. You are so talented. How did you come up with this reason? Vados. Is this guy called Cell's brain broken? It was the Great King who restored you, right? You actually think it is not enough to make you disappear forever? Also, that is not magic. That is a realm you will never know. Not only that, your earring also has magical powers. Cell chuckled and pointed his hand at Fang Yun's body. Fang Yun put his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Magician Fang Yun, you are finished, I will kill you now. Cell smiled coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Bados, don't you want to be my bodyguard? Let me see your strength. Fang Yun called out to Bardos. Bados. Is it appropriate to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? But Bardos looked around. It seems that he is the only one who can deal with Cell on the scene. Of course, Lord De Quang can also deal with him easily. It's just that his divine power should not have recovered to its peak. If Lord De Quang is really injured, it will be difficult to explain. Let me do it. Pop. Bados took out a pistol and pointed it at Cell. Don't move. Bardos shouted tenderly. Seeing Bardos take out a pistol and point it at Cell, Piccolo and the others were stunned. Stop it. You pointed a gun at Cell, are you here to make fun of me? Galactic Patrol, don't you know how powerful Cell is? Cell's face froze, and he looked at Bardos silently. Where did this blue-skinned woman come from? What if I move? Cell looked at Bardos with interest. I will shoot. Bardos smiled. Try to shoot, I will never dodge. Cell laughed, thinking Bardos' words were so interesting. You will die. Bardos sighed, I never kill anyone. What did you say? Cell was stunned. I will be killed by a shot? Are you here to make fun of me? Cell laughed. No one would believe it. Of course Cell didn't believe it. Swish. Bados pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot out from the muzzle and headed straight for Cell. Cell's face was filled with shock, and his expression changed again and again. What is this? Why does it look so scary? No. This thing. Puff. How could Cell avoid Bardos' attack? With a muffled sound, Cell's shoulder was pierced by a gun. Cell's face turned pale and he felt the piercing pain. Damn, this is not an ordinary gun. Cell was so angry that he trembled all over. Bados had already appeared behind Cell. Bang! Bados kicked Cell and made him fall several times on the ground. When Cell stopped, he had completely fainted. Speaking of which, I haven't fought with anyone for a long time, and my movements are a bit rusty. Bardos patted his hands. Piccolo. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. Several people were completely stunned, staring at Bardos without blinking. That was the perfect Cell. She shot him through the body. Then, she kicked him unconscious? Am I dreaming? Are the Galactic Patrols so powerful? Today, Piccolo and others have experienced the power of the Galactic Patrol, so much so that for a long time, Piccolo and others thought that the Galactic Patrol was as powerful as Bardos. Your gun is good. Fang Yun looked at Bardos. Hehe, inject a little bit of angel power into this gun, and it can exert its divine power. Bardos smiled and nodded gently. Angel power? What does it look like? Let me see. Fang Yun called out. Snap! Without the slightest hesitation, Bardos flashed a white flame in his hand, and a sesame-sized white light dot emerged. Lord De Quan, please look, this is the angel power. Angel power is calculated according to points. This is 1 point of angel power, which is equivalent to one guy's combat power. Bardos explained, before I came here, I put 1 point of angel power in this gun, which can be fired 10,000 times, so the shot just now actually consumed 0.0001 points of angel power. Bardos had nothing to hide in this, and said it in front of everyone present. What is she talking about? One guy's combat power. Clin scratched his head. Is combat power calculated in Guy? Guy, what is it? Tian Xinyan was also at a loss. Pico shook his head gently. What is Guy? I haven't heard of it either. One Guy is 1 trillion. Bardos replied thoughtfully. Pico. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. Several people were dumbfounded. Just brag. Although you killed Cell in 1 second. But such a small light spot, you said it has a combat power of 1 trillion? Who are you kidding? Chapter 115, Bardos. Fang Yun glanced at a few people. A bunch of ignorant guys. How can the power of angels be compared with ordinary combat power? Immediately, Fang Yun took this 1 point of angel power and felt it a little. Creation. Fang Yun muttered. Pa. Suddenly, a bit of angel power suddenly appeared in Fang Yun's hand. Bados's beautiful eyes widened, full of expectation. Look, what's the difference with your angel power? Fang Yun said, throwing the angel power he created to Bardos. Thank you, Lord De Quan. Bardos took it as if he had found a treasure, and said excitedly, there is no difference, Lord De Quan, did you give it to me? Fang Yun. I just asked you to identify my creative ability. You are so good, you accepted it without any courtesy. Forget it, I'll give it to you. Fang Yun can't take back the things he gave away because of his status, right? Shua. Fang Yun used his creative ability again. Then, another bit of angel power was created. Creation is so magical. Bados. Bado's face was also full of surprise. After the rebirth of the Great King 007, his creative ability is much stronger than before. Shua. Fang Yun simply created a pistol from Bardos. Then, Fang Yun stuffed this 1 point of angel power into the pistol. Picker and others were confused. Does Fang Yun have the ability to copy? Why didn't we know it before? Fang Yun pointed the pistol at the moon. Moon. Don't point it at me. Why do you always point it at me? Fang Yun hesitated for a moment and pointed the pistol at the sun again. Sun, sun. Shua. Fang Yun fired. A white light shot rapidly towards the direction of the sun. Bardos. Ahem, Lord De Quan, if you want to destroy the sun, 1 point of angel power is not enough, at least 2 points are needed. Bardos said, also, this gun divides the angel power into 1/10,000th, so the sun will not be destroyed. Fang Yun ignored it, fired a shot, and looked at the sun silently. Although the sun did not seem to be in a big deal, after enduring this 1/10,000th of angel power, the light was slightly dimmed. Not bad, this angel power is quite fun. Fang Yun nodded with satisfaction. As long as you are happy. Bardos responded. What else is fun? Fang Yun asked. Can you create this? Bardos said, and a bright light suddenly appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Fang Yun with both hands. Fang Yun took it silently and felt it a little. Fang Yun felt that this strange energy was very special. It seems that this energy is not of an offensive nature. Lord De Quan may have forgotten that this is the realm of the true God. It is the superpower unique to angels and high priests. It can have various abilities, such as changing appearance, resurrecting people, helping women give birth, etc. There is nothing that the realm of the true God cannot do, only what you can't think of. Bardos lowered his voice and whispered in Fang Yun's ear. Fang Yun nodded gently and tried to create the realm of the true God that Bardos said. However, what made Fang Yun a little puzzled was that this creation didn't work. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't create the realm of the true God that Bardos said. Could it be that creation is also divided into levels? I'll study it first, and when I research it first. Fang Yun smiled. Vados. Don't research it. Create some true God domains for me. I need them. At this time, Piccolo and others had already walked to Cell's side. As for Fang Yun's matter, Piccolo and others were surprised, but it was more appropriate to get rid of Cell as soon as possible. Kill him. We can't let him harm the world. Piccolo's face showed murderous intent. Yes, Piccolo is right. Krillin nodded. I have no objection. Tien Shinyan responded. Such a disgusting ugly monster, kill it quickly. Yahei also agreed. Pico bared his teeth, concentrated all his energy on his fist, and blasted a powerful punch towards Cell's neck. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. When I looked again, Cell opened his eyes. Krillin! Tien Shinyan! Yakahei! How did you wake him up? Pico's face changed color. What? That was my full-strength attack. He was actually awakened. Piccolo felt 10,000 points of critical damage. Cell rubbed his head and got up from the ground. Then, Cell saw his shoulder that had just been pierced by the gun. Yet! Cell groaned, and then recovered his injured shoulder through regeneration. What? He can regenerate! Krillin exclaimed. He has Piccolo's cells in his body, it's normal for him to regenerate. Tien Shinyan said. Pico, did you attack me just now? Cell looked at Piccolo with a smile, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be asleep, right? Pico's face became more and more gloomy. What the hell, I punched him, and he was fine, but he was also awakened. That blue-skinned little girl, your attack just now was good. Cell looked at Bardos with murderous intent. Bardos glanced at Cell lightly, too lazy to argue with him. But, Cell, will not die. Cell sneered, you can only knock me out at most, but it's not that easy to kill me. Bardos ignored him. For Bardos, the most important thing is to become Fang Yun's bodyguard. Once you become the bodyguard of the Great King, you will have supreme benefits. It's not just as simple as exploding angel power. Fang Yun looked at Bardos silently. How come Bardos looks like he is looking forward to creating the realm of true gods? True God realm? This thing is interesting. Unfortunately, you are looking forward to it too early. I can't create it now. Blue-skinned little girl, I'm talking to you, you keep silent, are you afraid? Cell snorted. I'm not a little girl, I've lived for tens of millions of years. Bardos winked at Cell. Cell. Krillin. Pico. You're such a boaster. You've lived for tens of millions of years? Why didn't you say you were immortal? Little girl, you've completely pissed me off, Cell. I'm going to show you my terrible energy. Cell was so angry that his nose was crooked, and his aura surged. Chapter 116, Bardos, don't follow me. Bang! Cell turned over several times again, fell to the ground, and fainted again. Pico and the others were completely stunned. If Bardos's attack was a fluke the first time, they could barely accept it. But this time, this patrolman bear kicked Cell in his perfect form with a simple kick. Can this be a fluke? The strength is there. It's so boring. I'm leaving. The rest is up to you. Fang Yun stretched and flew up slowly. Swoosh! Fang Yun flew quickly towards Baizai Mountain. I'm leaving too. Good luck to you. Bardos said, and quickly caught up. Pico and the others looked at each other. Don't leave. Be a good person to the end, and get rid of Cell quickly. What if you leave Cell here and he wakes up again? Pico and the others hurriedly walked to Cell's side with caution. After exploration, it was found that it was not so easy for Cell to wake up. Don't alarm him. At present, the only one who can kill Cell is that patrolman Bar, so we have to wait for Gaku to come out. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Yes, we still have Gaku. How long will it take for Gaku to come out? Krillin asked quickly. Gaku has only been in there for an hour, Tian Xinyan said. Krillin wiped his sweat. Why are you following me? Fang Yun turned his head and looked at Bardos. Lord King Daquan, you said you wanted me to be your guard. Bardos came up. I said I would consider it. Fang Yun replied. Will you give me priority? Bardos asked expectantly. Yet. Fang Yun nodded. Lord King Daquan, am I beautiful? Bardos smiled and blinked at Fang Yun. It's okay, Fang Yun glanced at Bardos, didn't I tell you to change your skin color? Okay. Bardos changed his skin color to look similar to that of Earthlings. That's right. Fang Yun nodded, feeling much better. Bardos. Do I have to keep my yellow skin forever? Go back, go back. Fang Yun waved his hand and ordered him to leave. Why are you here now? At least wait until Beerus wakes up before you come here. You came out during the Cell era, and you left Sun Wukong and the others with no place to use their skills. The main problem is that if you stay with me, it will be difficult for me to study the realm of the true God. Fang Yun was eager for Bardos to leave earlier. Ah! Lord Daquan wants to drive me away. Bardos began to shed tears. When I need you, I will naturally summon you. Fang Yun replied. Bardos. After a short silence. Okay, Lord Daquan, please remember me. Bardos bit his lip, revealing a pitiful look. I will. Fang Yun nodded. Then, I'll take my leave first, Lord Daquan. Bardos waved his hand. Go, go. Fang Yun nodded again. Swoosh. Bardos turned into a bright flame, and in an instant he sank into the starry sky and disappeared without a trace. Looking at Bardos leaving, Fang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. King of Daquan? You recognized the wrong person. How did you become an angel? Forget it, never mind. Fang Yun knew that the most important thing now was to improve his own magical powers as soon as possible. You must have the ability to erase angels. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing to be bullied by angels. Recruit 2 powerful guards? Who should I recruit? Sun Wukong and Vegeta? They are too weak now. I don't know how long it will take for them to grow up. At least according to the current timeline, it will take at least 10 years. Fang Yun can't wait that long. By the way, how could I forget such an important person? Fang Yun's eyes lit up. I don't know if it will work at such a long distance. Fang Yun paused for the time being. Shua. Fang Yun waved his little hand. Erase. Adrid Planet. Today, Pibala officially succeeded the position of the Great Elder of Adrid. Before, he was an intern. After several years of internship, Pibala has the ability to serve as the Great Elder. Pibala is giving a speech to his compatriots in Adrid. You must remember that the instant movement of our Adrid people must not be used on alien planets. Pibala said to his compatriots with a serious face, once used, you will be punished by God. 0 Please give flowers. Everyone nodded solemnly. Just then. Swish. Pibala disappeared in a flash under the gaze of many compatriots. All the Adrid people were speechless. Didn't they say that teleportation to alien planets is not allowed? The compatriots of Yadrid could clearly sense that Elder Pibala's breath disappeared and did not stay in Yadrid. It must be teleportation. Are you risking your life? Elder Pibala, you are going too far. Earth. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Swish. Pibala's figure appeared beside Fang Yun. Pibala, long time no see, are you okay? Fang Yun greeted with a smile. Pibala was a little confused. 00. Fang Yun? I don't want to see you. Every time I see you, nothing good happens. Hey? What is this place? This is definitely not Yadrit. Also, what happened to me just now? I seem to have suddenly fallen into endless darkness. So scary. It's Fang Yun, what's going on? Is this Earth? P-Bala looked at Fang Yun and asked. Yes, Earth. Fang Yun nodded. Strange, how did I get to Earth? I didn't perform teleportation. P-Bala wondered. I just wiped you out, and then restored you to my side. It seems to have the same effect as teleportation. Fang Yun replied. P-Bala. You wiped me out. You restored me again. The same effect as teleportation? It's not the same effect at all, okay. P-Bala shouted loudly. It's almost the same. Fang Yun smiled. It's much worse. Don't erase me for no reason, it's scary. P-Bala wiped his sweat and shouted hysterically. Hey? You became an elder. Fang Yun saw the elder ring in P-Bala's hand. P-Bala nodded angrily. Where is the former great elder? Is he dead? Fang Yun asked. Resigned. P-Bala shouted. I'm glad he's okay. Fang Yun nodded. P-Bala. Can we have a good chat? You will kill the world if you chat like this. What do you want from me? P-Bala asked with a dark face. It's nothing big. I want you to take me to the planet Wampa. Fang Yun smiled. Chapter 117, Weiss. No. P-Bala shouted angrily. You haven't harassed me for so many years, and now you want me to help you and erase me. By the way, I remember that you have 2 sons in Yadrit. The 2 suns almost overlap, so the night and day are also shining together. Fang Yun said with a smile. What do you want to say? P-Bala felt bad. Your planet has 2 suns, which makes the average temperature of your planet around 26 degrees, because the sun of your planet is smaller than the sun of the Earth, and the heat emitted is limited, but if the 2 suns overlap, it just makes up for the lack of temperature. Fang Yun said with a smile. Don't mess around, Fang Yun, I have helped you a lot. P-Bala wiped his sweat. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the sun above Yadrit, far outside the Milky Way, disappeared out of thin air. The sun disappeared, and the temperature dropped suddenly. It's summer, why is the weather suddenly cold? Someone muttered. Is the cold air coming? Some Yadrit people speculated. No, there is no cold air in this season, okay. It's not that one of the suns is gone, the former great elder sighed. Wampa planet, right? I'll take you there now. P-Bala wiped his sweat. Of course, P-Bala didn't know what happened on Yadrit at all. It's just that I don't know the location. What are the characteristics of that planet? P-Bala pondered. There is a person with extremely strong aura on that planet. You should be able to find it if you feel it well. Fang Yun smiled and lowered his voice. By the way, he is a scion. Scion? Okay, I understand, I'll try. P-Bala nodded and released the sensing. 10 minutes passed. P-Bala opened his eyes, shook his head gently, and said that he didn't sense it. The universe is so big, doing this is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. P-Bala sighed. Fang Yun, it's not that I don't want to take you there, it's that I really can't find it. Got it. Let's go to King Kai and ask him to help us find it. He knows the location of the planet Vampa. Fang Yun suggested. King Kai. P-Bala wiped his sweat. Fang Yun, you are going too far. Are you afraid that other gods don't know that I am teleporting you? Fang Yun, who are you looking for on the planet Vampa? Can't you just erase it and restore it? P-Bala suggested. That's not good. Fang Yun shook his head. P-Bala. P-Bala was about to cry. You know it's not good, but you still erased me? Go to King Kai's planet. Don't worry, I will speak well of you when the god of destruction wakes up. Fang Yun patted P-Bala's shoulder. Okay, P-Bala wiped his sweat. Swish. P-Bala brought Fang Yun and appeared on the planet of King Kai of the North in an instant. King Kai was taking a nap. The gorilla Bobris saw a stranger coming and hurried forward to wake King Kai. "What's the matter?" "Bobris, I'm taking a nap," King Kai shouted unhappily. King Kai opened his hazy eyes and saw Fang Yun and P-Bala. "Fang Yun? How did you get here?" King Kai knew Fang Yun and was a little surprised. But soon, King Kai saw P-Bala. After a little identification, King Kai recognized P-Bala. "You are P-Bala, the newly appointed elder of the Udrit people, right?" King Kai greeted. "Greetings, Lord King Kai." P-Bala bowed. "I have heard that the Udrit people have all kinds of magical skills. You brought Fang Yun to my planet through teleportation, right?" King Kai greeted with a smile. "Yes, Lord Kai." P-Bala responded respectfully, his body trembling slightly. "Really amazing." King Kai nodded slightly and asked, "By the way, what do you want from me?" P-Bala was stunned. "What? King Kai, don't you know that we Udrit people are not allowed to use teleportation on alien planets?" "Great." P-Bala couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I want you to help find a planet called Wampa." Fang Yun stated his purpose. "Wampa? Okay, I'll look for it." King Kai nodded slightly, the two tentacles on his head trembled, and began to explore the entire universe. "Planet Beerus. Sister, what did you do? Why can't I see him?" Whis asked in surprise when he saw Bardos flying over. "Can't see it?" Bardos was slightly startled. "Yes, sister, look at 0. Wes took the scepter and wiped the crystal ball on the scepter. A large group of brilliant light like diamond flashed on the crystal ball. Then, there was nothing. "It can only mean that the power of the Great King has been improved to the extent that we can't spy on him," Bardos said calmly. "Is it really the Great King?" Weiss asked. "Yes, it should be right." Bardos nodded gently. "Is my sister a guard?" Weiss asked with a smile. "Bardos, can you not know whether I have become a guard? Although I am not a guard of the Great King now, but the Great King the Master said that he would give priority to me." Bardos replied. "It seems that I have to go and pay my respects to the Great King." Weiss pondered, "Maybe, I also have a chance to become the guard of the Great King. You and I know this matter, don't tell other angels first, especially Brother Korin." Bardos lowered his voice. "Oh, and Marty knew." "I understand, how could I tell them?" Weiss nodded. "And Makarita? Don't tell her either." Bardos reminded again. "Don't worry, if my sister and I can become the guards of the Great King, it would be great." Weiss covered his mouth and smiled. "Yeah, let's work hard together." Bardos nodded. 5.7. The planet of the North Kai King. "Found it, at that location." King Kai pointed to a distant direction. P-Bala immediately released the induction and sensed the breath in the direction pointed by King Kai. Soon, P-Bala sensed an extremely powerful breath on the planet Vampa. "Thank you, Lord Kai, I have found the breath on the planet Vampa." P-Bala replied. "Thank you." Fang Yun nodded and stepped forward to hold P-Bala. "Lord Kai, we are leaving. Sorry to bother you." P-Bala waved his hand. "Okay." King Kai smiled slightly. Swish! P-Bala took Fang Yun to teleport, and disappeared in a flash. In just a moment, P-Bala appeared on the planet Vampa with Fang Yun. Broly looked at Fang Yun and P-Bala, who appeared near him with a confused look on his face. Chapter 118, Broly, press him to the ground and rub him. It's been 30 years. It's been 30 years. Finally someone appeared on the planet Vampa. Great. So, I, Paragus, can return to the planet Vegeta? Paragus' eyes were filled with tears. Hey? Something is wrong. How did they get here? It doesn't seem to be on a spaceship. Who are you? Paragus hurriedly asked. I'm here to find Broly. It has nothing to do with you. Don't talk to me. Fang Yun said. Paragus. You speak so directly. Can you chat? What did you say? Paragus was so angry that his face looked very ugly. Do you know that I am Broly's father? What's your attitude? Do you believe that I will let Broly kill you? No, Broly doesn't need to do it. I can easily kill you. Wait a minute, let you pretend for a while. Looking for me? Broly was stunned for a moment, looked at Fang Yun, and asked in not very fluent words. Broly, you are going to be rich. Fang Yun said. Broly scratched his head, not understanding what Fang Yun meant. In short, I want to appoint you as my guard candidate. Fang Yun said seriously. P-Bala. Fang Yun, you asked me to bring you all the way here just to find a guard? P-Bala was about to cry. If you want to find a guard, you can find one on Earth. Why did you call me here? I thought you had something important to do. I'm very busy. I'm the great elder of Yadrid now, and I have my own things to do. P-Bala felt that he was not calm at all. Also, Fang Yun, what's the point of you looking for a guard? You can wipe out someone with a wave of your hand, isn't it redundant for you to have a guard? P-Bala thought a lot, of course, it was just a thought, but he didn't say it out. Broly. Broly was speechless. I'm your guard? Or a candidate? Then, you said I'm rich? Broly looked at Fang Yun silently, thinking that this person was really interesting. Ha 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 ha. Paragus laughed wildly at that time. Who is this guy? Isn't he too good at pretending? Let my son be his guard? And he is a candidate for guard? Broly, don't talk nonsense with him, push him to the ground and rub him. Let him know what will happen if he provokes us. Paragus immediately issued an order to Broly. Broly glanced at Paragus and did not act immediately. I haven't figured it out yet. It won't be too late to fight when I figure it out. You talk too much nonsense. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly. Swish! Suddenly, a huge lake behind Paragus mysteriously disappeared. Paragus turned his head and looked behind him, his face became very interesting. What kind of magic is this? With a wave of his hand, a lake as big as this disappeared? Paragus suddenly reacted. Oh my god, the insect eggs grown in this lake are our food, right? Now that the lake and the insect eggs are gone, what do we eat? Don't talk, or I'll wipe out your vocal organs. Fang Yun said to Paragus indifferently. Paragus was about to speak, but after hearing Fang Yun's words, his face changed again and again. Wipe away my vocal organ? Is it true or not? Who are you kidding? Paragus waited carefully for a moment, and finally closed his mouth, not daring to speak. Paragus decided to wait and see. Broly, think about it quickly. Fang Yun urged. There are people stronger than you who are vying to be my bodyguard. Your hesitant attitude makes me very unhappy. Broly. A short silence. It's okay for me to be your bodyguard, but the premise is that you need to defeat me. Broly looked at Fang Yun and said. I can defeat you, why do I need a bodyguard? Fang Yun replied. Broly. You make a lot of sense. I don't know how to refute it. I can't fight. Fang Yun sighed, I don't know how to do things like Qigong waves, energy bombs, Big Bang attacks, etc. It's a pity. Broly. You are so honest. P-Bala just watched Fang Yun pretending silently. You can't fight? That's right, you can't fight. But, you can wipe out everything with a light wave of your hand. You are even better than fighting, okay? Forget it, let's do this. To satisfy your aggressive mentality, you try to attack me with all your strength. Fang Yun said to Broly, but it's best not to play long-range attacks. I'm not good at long-range attacks. Then I won't be polite. Broly looked at Fang Yun and said, I am also good at hand-to-hand combat. Come on. Fang Yun put his left hand behind his back and waved to Broly with his right hand. Boom! Broly's aura exploded. Then, Broly whistled in the direction of Fang Yun. Bang! Broly's fist hit Fang Yun's finger heavily. Fang Yun just stretched out a finger and easily blocked Broly's fist attack. Although Fang Yun can't release Qigong waves or something, his physical strength is 10 times that of Beerus. Not to mention 10 times of Beerus, even if it is similar to Beerus, it is more than enough to deal with Broly now. What? Paragus was stunned. Broly's eyes widened. Is it my turn to attack? Fang Yun smiled and gently bent his fingers. Bang! Fang Yun flicked a finger at Broly's forehead. With a muffled sound, Broly flew backwards at that time, his body rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on this planet Vampa. Bang! Broly's body hit a monster on the planet Vampa. Ugh! The monster was severely injured and vomited all over the ground. Damn it! Broly was beaten. Boom! Broly's body was full of endless energy, and a powerful aura bloomed. At the same time, Broly's body became stronger. It's bad. Broly is going to lose control. Paragus shouted loudly. Didn't I tell you not to speak? You've already said 2 sentences, and you can say 1 more. If you say more, I'll make you dumb forever. Fang Yun turned his head and glanced at Paragus. Paragus ignored him, took out the remote control, and quickly pressed it, trying to calm Broly down. Hey? Why didn't he respond? Paragus quickly looked at Broly. Strange. Where is the special necklace on Broly's neck? Paragus was surprised to see that Broly's necklace mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 119, Broly, your father is dead. This is a change that absorbs the energy of the giant ape. Without turning into a giant ape, you have the power of the giant ape. No, he's gone berserk. P-Bala's face changed color. Boom! Broly flew towards Fang Yun at a high speed, and his body was twice as big as before. At the same time, Broly's fist was aimed at Fang Yun's forehead and attacked him heavily. Pa! The next moment, Broly's fist hit Fang Yun's finger. Too weak, too weak. Fang Yun shook his head. What? Paragus turned his head and looked at Fang Yun, shocked. Broly has become like this person can actually catch Broly's attack with 1 finger? Who is he? Bang! Fang Yun drove his finger again and hit Broly's forehead. With only a muffled sound, Broly's body flew backwards, bounced on the ground several times, and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Broly stood up and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Paragus shouted at Fang Yun. Look at you, you have to challenge my bottom line. Fang Yun sighed, I've already told you not to talk anymore. I've given you 3 chances. I've done my best. So, from now on, you'll become mute. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand. Suddenly, Paragus's vocal organ mysteriously disappeared. Paragus widened his eyes and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Paragus looked stunned, as surprised as he could be. Asshole! You dare to make me mute? I'm going to kill you. Paragus was furious and quietly took out a laser gun from behind. This was the weapon of the Scions back then, and the laser energy was very powerful. This person isn't it powerful in close combat? I'll let you taste the power of this gun later. Roar! Broly roared, stood up and flew towards Fang Yun. Bang bang bang! Broly launched a fierce attack on Fang Yun. Fang Yun still stretched out a finger and easily blocked Broly's attack. Paragus watched silently. Now is the best opportunity. While Fang Yun is fighting with his son Broly, I will get rid of this guy. Swish! Paragus aimed at the back of Fang Yun and fired a shot. The light directly hit Fang Yun's back. Then, there was nothing else. How could this kind of energy intensity break Fang Yun's physical strength? Fang Yun turned his head and glanced at Paragus. Well, since you don't know whether to live or die, I'll let you help your son when you are dying. Fang Yun took out the pistol he created. Swish! Fang Yun pulled the trigger. Puff! The angel's power penetrated Paragus' heart without any hindrance. Paragus' eyes widened, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground, his whole body twitching, and it was obvious that he was dead. Broly was dumbfounded, and stood there, looking at his father in astonishment. Paragus kicked his legs and died. Broly's pupils shrank sharply, and he hugged his head with both hands. Wow! Golden flames bloomed around Broly, and he became a Super Saiyan. The next moment, Broly turned into a golden light and whistled in the direction of P-Bala. P-Bala! It was Fang Yun who killed your father, go find him. I'm just here to eat melons. What are you looking for me for? P-Bala hurriedly used instant teleportation to escape. Broly looked around and flew towards Fang Yun. Fang Yun, run quickly, his energy is already against the sky. P-Bala shouted loudly in the distance. However, a scene that shocked P-Bala happened. Fang Yun still took out a finger and easily blocked Broly's fist. Bang! Fang Yun slapped him. Broly staggered a few times and fell to the ground. P-Bala! Fang Yun, is he so powerful? I underestimated him. Submit or not? Fang Yun stepped forward and stepped on Broly's chest. Broly bared his teeth and wanted to resist. However, no matter how hard Broly tried, he couldn't get up. Fang Yun, he is still in a rampage state, there is no way to answer you. P-Bala shouted. Well, let's first erase the rampage factor in his body. Fang Yun pondered. P-Bala pricked up his ears. Rampage factor? Can this be erased? Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Broly's eyes. At the same time, the colorless look in Broly's eyes also completely returned to normal. I don't accept it. Fang Yun shouted. You killed my father, I will not forgive you. Broly said coldly, the golden light on his body trembled, and it was possible to dissipate at any time. If you are willing to be my guard, I can revive him. Fang Yun smiled. Really? Broly's eyes lit up. Do you know the Dragon Balls? There are 7 in total. If you gather all the Dragon Balls, you can revive him. Fang Yun said. If you can revive my father, I am willing to be your guard. Broly nodded. You are wrong. You are a guard candidate. You have not become my official guard yet. Fang Yun corrected him and moved his feet away from Broly. Broly. Guard candidate? What does that mean? Forget it, let's wait and see. Then, let's go back to Earth. Fang Yun said to P-Bala. All right. P-Bala did not object. When can my father be resurrected? Broly asked. Don't worry, you are about to leave the planet Wampa. You said you resurrected your father. How pitiful is he to be alone on this planet? Fang Yun sighed, it's not too late to resurrect him when you return to the planet Wampa in the future. You are right. Broly nodded gently. P-Bala. I am afraid that when Broly returns to the planet Wampa, his father will have been reborn, right? Forget it, this is their business, I'd better not care about it. Shua. P-Bala took Fang Yun and Broly and returned to Earth immediately through teleportation. Thank you, P-Bala. Fang Yun expressed his gratitude. No need. P-Bala hesitated for a moment, took out a piece of purple crystal, handed it to Fang Yun, and explained, Fang Yun, if you need my help in the future, just crush the purple crystal and I will teleport here immediately. Chapter 120, Bardos. P-Bala didn't want to be erased again. It's terrible. The world after being erased is like falling into the abyss. I couldn't see the bottom. What was even more terrifying was that it was all dark. No, it should be more accurate to say it was hollow. P-Bala thought, if Fang Yun wanted to ask for his help, would he not help? It would be better to give him a crystal and let him summon me. Okay, this is much more convenient. Fang Yun nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. P-Bala waved goodbye. Go ahead. Fang Yun replied. Swish. P-Bala disappeared in a flash through teleportation. But in less than 10 seconds, P-Bala came back. I didn't crush the crystal. Fang Yun asked curiously. P-Bala. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Fang Yun asked. Fang Yun, give us the sun back. P-Bala smiled bitterly. Well, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that I accidentally wiped out one of your Yudrit's sons. Fang Yun nodded and waved his hand again. Okay, it's back. P-Bala. Don't joke about this. If I go back a little later, all our people will be frozen to death, okay? Fang Yun brought Broly to Goku's home in Baizai Mountain. Bulma, Master Roshi and others are still in Goku 010's home. No one knows what happened. Seeing Fang Yun coming back, Bulma and others hurried forward to ask what happened. It's not a big deal. A monster was born. Fang Yun explained, Goku and Gohan went to the room of spirit and time to practice, and they will come out to deal with the monster tomorrow. After hearing this, everyone was slightly relieved. Yes. With Goku here, no one can be his opponent. Brother-in-law, who is this? Bulma looked at Broly behind Fang Yun curiously. His name is Broly, and he is one of my new guard candidates. Fang Yun smiled. Guard candidate. Bulma wiped her sweat. Brother-in-law, what do you want a guard for? I really don't understand. People who don't know Broly naively think that Broly is just an ordinary person. What? Guard candidate. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly sounded in the jungle in the distance. Then, a girl with a silver ponytail flew quickly from the jungle. It was Bardos. After going to Beerus planet, Bardos quietly returned to Earth. No, I will definitely be the guard. I can't watch the guard position being taken away by other angels. Bardos decided to observe Fang Yun secretly. Who made the power of Lord Daquan not fully restored? He will definitely not find me. Vados soon found out that Fang Yun would definitely appear at the home of Goku in Baizai Mountain. So Vados waited patiently here. Sure enough, Fang Yun appeared. He also brought back a stranger. Vados didn't know Broly and didn't know where this person came from. However, when Vados heard Fang Yun talk about Broly's identity, he exclaimed and jumped up. Lord Daquan, you are too much. I am so beautiful, I am so cute, and I am so powerful. You don't choose me as a guard. You actually chose a human. What do you mean? Vados ran to Fang Yun's side at a high speed. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Why are you back again? Fang Yun asked with a smile after seeing Vados appear. Who is she? Bulma had a bad feeling. This girl is so beautiful. Besides, she seemed to have a fairy spirit, as if a fairy descended to the earth. What a lovely girl! Hermit Kame's eyes sparkled. Really beautiful. Wulong looked at Bardos without blinking, and a red face appeared on his pig face. Lord Daquan, you said that you would give priority to me. Bardos looked unhappy. Lord Daquan, how could you break your promise? Can this human be as strong as me? I didn't say I wouldn't consider you. You are all my guard candidates. Fang Yun nodded. Ah? All. Bardos felt that he was not calm at all. Am I and a human being merged into the guard candidates? I am an angel. Bardos glanced at Broly. In the distance, deep in the jungle. Whiz! Why is this happening? Why didn't things go as I expected? Lord De Quan, what kind of guard are you looking for? Just a human. Weiss felt a headache. Wes, like Bardos, quietly hid in the distance, knowing that Fang Yun would return to Baizai Mountain. Strange, I feel like someone is watching me in the dark. Fang Yun turned his head and glanced diagonally behind him. Bardos almost didn't hesitate at all, and the scepter suddenly appeared. Swish! A beam of light shot out quickly and hit Weiss's position. Wes! Sister, you're going too far. Why are you hitting me? Boom! The place where Weiss was razed to the ground. However, Weiss's movements were faster. At the moment of the explosion, her figure flashed and she rushed away. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What a fierce girl! No one? Bardos asked knowingly. With Bardos' ability, after Fang Yun said that, he had already keenly sensed that Weiss was hiding over there. Well, did I sense it wrong? Fang Yun also looked in that direction thoughtfully. Lord De Quan, am I qualified as a guard? Bardos laughed. Broly! What did I miss? This woman reacts so quickly. I said, you are also one of the candidates for guards. Fang Yun smiled. Now, Fang Yun will never let Bardos be his guard. If Bardos really becomes his guard, Bardos felt that his angelic power could burst out with full force. Then, after bursting out, Bardos disappeared. The high priest came to ask for people, who can I go to for justice? Fang Yun can't even wipe out the god of destruction and the king of the worlds now, let alone the high priest. Keep a low profile. Must keep a low profile. I'm so powerful, why should I find an angel as a guard? As long as my magical power is upgraded to the king, it won't be too late for me to find an angel as a guard. At that time, the whole universe will be at my disposal. But how many guard candidates does the great king want? Bardos asked. At least 5, 6, 7, or 8 should be prepared. Fang Yun pondered. Bardos. So many candidates are needed? Chapter 121, The Great King is the greatest god in the universe. Why can he follow the Great King? Bardos was indignant and even wanted to slap Broly away with a scepter. What? Do I need to explain this to you? Fang Yun frowned. I dare not. Bardos apologized quickly. Go ahead, go ahead. When I need you in the future, you can show up again. Fang Yun waved his hand. I'll take my leave then. Bardos said, without stopping for a moment, and turned into a brilliant flame, disappearing in a flash. Master came and the others all stared with wide eyes, watching Bardos flying into the starry sky and disappearing, feeling incredible. Who is this woman? How can she fly so fast? Broly also looked at Bardos flying away in surprise, with confusion flashing in his eyes. Brother-in-law, who is she? Bulma asked curiously. Her name is Bardos, and she is an angel. Fang Yun said. Angel? Bulma was stunned. Aren't angels the kind with wings on their backs? I don't think she has wings either. You're talking about the angels on Earth. They are different in nature. I'll tell you slowly later. Fang Yun shook his head. We've been out for so long. We should go back. But why does she call her brother-in-law the Great Omnipotent King? Bulma asked again. What is the Great Omnipotent King? The Great Omnipotent King is the greatest god in this universe, no, to be precise, the greatest god in the entire universe. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. Master came. Oolong. Why are you still exaggerating? The greatest god in the universe? Isn't the greatest god King Kai? When did the Great Omnipotent King appear? Swoosh. Swoosh. Two brilliant flames streaked across the starry sky and landed on the Beerus planet. Whis, I didn't expect you to run to Bayazai Mountain too. Bardos stared. Hee, didn't my sister say she was going back to the 6th universe? Who knew that my sister also went to Bayazai Mountain? Weiss laughed. Forget it, I don't have anything to argue with you. Bardos shook his head gently, besides, you were the first to discover Lord de Quan. Lord de Quan has only 2 vacancies for his guards, and I think our 2 siblings are just right. Weiss said seriously. You're right. Bardos replied, but, what does it mean that the human named Broly appeared next to Lord de Quan? In fact, I don't think Broly's appearance is necessarily a bad thing. Weiss analyzed. What do you mean? Bardos asked. Sister, think about it. Weiss smiled and said, if only the 2 of us angels go to recruit guards, and the rest are humans, sister, do you think we 2 have a greater advantage? Or do those humans have a greater advantage? Bardos' eyes lit up. Yes, of course the angels have a greater advantage. No matter which aspect, angels can easily crush humans. Sister, you are in this world. Weiss smiled, why bother to compete with a human? It's just that I feel that Lord de Quan seems to be very wary of me, but I treat him sincerely. Bardos sighed slightly. That's because Lord de Quan's divine power has not yet fully recovered, right? I think that Lord de Quan may not have the ability to erase us now. Weiss guessed, sister, think about it, if a god who Lord de Quan can't erase suddenly appeared, would you be more vigilant if it were you? Bardos' eyes lit up. One word revealed the dreamer. Bardos felt that what Weiss said made a lot of sense. Yes. No wonder Lord de Quan wanted to drive him away. That's because he didn't have the ability to erase himself. So, what are your plans next? Bardos asked. Swish. The crystal ball on the scepter in Wiss's hand flickered, and 2 people emerged. Who are they? Bardos was a little confused about what Wiss meant. Sister, how about looking at them? Wiss smiled. Look at what they do. Bardos asked. They are the artificial humans created by Dr. Gero on Earth, number 17 and no 18. Wiss introduced, Sister, have you seen that cell? The monster called Cell absorbed number 17 to become what it is now. Zero, please give me flowers. Wiss said, and a projection appeared on the crystal ball of the scepter. In the projection, it was the situation of Cell absorbing number 17. Look, sister. Wiss said, and the camera split again, showing Fang Yun's wish to summon the dragon and change Cell's physique. Changed the wish. Bardos didn't understand what the Great King was going to do. Sister, you should have discovered that Cell originally needed to absorb number 17 and number 18 to become a perfect body. Wiss smiled, but the Great King changed it to absorb number 17 and Vegeta to become a perfect body. Bardos already understood, but looked at Wiss in confusion. What do you mean by saying this? 0.0. From this, it can be seen that the Great King favors Miss number 18. What do you think, sister? Wiss gave his answer. Bardos' eyes flashed with a strange light. Wiss, do you mean to make me become no 18? Bardos understood now. It just so happens that these 2 androids have no aura. If my sister disguises herself as number 18 and appears beside Lord de Quan, at least others will not be suspicious. If my sister says a few good words to Lord de Quan, and brings number 17 with her, then I will disguise myself as number 17. In this way, the appearance of the 2 of us will at least make Lord de Quan let down his guard, right? Weiss smiled. You're right. Bardos nodded, but don't forget, if Lord de Quan tries to erase us, our identities will be exposed. Don't worry, sister, Lord de Quan will not easily erase his friends. Wiss smiled, at least, I have never seen Lord de Quan erase Miss Bulma and Miss Tais, or their families. What will happen to the 2 androids if we become them? Bardos asked, besides, Wasn't number 17 absorbed by Cell? Okay, I won't go to Earth to find Lord Daquan for the time being. Whis thought for a while and replied, after destroying Cell, I will revive number 17 through Shenlong and then replace him. As for number 16 and number 18, if they are not okay, bring them here to live for a while and help clean the palace of Lord Beerus. Chapter 122, Don't mess with that cat. Swish. Bardos does what he says. For Bardos, it was too easy to find number 18. As Bardos flew, he looked at the crystal ball on the scepter. Soon, Bardos found number 18 and number 16 in a deep forest. Swoosh! Bardos flew across the sky and quickly landed beside number 18 and the injured number 16. Who is it? No 18's face changed color and looked at Bardos vigilantly. Number 16 stood up with gritted teeth and prepared for battle. You're injured, robot. Bardos sighed softly, and the flame on the scepter in his hand flashed and hit number 16. What are you doing? Number 18 was shocked. Pop. Under No 18's gaze, he saw that the injured number 16 was recovering quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the small part of No 16's head that had disappeared was also completely restored. How do you feel now? Bardos smiled and looked at number 16. Number 16 widened his eyes and felt his body. Then, number 16 looked at Bardos opposite him in surprise and quickly leaned over to thank him. You're welcome, it's just a small favor. Bardos smiled. Thank you, thank you. Number 18 also extended his hand in a friendly manner. What's the name of this lady? Number 16 asked politely. You can call me Bardos. Bardos smiled slightly, and the scepter slid gently in the air. Pop! A transparent flying cube appeared on the scene. Come with me, I'll tell you more on the way. Bardos called. Number 16 and number 18 had never seen such a strange thing before, and they were all shocked. Just come in. Bardos walked in first. Number 16 and number 18 also followed with a suspicious look on their faces. What is this thing? It's amazing. Swoosh. Just as the two of them entered the flying cube, Bardos, it was the driving cube that flew into space quickly. The two androids were shocked. Flying into outer space already? Isn't the speed too fast? Due to some special reasons, I need to live on Earth for a while instead of number 18. During this time, please let number 18 and number 16 live on my brother's planet first. Bardos explained. Replace me? Live on Earth? Number 18 was a little confused. What can I replace? Yes. Bardos nodded. How are you going to replace me? Number 18 asked with a smile. We don't look alike at all. Swish. Bardos transformed into a girl who looked exactly like number 18. Number 18. Number 16. And change her appearance? Who is this girl? Number 18 widened her beautiful eyes, with a look of disbelief. Now? Are they exactly the same? Bardos smiled. Sure enough, there is no difference. Number 16 also looked at number 18, then at Bardos. Do you know what happened on Earth? Number 18 tried to calm himself down. You are talking about Cell, right? He wants to absorb you to complete his evolution, right? Bardos smiled. You know you will become like me? Aren't you afraid that he will absorb you? Number 18 asked. Don't worry, he can't beat me. Bardos smiled. Cold sweat broke out on No 18's face. Cell can't beat you? Really? Before is Beerus planet, which is also where my brother works. Bardos pointed to a floating cube planet in front. Swoosh. Bardos landed on Beerus planet with two androids. This is my brother Whis, he will arrange for you to do something. Bardos said to number 18 and number 16. Hello, my name is Whis. Whis said politely, actually, what you are asked to do is very simple, just to help tidy up Lord Beerus' palace. However, Lord Beerus is taking a nap, and his temper is not good at all. It is also possible that you will be beaten to death by him if you are not careful. So, please be careful. Number 18. Number 16. You brought us to your brother's planet, did you treat us as cleaners? WIS, then I'll leave it to you here 0. Bardos greeted. Okay sister. Whis nodded. You must be careful, there is a cat sleeping in that castle, it's very powerful. Bardos reminded again. Number 18. Number 16. A cat sleeping in? Very powerful? How powerful? Is it as powerful as Sal? Don't make fun of me. Who would believe it? Swoosh. Bardos turned into a ray of light, rushed into the vast starry sky, and flew quickly towards the earth. Come with me, I will briefly introduce you to the next work. Weiss called. Number 18 and number 16 looked at each other. We are powerful artificial people. Now we have to be cleaners? The two decided to take a look first. After all, this planet looks very strange, and this person named Weiss is unknown. The two followed Weiss and entered the castle. Sure enough, number 18 and number 16 soon noticed the cat sleeping in the castle. To be precise, this is a cat man. That's Lord Beerus. You must be careful. Don't provoke him. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Whis lowered his voice and told the two people, the work you have to do is very simple. It's mainly to clean Lord Beerus' room, provided that it doesn't affect his sleep. H.U. 5.7. Whis was talking when Beerus suddenly stretched and sneezed. Bang! A powerful destructive energy emerged, flew out from the window, and bombarded a star in the distance. Pop! The star seemed like a soap bubble, and it broke at the time, leaving nothing behind. Number 18 was so scared that his face turned pale. Number 16 widened his eyes and looked terrified. Just a sneeze made the star disappear? What is the origin of this cat? Run! Lord Beerus is going to get mad. Whis called from afar. Number 18 and number 16 looked closely and found that Whis had already run far away. Number 18. Number 16. The two hurriedly left the castle at a high speed. Chapter 123, Bardos. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus destroyed 3 planets in a row, then stretched and went back to sleep. Number 18 was pale. Number 16 was dumbfounded. Earth, Bulma's home. Home is so big, and you two didn't come back all night. Did you go to the hotel? Taisai looked at Fang Yun and Bulma curiously and asked. Sister, what are you thinking about? Bulma shouted in a delicate voice, Gaku almost died. My brother-in-law and I went to visit Gaku. I didn't tell my sister because I was afraid she would worry. Fortunately, my brother-in-law saved him. Gaku almost died? What happened? Taisai asked a little puzzled, did he encounter a terrible enemy? No, he just had a viral heart disease, which is incurable. Bulma sighed, it was my brother-in-law who wiped out the virus in Goku's heart, and Gaku was completely cured. Fang Yun, you can wipe out the virus. Taisai was surprised. Don't say it's a virus, I can easily wipe out the sundae. Fang Yun smiled. Tais. Bulma. Why are you still blowing it? Broly stood behind Fang Yun, silent. While talking, Bardos turned into number 18 and fell from the sky, landing in the yard of Bulma's house. Who is she? Taisai looked at number 18 who appeared at home with a surprised face. I don't know her, Bulma shook her head gently. Who is it? How come Bardos just left and a girl appeared? Also, this girl looks pretty. Bulma had a bad feeling in her heart. Fang Yun also looked at number 18 without blinking. Why did number 18 come here? I think it's safer here, can you take me in? Fang Yun. Bardos looked at Fang Yun, trying to pretend to be the cold look of number 18, and the words he said were quite realistic. Don't worry, Cell has become a perfect form, and he won't absorb you again. Fang Yun never thought that the number 18 in front of him was transformed by Bardos. Cell has become a perfect form? Didn't he become a perfect form by absorbing me? Am I not here well? Bardos pretended to be surprised and asked Fang Yun. Even, sweat slid down Bardos's face. Bardos believed that with his current acting skills, he could definitely win an award. Cell became a perfect form after absorbing Vegeta. Fang Yun smiled, but he didn't doubt it. Perhaps, it's because Cell mutated when he evolved after absorbing number 17, and absorbing Vegeta can also become a perfect form. In other words, he won't absorb me again. Bardos asked knowingly. Lord King of the Great Hole, you are such a liar. It was you who changed Cell's physique through the Dragon Ball, okay? Yes, so you can rest assured. Fang Yun nodded. Then, I stay here, you don't object, right? Bardos asked as if nothing had happened. It's up to you. Fang Yun smiled. Bardos was ecstatic. What was said was indeed right. Lord King of the Great Hole really likes girls like number 18. But then, Bardos felt a little disappointed. I am a dignified angel, the daughter of the High Priest, with outstanding looks, but I didn't expect that I am not as good as a transformed human. It's not fair. Then I won't be polite. Bardos has already figured out No 18's personality, and his demeanor when speaking is almost the same as No 18's. Hey, this is my home. Bulma pouted, looking unhappy. It's okay. I'll follow Fang Yun and won't bother you. Bardos smiled. Bulma. Ties. Whose girl are you? How shameless. This is my home. What do you mean you follow Fang Yun? The next day, around 10 a.m. Earth, the temple. Picker, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, and Leaping all had red eyes. The 5 of them almost didn't sleep all night. I didn't dare to sleep. Cell was lying there. What if he wakes up? Even Mr. Popo, I kept rubbing my eyes. I'm so sleepy. That galactic patrolman, you're going too far. Wouldn't it be better if you just killed Cell? You have to leave a tail for us. And Fang Yun, it would be better if you just wiped out Cell. Do you think it's appropriate to leave Cell here? Pico and the others watched Cell vigilantly, and didn't dare to go over and disturb him. If they woke Cell up with a punch like last time, it would be a tragedy. Hey, Goku and Gohan came out of the room of spirit and time. Mr. Popo shouted loudly, his voice full of excitement. What? Goku came out. Krillin looked expectant. Old son, you finally came out. Piccolo was also relieved and looked at Son Gohan with some surprise. Is that Gohan? He can become a Super Saiyan? While talking, Goku and Gohan, dressed as Super Saiyans, appeared beside Piccolo and the others. Strange, Vegeta's breath is gone. Cell's breath has also become very weak. Goku was puzzled. Dad, Cell is lying there. Gohan pointed to Cell lying on the ground not far away. Goku. What's going on? He seems to have fainted. Goku asked. Here's what happened. Krillin 010 had to explain what happened in detail. Vegeta was absorbed by Cell. Cell became a perfect body because of this. Goku felt a little unbelievable, scratched his head and said, and that Galactic Patrolman bar actually kicked. Can you knock Cell unconscious? Are the Galactic Patrols so powerful? Gohan also had sweat on his face. It seems that a lot of things happened during the day we went in. Old son, do you have the ability to kill him? Piccolo asked, get rid of him as soon as possible while he is sleeping, so as not to bring endless disasters to the earth. I don't know how strong Cell is. Sun Wukong pondered, but I can try. He will regenerate. Ordinary attacks can't kill him. It's best to bombard him with a huge energy and blow him into slag. Piccolo suggested. Goku nodded. Swish. Just then, Fang Yun, Bardos and Broly, who were dressed as number 18, fell from the sky and landed on the temple. Fang Yun, you are finally here. Give it back to me. You said you would give it to me in an hour. It's been more than 10 hours. Krillin stepped forward. I will get used to life without it slowly. Fang Yun patted Krillin's shoulder. Not used to it at all. Krillin shouted, I don't feel anything when I see a woman now. Chapter 124, Let you taste the fighting power of one guy. Krillin. Can I tell you? Didn't you see there was another beautiful girl at the scene? Forget it, give it to you. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly and restored Krillin's body. Krillin was very excited. Only Krillin at this time could understand this feeling of losing and regaining. I think it doesn't matter whether there is a look or not. Li Ping stroked his hair. Krillin. Fang Yun, how come you have time to come to the temple? Sun Wukong asked. It's not a big deal. Number 18 said she wanted to see the perfect cell, so she brought her here. Fang Yun smiled. Bardos had thought it through. He must perform well in front of Lord De Quan. If he was in Bulma's house with Bulma and Tai's sisters, he would not have the advantage at all. Therefore, Bardos thought of a reason to see the perfect form of Cell and asked Fang Yun to take him to the temple. Fang Yun, where is Patrolman Bar? Krillin asked. He's back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Fang Yun replied. Ah? Back. Krillin said in a lost voice. This is Sun Wukong looked at Broly behind Fang Yun. Broly looked calm and didn't speak. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Broly. He's my bodyguard. Fang Yun greeted. Guard. Krillin was stunned. Pico and the others were speechless. When did Fang Yun recruit a guard? Veto's mood suddenly became bad. Didn't we agree on this? Let me be your guard. Lord De Quan, you announced in front of everyone that this human is your guard, what do you want me to do? Is this the perfect Cell? Is he sleeping? Veto's walked up angrily and kicked Cell in the head. Pico. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. Are you an idiot? Are you trying to wake Cell up? Sure enough, after this kick, Cell opened his eyes. Pico and the others turned pale with fear and immediately prepared for battle. Number 18? Am I seeing right? When Cell opened his eyes, he was surprised and happy. I actually saw number 18? But then, Cell became alert. Cell suddenly remembered that the terrible woman had kicked him unconscious. What was the origin of that woman? Cell looked around and was surprised to find that the woman was not at the scene. No need to look for her. The patrol officer you are looking for has returned to the headquarters. Fang Yun smiled at Cell. Really? Cell was so surprised. But she left this gun behind. Fang Yun said, and a pistol appeared in his hand, pointing the muzzle at Cell's body. Cell. Let me give you a brief introduction to the power of this gun. Fang Yun pondered, in fact, the energy intensity in this gun, if converted into combat power, is about one guy. What do you mean? How could Cell know what one guy means? You can understand it as 100 trillion combat power. Fang Yun said. Cell. Sun Wukong. Fortunately, Krillin and others have heard about it a long time ago and have become accustomed to it. It's hard for you to have a clear understanding of this number now. Fang Yun smiled, it doesn't matter, just try the power. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yun pulled the trigger. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, Cell was shot into a hornet's nest by Fang Yun's pistol. Despair appeared on Cell's face. Why? I'm a complete Cell. Can't I even dodge the energy shot out by this gun? Cell, you can't do it. Fang Yun sighed, I thought you were very powerful in your complete form. Wow! Shayla was furious, and quickly recovered his body through regeneration, and then rushed towards Fang Yun at a high speed. Hey! No more bullets! Fang Yun pulled the trigger, but no energy was ejected. Bardos! Who are you kidding? Your gun can attack 10,000 times, okay? Bardos glanced at Broly, who was in a daze behind Fang Yun. Guards, guards! Hurry up! Lord Daquan is testing you. Look at you. You are standing there stupidly. Broly has lived on the planet Wampa for 30 years. How could he understand the ways of the world? He didn't react at all. Come and help me! Fang Yun exclaimed. Bardos! Lord Daquan, based on their current strength, if you stand there and let them fight together, you won't be able to break through the defense in less than 10 years. The way you exclaimed is almost better than my acting skills. Fang Yun, be careful. Sun Wukong was shocked and naively thought that Fang Yun's pistol really had no bullets. Of course, Sun Wukong had some selfish motives. After practicing in the room of spirit and time for so long, he came out to fight Cell, didn't he? Now was the best opportunity. Boom! Sun Wukong's breath burst out, and he kicked Cell. Cell was grabbing towards Fang Yun, and when he saw Sun Wukong rushing over, he immediately raised his left arm and blocked Sun Wukong's attack. Snap! At the same time, Cell grabbed Sun Wukong's ankle with his right hand. Bang! Cell grabbed Sun Wukong's ankle and smashed it heavily to the ground. Sun Wukong bared his teeth and slapped Cell on the head with his backhand. Cell lost a tooth at that time, and the hand holding Sun Wukong couldn't help loosening. Bang! Sun Wukong took the opportunity to counterattack and kicked Cell in the chest. Cell slid back a distance and slowly stopped. Sun Wukong, not bad, I'm impressed. Cell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Sun Wukong coldly. Same here, I didn't expect that you, who has become a complete body, have improved your strength to this extent. Sun Wukong smiled. Fang Yun, you are lucky to let Sun Wukong save you. Cell sneered, but don't think that what happened just now is over. After I kill Sun Wukong, it will be your turn next. If you and Wukong want to fight, this temple will be destroyed by you. Fang Yun sighed, this temple is not easy to build. I hate to see buildings destroyed, especially the flowers and plants on the temple, they are all lives. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. Yu Bing. How many buildings and flowers and plants have you wiped out? Are you starting to sympathize with these flowers and plants now? Humph, what did I think you were going to say? Cell smiled softly, I'll tell you, I think it's fun to fight here. Chapter 125, Bardos. How about this, I'll create a new battlefield for you. Fang Yun said, waving his big hand gently. Creation. Fang Yun created a hemispherical ring out of thin air. The ring just floated above the temple, appearing transparent. What is that? Cell was stunned for a moment. Go fight there. Fang Yun called out. If you let me in, I'll go in. Cell sneered, I, Bardos, will not obey your orders. Fang Yun looked back at Broly. Broly was also slightly stunned. Fang Yun. This guard is not qualified. My eyes, don't you understand? Do you really want me to say it? Bardos was secretly happy in his heart. It's better to eliminate this Broly quickly. In that case, I can become the guard of Lord Daquan. Stupid, Fang Yun means that you should throw him in. Bardos couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but said to Broly. Ah! Broly suddenly reacted. You should have said it earlier. It would be better if you just said it directly. Swoosh! Broly flew towards Cell without any hesitation. Fang Yun looked at Bardos. Am I right? Bardos smiled calmly. You reacted quickly, no 18. Fang Yun said with a smile. Nothing, I just can't bear it. You, a guard, react very slowly. Bardos smiled. Strange, why do you give me a feeling that something is wrong? Fang Yun thought. Bardos' heart skipped a beat. Oh my god! Is it exposed? No way! Was I found out so quickly? No. I have to stay calm. I must stay calm. I can't take the initiative to admit my identity just because Lord Dequan said that casually. It's wrong, you don't understand the changes of women. Bardos snorted. Li Ping, do you understand? Fang Yun turned his head and asked Li Ping. Li Ping. Fang Yun, you are too much. I am a man. Broly rushed forward and punched Cell. Humph, again come here, an idiot who doesn't know how to live or die. Cell looked at Broly with disdain. Bang! Cell kicked Broly in the chest. There was a dull sound, Broly was hit and slid backwards. Boom! Then, Broly raised his energy to the extreme without any hesitation. What? His aura is so strong. Cell was stunned, who is he? Swish! Broly flew towards Cell. Cell punched Broly in the chest with a heavy punch. Broly's body trembled slightly, as if nothing had happened. Cell was stunned. Bang! Broly kicked Cell with a flying kick. Cell whimpered and dived headfirst into the transparent ring above. Broly looked up and returned to Fang Yun obediently. From the time Broly attacked to the time he kicked Cell onto the ring, Broly didn't even transform, he just used his normal state to beat Cell. Who is he? Cell was horrified. So awesome, what's your name? Sun Wukong looked at Broly in surprise. Broly. Broly replied indifferently. After I defeat Cell, we'll have a good fight. Sun Wukong said excitedly, his body slowly flying up, then, let me have a good fight with Cell. But Fang Yun, is the ring you built solid? Krillin asked curiously, it won't be broken, right? As Krillin was talking, he saw an amazing burst of energy from Cell in the ring. Ha 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 ha, Fang Yun, you are so naive. Cell laughed wildly, do you think that if you let me fight in this ring, I will stay here obediently? Let me tell you, I can easily turn this ring into slag. As Cell spoke, energy surged, and endless breath bloomed, which was amazing. Don't say this transparent ring, I will also turn the entire Earth's temple into slag. Cell laughed, Fang Yun, this is your own fault. No. Get out of here. Piccolo shouted, there will be a big explosion here. Oh no. This is trouble. Krillin exclaimed, ready to run away. How terrible. Yamping was so scared that his orchid fingers suddenly appeared. Damn it. Tien Shinyan also looked terrified. Everyone! Hurry up and hide far away. Sun Wukong called out. Boom! The next moment, a huge amount of energy emerged from Cell's body. The huge energy immediately swept across the entire ring. Piccolo and the others were terrified and flew away. Only Fang Yun, Bardos, and Broly stood there calmly, unmoving. Fang Yun glanced at Bardos. Number 18 is not afraid? By the way, she doesn't have an energy detection radar in her body, so it's normal that she doesn't know how powerful Cell is. Bardos. Don't look at me. Am I pretending to be too calm? Fang Yun, what does he want to do? Bardos asked tremblingly, why did they all run away? It's okay, I'm here, you won't get hurt. Fang Yun took Bardos's tender hand and comforted him. Bardos's face flushed. Cell's powerful energy bloomed with extremely vast energy on the hemispherical ring. Then, there was nothing else. How could the ring created by Fang Yun be easily broken through by someone like Cell? Sun Wukong and others were stunned. Cell's energy attack did not cause any damage to the ring? How is this possible? What material is this ring made of? What's going on? Cell, can't break through a small ring. Cell felt that he was not calm at all. Cell, stay in there. If you can win 3 games, I will let you go. Fang Yun smiled. What did you say? 3 games. Cell widened his eyes. Don't worry, I won't participate, and that patrolman Bar won't participate either. Fang Yun smiled slightly. The main participants are these few people on the scene. Are you sure? Cell asked. Fang Yun ignored him and turned to look at Sun Wukong. Fang Yun, you are amazing. You can trap him with a ring. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with brilliance and clenched his fists. Okay, the first of the 3 games depends on me. I will deal with him first. Come on. Fang Yun nodded. But how do I get in? Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked at the ring suspended in the sky. Chapter 126. Broly normally beats the perfect form of Cell. Can I fly in directly? I'll try. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then flew up. Pa! Sun Wukong's body directly penetrated the barrier of the ring, entered the ring, and stood opposite to Cell. Cell, let me fight you well next. Sun Wukong said. Cell glanced at Sun Wukong and smiled. All right. Perhaps through the battle with Sun Wukong, the energy of the 2 of us will collide with each other and destroy this ring. Boom! Both of them burst out with amazing energy. Endless the aura, centered on the 2 people, bloomed on this ring. Bang bang bang! Son Goku and Cell started a fierce battle on this ring. Boom boom boom! The energy of the 2 people hit the transparent barrier of the ring from time to time. The whole ring looked shaky and could be broken at any time. But what made Cell feel sad was that the ring never saw a crack. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. Huff ha ha! Son Goku and Cell were both panting heavily, very tired. It seems that old Sun seems to be a little inferior. Piccolo said in a deep voice. What are you talking about? Give Goku a senzu bean, he will definitely be able to defeat Cell at this time. Yamhei said with the orchid finger raised. Krillin remained silent. Sun Wukong, you are indeed not simple. Much more powerful than I thought. Cell looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, except for Fang Yun, no one among them is my opponent. Of course, Fang Yun also plays that kind of boring magic. If he dares to fight me head-on, I will make him die miserably. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Wukong was so tired that he was panting and didn't respond for a while. Krillin, give Wukong a senzu bean. Le Ping called out. No, this is not the spirit of martial arts. Krillin shook his head gently. At this time, what kind of martial arts spirit is needed? Le Ping sighed. Sun Wukong, you look like you have consumed a lot of energy, it's okay, you can eat a senzu bean, I won't blame you. Cell laughed. Swish! Sun Wukong smiled slightly, the golden light on his body disappeared, and he returned to the ordinary Super Saiyan form. What are you doing? Cell was stunned for a moment, looking at Sun Wukong and asked. I admit that I am not your opponent, so I admit defeat. Sun Wukong looked at Cell and said. What did you say? You said you want to admit defeat. Cell looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Yes, I admit defeat. Sun Wukong nodded, I have already experienced your strength. Strange guy, you admit defeat now. Cell was a little unsatisfied, looking at Sun Wukong and asked, if you admit defeat, who are you going to let challenge me? Sun Wukong turned around. Hey, Fang Yun, if I win 2 of the 3 games, can I leave? Cell asked Fang Yun. Yes. Fang Yun nodded, thinking, but in the second game, you may be finished. And? Your joke is not funny at all. Cell smiled and didn't care, so, Sun Wukong admits defeat, and I have already won one game. You can understand it this way. Fang Yun responded. Vados. This Cell is really stupid. Lord De Quan, this is like playing a cricket fight. Are there any crickets that negotiate conditions? Even if you win, it all depends on whether the master is happy. If he is happy, he may still keep you. If he is not happy, he may just wipe you out. Cell, you are too naive. Broly, can you fight Cell? Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at Broly and asked. I will deal with him. Broly asked Fang Yun for his opinion. Go if you want to. Although you are a guard, I will not restrict your personal freedom. Fang Yun smiled. Okay, I didn't have enough fun just now. Let me deal with him this time. Broly clenched his fists. Swish! Broly flew onto the ring. Pop! A gap opened at a barrier on the ring. Sun Wukong flew down from the gap. Broly stood opposite Cell, with sparks flashing in his eyes. Boy, you really shouldn't come up to die. When I fought you just now, I didn't use all my strength. Cell sneered. Neither did I. Broly smiled. Hee, you arrogant guy. I, Cell, will let you see how terrible I am. Cell's aura surged. Zero, please give me flowers. Broly didn't transform either, and directly raised his energy to the extreme. Bang bang bang. Broly and Cell started a fierce battle on the ring. Sun Wukong and others were stunned. How could this Broly be so powerful? He was going to beat Cell. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Broly grabbed Cell's neck and rubbed it on the ground of the ring. Bang! Then Broly hit Cell's chest heavily with his elbow. Cell raised his limbs slightly. Broly took advantage of the situation and grabbed Cell's ankle, throwing him back and forth. Cell screamed miserably. Bang! Broly kicked Cell and sent him flying. Zero! Cell's body hit the transparent barrier hard. Puff! Blood spurted out of Cell's mouth. Broly? Who is he? Krillin exclaimed. Krillin, look, Broly has a tail too. Tien Shinyan said in a deep voice. What? A tail? Is he a scion? Krillin was stunned. It should be the scions. Piccolo frowned and nodded slightly. Didn't Vegeta say that there are only him, Goku and Gohan left among the scions? Krillin pondered. You believe what Vegeta said? Piccolo chuckled. Ahem, Fang Yun, where did you find the guards? Krillin leaned over to ask Fang Yun. Planet Wampa. Fang Yun smiled. Planet Wampa. Krillin was stunned for a moment, a little confused. What planet is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Wow! On the ring, Cell was full of resentment and forced his energy up again, and his body became bigger. The next moment, Cell attacked Broly with a punch. Broly blocked Cell's attack lightly. Bang! Broly kicked Cell in the head. Cell suddenly felt dizzy, and then covered his head, shaking back and forth. Ugh! Cell opened his mouth and spit out a person. Hey, Cell spit out Vegeta! Li Ping exclaimed. What? Son Goku was also surprised. Chapter 127, Bardos. It's really Vegeta. Vegeta was spit out. Tien Shinyan was also shocked. Brother Tien? Look, Cell is no longer a complete form. Jiaozi said hurriedly. He has changed. Tien Shinyan nodded. Son Gohan was silent. After spitting out Vegeta, Cell's body changed rapidly and returned to the semi-finished product before. Huff, hi. Cell gasped heavily. Still fighting? Broly asked calmly. Wow! Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Cell was furious. However, Cell took a glance and suddenly saw Bardos, who had turned into number 18. Cell thought. Why am I so weak? It's okay that I can't beat a woman. Now, I can't even beat this guy named Broly. And I can't even break the ring created by Fang Yun. Cell felt 10,000 points of critical damage in his heart. The computer once told me that once I, Cell, become a perfect body, I will be the most powerful existence in the universe. But I am so embarrassed. I finally know the reason. I absorbed Vegeta to become a complete body. No wonder I am so weak. If I absorb number 18, I will become a real perfect body. Number 18 is over there. I must find a way to absorb number 18. Fang Yun, Cell, give in. Cell tried to calm himself down and said to Fang Yun. Sun Wukong. Did you hear it right? Cell actually admitted defeat? Pico's eyes widened. But if you think about it carefully, Cell has been beaten like this, how can he not admit defeat? Oh? This is not your style. Fang Yun smiled. From now on, I am willing to be your little brother and obey your orders. Cell bowed and saluted. A young man is teachable. Fang Yun smiled, in that case, I will let you go. Swish. Fang Yun opened a gap for Cell. Cell flew down from the gap in the barrier and landed opposite Fang Yun, saluting again. And at the moment when Cell lowered his head, he squinted at Bardos, who had become number 18. Bardos. This monster. You actually want to absorb me? You are so bold. What should I do? Should I kick him to death? That would expose my true identity. Fang Yun, thank you. From now on, I, Cell, will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new man. Cell responded respectfully. Is Cell good now? Why don't I believe it? Krillin pondered. I don't believe it either. His aura is still so evil. Tien Xinyan said in a deep voice. Anyway, let's see what the situation is. It will be a disaster if we keep him. Piccolo shook his head and didn't believe Cell. Goku didn't say anything, always feeling that Cell had a special conspiracy. Will Cell not want to? Gohan seemed to have thought of something. Sun Fist. Cell suddenly raised his head, put his hands on his cheeks, and an extremely dazzling light appeared on his head. Goku and others shouted that it was not good. He wants to absorb No 18. Gohan said hurriedly. Hehe, after your eyes recover, I have successfully absorbed No 18. Cell smiled lightly, and his tail swept towards Bardos. However, just when Cell had just made this move, he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Ugh! Cell retched. No. I will absorb number 18 even if I vomit my intestines today. Cell endured the pain and wanted to absorb number 18 again. Ugh! However, as soon as Cell had this idea, he felt an inexplicable nausea. It was like eating a stink bug. Very disgusting. Wait, when Sun Wukong and others' vision returned to normal, Cell was still retching. This is impossible. How is this possible? Cell shouted loudly, why? Why is this? Why do I retch when I want to absorb No 18? Nothing, I just transformed you through Shenlong when you were asleep. Fang Yun smiled, so, you can't absorb number 18, you can only become a perfect body after absorbing Vegeta. What did you say? Cell looked at Fang Yun in astonishment. So, there is no need to question whether your perfect body is fake. Fang Yun smiled, after you absorbed Vegeta, you are indeed a real perfect body. The reason why you are so weak is very simple, Broly is too powerful. You are lying. Cell shouted loudly. Why don't I believe it? Look, why don't you believe me when I tell the truth? Fang Yun sighed, looking at Cell with interest. Also, do you know how you came to this era? You know. Cell was stunned. I brought you here. Fang Yun smiled. This is impossible. This is impossible. Cell didn't believe it. Look, you don't believe it again. Fang Yun sighed, I just thought you were a little lonely in the future, so I brought you here. Cell's face froze, and his expression changed again and again. After a short silence. Hee, the victory or defeat is another matter. Cell sneered. Then, Cell's body expanded rapidly. In less than a few seconds, it was like a balloon, expanding its body. Ha 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 ha. Cell laughed wildly. You are finished. Cell was excited. Not good. Sun Wukong's face changed color, as if he realized that the situation was not good. Ha ha ha, in 20 seconds, I will explode. The earth and all of you will be buried with me. Cell laughed wildly, although I can't beat you, I will be satisfied if I can drag you to die together before I die. There are still 8 seconds. What should I do? Piccolo's face became more and more ugly, the earth is going to explode. It's over. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Krillin hugged his bald head and shouted. Brother Tian Jiaozi trembled all over. Childish. Fang Yun sighed and waved his big hand gently. Swish. The expanding energy in Cell's body was gently wiped away by Fang Yun. Suddenly, Cell's body returned to its original appearance. What? Cell widened his eyes and his face became extremely ugly. How is this possible? Where is my energy? Where did my energy go? Don't be surprised, I just wiped it out. Fang Yun smiled. Cell was in mourning. Energy was wiped out? How could his magic be so powerful? Ah! Can Fang Yun even wipe out such powerful energy? Krillin was stunned. Chapter 128, Bulma regains youth. Is Fang Yun so powerful? Tian Xinyan was stunned and chuckled, Humph, have we always underestimated him? Uncle Fang Yun, is there anything else you can't erase? Sun Gohan whispered. Fang Yun smiled. Piccolo was speechless, cold sweat dripped down his face. A short silence. We can't let Cell harm the earth anymore, Goku. Kill him. Piccolo shouted. Son Goku nodded solemnly. Son Goku knew very well that Cell was hopeless. Keeping him would only kill more innocent humans. Boom! The flames in Son Goku's hands burst out, and the powerful energy roared towards Cell. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Cell shouted loudly. Shua! Powerful energy appeared on Cell's body in an instant. Cell's body was shattered and turned into slag. Cell, dead. Hey! Goku and others also breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence. By the way, Piccolo, can you recover to the state before you assimilate with the god? Goku looked at Piccolo and asked. I'm sorry, no. Piccolo shook his head. If we could separate, the god would not have confronted me for more than 10 hours. It's a headache. I want to revive the people killed by Cell. What should I do without the Dragon Ball? Goku scratched his head. Wukong, take this. Fang Yun casually threw the purple crystal of Pibara to Goku. What is this? Goku was stunned, not understanding what it was. Try to crush it. Fang Yun said. Okay. Goku nodded. Crack. Sun Wukong exerted a little force, and the purple crystal shattered immediately. Then what? Sun Wukong was stunned and asked. Shua. At this moment, Pibala's figure flashed and appeared beside Sun Wukong. Everyone present was slightly stunned. Who is this person? How did he appear? Bardos was also a little surprised. But he was relieved soon. It turned out to be a Yadrit star? We also have one in the 6th universe. Fang Yun, you are looking for me? Pibala asked with a dark face. It's only been less than a day, okay? Why are you looking for me? Let me introduce this to everyone. The first one is Pibala, the great elder of the Udrit people. Fang Yun greeted with a smile. Hello everyone. Pibala responded politely. Wukong, let Pibala take you to Namek. You bring a new god from Namek, and the Dragon Balls on Earth will be revived. Fang Yun suggested. Ah? Go to Namek? Can Pibala take me there? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, I can take you there. Pibala nodded with tears in his eyes. Really? Then I'll leave it to you. Sun Wukong thanked him quickly. Fang Yun, I'll take my leave first. Pibala said to Fang Yun. Give us another piece of amethyst. Fang Yun said. Pibala. After a brief hesitation, Pibala took out a piece of amethyst and handed it over with both hands. Go, go. Fang Yun put the purple crystal away. Shua. Pibala took Sun Wukong to teleport, and they appeared on Namek in a flash. Sun Wukong was stunned. This is really Namek, how did you do it? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Nothing, this is called teleportation. As long as you sense the opponent's spirito, you can move to his vicinity in an instant. Pibala smiled. Spirito? What is it? Sun Wukong asked. It's what you call chi. Pibala explained. Can you teach me teleportation? Sun Wukong pointed to his nose and asked. Pibala was slightly stunned. Then, Pibala was ecstatic. Why not teach teleportation to this man named Sun Wukong? If Sun Wukong learned teleportation, Fang Yun would not bother me anymore, right? Of course, no problem. After returning to Earth, I will take you to learn teleportation. Pibala nodded. You are a good person. Sun Wukong was very excited. Afterwards, Sun Wukong brought back a new god, Dende, from Namek. After returning to Earth, Pibala took Sun Wukong directly to Udrit to learn instant movement. Pibala didn't want to stay on Earth for a moment. Who knows what Fang Yun will arrange for him? Let's run away quickly. Gohan, go back and tell Mom that I will go home when I learn instant movement. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Dendi, I'll leave the Dragon Ball to you. Dendi nodded gently. Son Gohan. Dad, you're going too far. At least go home and say hello to Mom. After Dendi succeeded as the new god, he immediately resurrected Shenlong. The new Shenlong can fulfill 2 wishes. The first wish, to resurrect all humans killed by Cell. All people killed by Cell were resurrected, including Android 17. Tell me your second wish. Shenlong asked. Let Bulma regain her youth. Fang Yun said to Shenlong. Okay, no problem. Shenlong's eyes flashed red. Picker. Krillin. Tien Shinyan. Everyone was speechless. The second wish, to restore Bulma's youth? The problem is, Bulma is not very old. Suddenly I remembered that Bulma must be 35 or 36 this year, right? Krillin 017 scratched his head. I hate Krillin so much. It's rude to talk about our girls' ages. Li Ping shouted angrily. Krillin wiped his sweat. Let's go. Fang Yun called to Broly and Bardos. The 3 of them immediately took off. Bulma's home. Bulma stared at her sister Tais without blinking. Bulma, why are you looking at me like that? Tais asked. Sister, it's not fair. Bulma sighed, I'm younger than you, but from the looks of it, I'm several years older than you. Next time, let Fang Yun collect the Dragon Balls to restore your youth. Tais smiled. As they were talking, the sky became dark. What's going on? Did the dragon appear? Bulma hurriedly ran outside and looked up at the sky. The appearance of the dragon now means that the monster called Cell has been destroyed, right? Taisai guessed, what a pity, I should follow Fang Yun to see the monster called Cell, so that I can write it in the novel. Sister, you already have a lot of novel materials, okay? The marvel provided by my brother-in-law alone is enough for my sister to eat for several years. Bulma sighed, besides, our family is not short of money. You are right, I still portray the story of Marvel well. Tai Sai nodded. Chapter 129, Vegeta. The two sisters were chatting. Swish! Suddenly, Bulma's image changed. Bulma turned into an 18-year-old girl in just a moment. Why do I feel that my body is full of vitality? What's wrong with me? Number 18 said to himself in surprise. Bulma, look in the mirror now. Tai said quickly. Look in the mirror. Bulma was stunned. When Bulma stood in front of the mirror and saw herself in the mirror, she was stunned. Whose house is this, little girl? So cute, so pretty, so youthful and energetic. Am I seeing right? Am I also rejuvenated? Bulma stroked her face, which was already wrinkle-free. Bulma, that's great. Fang Yun should have made you rejuvenated. Tai said with a smile. Brother-in-law still loves me. Bulma giggled. When Fang Yun returned home, Bulma gave Fang Yun a hug as soon as possible. Brother-in-law, you are so nice. Bulma said softly. Planet Beerus. Cell is dead. Cold sweat slid down the face of the icy beauty number 18. Died just now? Why does it feel like a dream? Such a powerful Cell was killed just like that. Although number 16 didn't say anything, her face was full of shock. Are you familiar with the work assigned to you now? Whis took back the scepter and asked the two androids. Number 16 and number 18 nodded together. Well, I'm going to leave for a while, you must be careful. Weiss smiled. I understand. Number 18 responded. Swoosh. Wes stopped talking and immediately turned into a bright flame, sank into the starry sky, and disappeared in a flash. Looking at Weiss disappearing quickly, number 16 and number 18 looked more and more shocked. After a short silence. Who is he? Cold sweat slid down No 18's pretty face. I don't know, there is no energy fluctuation on his body. Number 16 shook his head. But number 16, do you think we can be his opponent if we really fight him? Number 18 asked. Although we haven't fought, I think 10 of us are not enough for him. Number 16 said in a deep voice. What? Is he so powerful? Number 18 was stunned. Earth, Temple. Vegeta finally woke up. Vegeta also quickly learned from Krillin about some things that happened after Cell absorbed him. Damn it! So, even the perfect Cell can be wiped out by Fang Yun. Vegeta trembled all over. Vegeta, I advise you not to challenge Fang Yun. He can even wipe out Cell, and it will take him only a few minutes to wipe you out. Piccolo watched coldly and couldn't help but advise. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, and immediately soared into the sky, sank into the clouds below and disappeared. Pa! Golden light bloomed around Vegeta, and he became a Super Saiyan. Swoosh! Vegeta turned into a golden light and accelerated his speed. I want to become stronger. I, Vegeta, must become stronger than Cell. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta learned from Krillin that Kakarot was only slightly inferior to the perfect Cell. It seems that Kakarot has surpassed him again. Although Vegeta and Son Goku have no actual contact, Vegeta can infer how powerful Kakarot is from the powerful aura emanating from Son Gohan. Even a little Son Gohan is so powerful, let alone Kakarot. I want to become stronger. Vegeta bared his teeth. I'll set a small goal for myself first, surpass Kakarot. Swish! Vegeta streaked a golden light across the sky. A few minutes later, Vegeta landed on Master Kame's island. Yes, it's here. Vegeta landed next to the sword, silently staring at the sword lying on the ground. Now that my strength has surpassed the Super Saiyan, Can't I still lift this broken sword? Vegeta snorted coldly and stepped forward to grab the hilt. This time, the sword finally moved. Vegeta's eyes lit up. Moved? This sword didn't move at all before. Vegeta continued to increase his energy. Suddenly, Vegeta picked up the sword with great effort. What is this? Why is it so heavy? Vegeta was shocked. Then, Vegeta waved the sword for a while. Who? In less than a minute, Vegeta was panting heavily. Damn it! I can move the sword, but the energy in my body hasn't changed at all. Vegeta bit his back teeth and said, these earthlings. They lied to me that as long as I could pick up this sword, I would get the power of the artifact, but nothing happened. Vegeta snorted coldly, threw the sword aside, and flew into the sky, leaving the island. Kakarot went to Adrit. Humph, what's the point of going to such a boring planet? Vegeta snorted and clenched his fists. Kakarot, you wait for me, when you come back, I, Vegeta, will leave you far behind. A short silence. And Fang Yun. You wait for me. When my strength reaches a level that you can't erase, I will settle accounts with you. Vegeta clenched his fists. Swish. Vegeta sped up. A few minutes later, Vegeta landed in a small town. Emily, I'm back. Vegeta shouted. After the voice fell, a girl quickly ran over and hugged Vegeta. Don't hug me like this, it's embarrassing. Vegeta blushed a little and turned his head. But, Vegeta soon as he turned his head, he suddenly saw a bright flame falling from the sky in the distance and falling into the forest in front. What's going on? What was that just now? Vegeta was a little worried. Is it a new enemy that has appeared? What if it is? That person is not far from here, but he will threaten Emily's safety. Emily, you wait here, I'll go over there to take a look. Vegeta said, and immediately flew up and flew towards the bright flame in the distance. Soon, Vegeta hid in the woods and saw two people appearing in the forest. That person is number 17? Wasn't he absorbed by Cell? Vegeta muttered in his heart. But then, Vegeta figured it out. Yes, he was absorbed by Cell, and was killed along with Cell, and then resurrected through the Dragon Ball. Vegeta pondered, and looked at the tall man next to number 17. Who is he? Blue skin? Never seen it before. Chapter 130, Makarita. This is what happened. Please follow me. Whis looked at number 17 and said politely. While saying this, Whis glanced at the place where Vegeta was hiding. What? Was I discovered by him? Vegeta was so surprised. I have hidden my breath, how can I still be discovered? It must be a coincidence, right? If number 16 and number 18 are also in the place you said, it's okay for me to go and see. Number 17 nodded. Swish. Whis slid lightly with the scepter. Suddenly, a flying cube was released by Whis. Let's go. Whis called. Number 17 widened his eyes. What is this thing for? When number 17 stepped on the flying cube quickly moved into the starry sky. Number 17 was stunned. Isn't the speed of this thing too amazing? Flew away? Who is he? A strange guy. Vegeta frowned, forget it, for now, that person should have no ill intentions, let him be. Whis took number 17 and flew quickly towards the direction of Beerus planet. Whis met a female angel on the opposite side during the process of traveling from the human world to the god realm. Whis, what are you busy with recently? The female angel on the opposite side stopped, looked at Whis with a smile, and glanced at number 17 again. Strange guy. What is Whis going to do with a human? Wow, it's Makarita. Whis laughed, I'm not busy with anything. Isn't Lord Beerus taking a nap? I found a few humans to help clean his palace. You are so lazy, Margarita said with a smile. Yeah, I've been a little lazy lately. Wyss nodded. What about you? Margarita, what are you busy with? Me? What else can I do? As angels, maintaining the balance of the universe is our main task, isn't it? Margarita smiled. Yes, yes. Wyss replied. By the way, Wyss, have you seen Bardos recently? Margarita looked at Wyss and asked. Sister Bardos? She came to planet Beerus a while ago. Didn't she return to Universe 6? Wyss asked knowingly. I don't know. I went to play with Bardos when I was free. But Bardos is not in Universe 6. Margarita shook her head gently. Where could she go? Wyss scratched his head. Wis, you said, Lord Grandmaster, could he have been reborn? Margarita guessed. Wyss's heart sank, but on the surface, he was not panicked at all. It seemed that the matter of Lord Grandmaster had nothing to do with Wyss. Weiss, you don't know anything, do you? Margarita asked while looking at Weiss. What can I know? Oh, you are too kind, Margarita. Weiss said with a smile. The rebirth of the Great King is a great opportunity for all of us gods. Margarita laughed. Yes, if you know the whereabouts of the Great King, you must tell me as soon as possible. Weiss smiled. Of course. Margarita nodded. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two angels said goodbye. Weiss landed on Beerus planet with number 17. Number 17 was just listening to a book of heaven. What angels, what great king? Number 17 had never heard of it. Who are they? However, what made number 17 feel relieved was that he really met number 18 and number 16 here. The three androids finally got together. Mr. 17, your job is the same as theirs. You are mainly responsible for cleaning the palace of Lord Beerus. Be careful. Wyss smiled, I have something else to do. I have to leave for a while. Don't wake Lord Beerus up. Number 18 and number 16 nodded vigorously. Number 17 was confused. Lord Beerus? Who is it? Swoosh. Wyss left as soon as he said he would, turning into a bright light flame, in a flash, disappeared into the starry sky. Who is he? Number 17 asked puzzledly, and who is the Lord Beerus he mentioned? Lord Beerus is a cat. Number 18 said. A cat? Could it be a pet cat he keeps? Number 17 guessed. I don't know if it's a pet cat, but this cat is very powerful. It sneezes and a sun disappears. Number 18 looked serious. Number 17 widened his eyes and looked stunned. The sun disappeared after a sneeze? This is too scary. On the way back to the 11th universe, Margarita felt more and more that something was wrong. What is Wyss doing? Margarita said to herself. Why would he bring a human to Beerus planet? Besides, Wyss's eyes seemed to be hiding something. There must be something wrong. No, I have to go and confirm it. Swoosh. Margarita flew quickly towards the direction of Beerus planet. Just when number 18 and number 16 were about to take number 17 to get familiar with the working environment, Margarita fell from the sky and landed beside the three people. Hello. Margarita greeted. Hello. The three androids said hurriedly. Seeing that Margarita's dress was very similar to Wyss, the three knew that she should be of the same race as Wyss. Besides, number 17 had seen Margarita on the way here. Where's Wyss? Isn't he here? Margarita asked. He went out for something. Number 17 replied. Did he say where he went? Margarita asked with a smile. No, he just said he went out to do something, and didn't tell us where he went. Number 17 replied. Number 18 glanced at Margarita silently. This little girl is pretty. It's the same appearance as Bardos. Humph, I won't tell you that Weiss and Bardos went to Earth. I won't tell you that Bardos has become like me. Makalita quickly looked at number 18. Oh? Bardos has become like you? On Earth in the Milky Way. Makarita was slightly startled. No 18's face changed color. Can she read my inner world? It's too scary. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Makarita laughed, and then held her chin and whispered, I said there was a problem, and I was right. Number 18. Thank you, little girl, you are so cute. Makarita smiled. Swoosh. Immediately, Makarita turned into a bright flame and flew towards the direction of the earth. Number 18 widened her beautiful eyes, an endless surprise appeared in her eyes. Chapter 131, Makarita, you come to be my bodyguard. She can read my inner world. No 18's face was covered with cold sweat. What? Mind reading? Number 17 said in a deep voice. They have areas that we can't reach. No 16's face changed again and again. 10 minutes later, Makarita appeared above the earth, silently observing the blue planet. Vados is on Earth. Makarita smiled, her eyes penetrated the clouds and fixed on the girl who looked exactly like number 18 in Bulma's home. Makarita smiled. With Makarita's eyesight, it was easy to see that number 18 was transformed by Vados. In addition to Vados, Makarita also saw Whis appearing nearby. Whis turned into number 17. Then, Makarita silently looked at Fang Yun beside Vados. Could he be the reborn Great King? Makarita whispered, that's right. Bardos and Whis are by his side, it must be true. Below, in Bulma's home. Hey? Something doesn't seem right. Fang Yun suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. What? Can he see me? Makarita's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly found a place to hide. Hey! Makarita breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the power of the reborn Great King has not yet recovered to its peak. Otherwise, he would definitely find it. What? Bardos also raised his head and asked. It seems that someone is watching me in secret. Fang Yun scratched his head. Bardos' heart sank. Oh no! It seems to be Makarita. Why is she here? How did she know? Bardos looked at Whis hiding in the dark angrily. Whis covered his face. This is trouble. Makarita also knows about it. This is terrible. What should I do? What should I do? Weiss was a little confused for a moment. Then, Bardos met Weiss hiding in the dark under the pretext of going to the toilet. Weiss. How did Makarita know? Bardos asked angrily. I met her on the way back to the God Realm. Maybe she got suspicious. Weiss sighed. Why are you so careless? Bardos stared. Who knew she would show up? Weiss covered his face and said, besides, if Makarita went to find you and you weren't here, I'm afraid this series of events would be linked together and make her suspicious. Forget it, it seems that I can't hide it anymore. Bardos shook his head, at least, it doesn't affect me much at the moment. Why did you say that, sister? Weiss asked. Women's intuition. Bardos chuckled. Wes. Women's intuition. Bardos returned to Fang Yun. Just then, Makarita fell from the sky and landed near Fang Yun. Makarita did not pretend to be someone else, but appeared in her true identity. Fang Yun was stunned when he saw Makarita appear. What happened? Makarita is here too? Why don't you stay in the 11th universe and run to the 7th universe? If Bardos came to if it's the Earth, it's more or less understandable. But it's a bit unbelievable that Makarita appears on the Earth. Vados is an angel from the 6th universe. The 6th and 7th universes are originally companion universes. It's normal for them to visit each other. But it's a bit strange for you, an angel from the 11th universe, to go to the Earth of the 7th universe. Seeing Makarita falling from the sky, Vados's face changed slightly. Why do you come here so suddenly? Why don't you change your image? Who is this lady? Fang Yun asked. Hello, my name is Makarita, and I'm an angel from the 11th universe. Makarita bowed. Oh, I thought you looked a bit like Vados, so you are an angel from the 11th universe. Fang Yun smiled. Vados. Lord Daquan knows me, how could he not know Makarita? No, Lord Daquan must be deliberately fooling Makarita. It's so fun. What's the matter? Fang Yun asked Makarita. No big deal, I just came out to relax. Makarita laughed. Fang Yun. You are an angel, you came out to relax? Fang Yun looked at Makarita without blinking. 0 Please give me flowers. Not to mention, Makarita is really good looking. She belongs to the type that Fang Yun likes. By the way, I'm short of a guard, Makarita, would you consider being my guard? Fang Yun greeted. Makarita's eyes suddenly lit up, full of expectation. Vados pricked up his ears. Lord Daquan, you are too much. You said you would give priority to me. Wes. What did I miss? As soon as Makarita showed up, Lord Daquan wanted to recruit her as a guard? Is this the advantage of appearance? Really? Makarita's eyes lit up. It's fake, I just said it casually to see if you and Vados have the same reaction. Fang Yun replied. 0. Makarita. Vados. Wes. You came all the way from the 11th universe to find me, you don't want to be my guard, do you? Fang Yun looked at Makarita and asked with a smile. Makarita nodded gently. Yet, you are an honest girl, I like you. Fang Yun replied. Vados. What did I miss? Lord Daquan likes honest girls? I am now dressed as number 18, but I must not let Lord Daquan know. Will Makarita not tell anyone? Thank you for the compliment. Makarita smiled. If you want to be my guard, stay with me tonight. Fang Yun called. Makarita. You don't seem to be happy. Fang Yun asked with a straight face. This seems a bit unruly. Makarita's face flushed. What's unruly about accompanying me to recite poems and write couplets at night? Fang Yun asked. Makarita. Ah? Reciting poems and writing couplets. Makarita smiled awkwardly. What do you think? Fang Yun asked back. Makarita was about to cry. Fang Yun thought about it carefully. Even Makarita came over and asked to be a guard. Maybe I am really the reincarnation of the great king of all omnipotence? No, I am me. How could I be the reincarnation of the great king of all omnipotence? Fang Yun himself was unfaithful first. Chapter 132, High Priest. But Fang Yun felt strange again. If I am not the reincarnation of the great king of all omnipotence, it is understandable to say that Bardos alone made a mistake. The problem is, now even Makarita made a mistake? By the way, there is also Weiss. How could Weiss not know? This is Weiss's 7th universe. 3 angels, did they all make a mistake? Fang Yun was a little overwhelmed for a moment. I just want to practice the power of erasure in silence. Please stop harassing me, okay? How about this, if you really want to be my guard, Makarita, I will give you a candidate for the guard. Fang Yun looked at Makarita and said. Okay, thank you. Makarita bowed and thanked him. Go back first. Fang Yun waved his hand. Then I'll take my leave first, Lord Daquan. Makarita bowed again, glanced at Bardos behind Fang Yun, and immediately turned into a bright flame and quickly disappeared. After Makarita left, Fang Yun looked back at Bardos with a thoughtful expression. Why are you looking at me? Bardos pretended to be calm. You seem very calm about the appearance of Makarita. Fang Yun looked at Bardos with a smile. Is she very powerful? Bardos' heart sank. Oops. I did act too calm. Number 18, we knew each other before you were transformed. Do you remember? Fang Yun asked. Yes, at that time you flew to our house and Lapis and I thought you were a Superman. Bardos said with a smile. Humph, I had investigated this kind of thing clearly before I came here. Lord De Quan, do you think I'm stupid? Yes, I held your hand and told you that I would marry you after you became No 18. Fang Yun said, holding Bardos's little hand. Ah! Bardos was stunned. Did you say that? Why don't I remember it? Bado's face flushed. How about we have a wedding night tonight? Fang Yun looked at Bardos with deep affection. Ah! Wedding night? Bardos shuddered. Don't you want to? Fang Yun asked. Isn't it that I haven't thought about it yet? Bardos smiled bitterly. Okay, stop pretending. I recognized you a long time ago, Bardos. Fang Yun smiled. Bados's body trembled slightly. What? Recognized? How is it possible? There is also someone hiding behind that big tree. Come out. I can sense your presence. Fang Yun turned his head and looked at the direction where Weiss was. Wes wiped his sweat and flew over quickly. Fang Yun looked over silently. Is it number 17? What is he doing here? Fang Yun never thought that the number 17 who appeared in front of him was transformed by Weiss. Wow, meet the Great King. Weiss said, and his body changed rapidly, returning to his true appearance. It's Weiss, I thought it was No 17. Fang Yun smiled. Wes. Oh my god. How could I be fooled so easily? Swish. When Bardos saw Weiss return to his true appearance, he stopped pretending, and his body flashed and changed into his own appearance. It's you guys, I was a little suspicious at first. Fang Yun sighed. Bardos. Wes. It turns out that the Great King didn't see through our identities. How sad. He took the initiative to admit it. Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Fang Yun asked with a smile. Wow, there will be great opportunities around the Great King, this is an unwritten news in the God realm. Weiss smiled slightly. Where is the real No 18? Fang Yun changed the subject. There will be great opportunities around the Great King? How come I don't know? Will there be opportunities by following me? Forget it, let's talk about this later. Number 18, number 17, and number 16 are all on the planet of Lord Beerus. Whis said hurriedly. Go back to where you came from. Don't follow me for now. When I need you, I will naturally find you. Fang Yun sighed and waved to the two people, by the way, let number 18 and the others come back as well. Yes, Lord Great King. Whis bowed. Understood. Bardos also nodded slightly. Whis and Bardos looked at each other. The two stopped talking and saluted Fang Yun again, then turned into two bright flames, sank into the starry sky, and disappeared without a trace. Whis, what exactly does Lord Great King mean? Bardos was a little confused about what Fang Yun meant. Sister, maybe the Great King feels that the time is not ripe. Let's go back first and don't disturb the Great King for the time being. Whis sighed softly, I think if we continue to disturb him, the Great King will be angry. By then, the two of us will really have no chance to be guards. You have a point. Bardos nodded gently. After Whis returned to the Beerus planet, he sent the three androids number 18 back to Earth. Bardos returned to the 6th universe. Makarita even returned to her 11th universe. The Milky Way Earth in the 7th universe has regained its tranquility. However, it didn't take long for the news about the rebirth of the Great King to spread throughout the God realm. The Temple of the Great King. Lord, you have heard about it, right? Asked the High Priest. Yes, I heard that the Great King of all was really reborn. The King of all nodded. It is said that he is on Earth in the Milky Way of the 7th universe, right? Yes. The high priest replied, from the current situation, the power of the reborn great king of all has not been fully restored. I am afraid that it will be difficult to recover to the peak state without 30 to 50 years, let alone surpassing himself. The king of all nodded and looked at the high priest and said, by the way, high priest, I also heard that many angels are eager to try and plan to become the guards of the great king of all. This I didn't manage this well, please punish me, Lord Omni. The high priest apologized quickly. 5.7. It's not your fault. The Omni smiled innocently, however, it would be better to have a clear rule that all gods are not allowed to interfere with the great Omni King's training on earth. Understood. The high priest promised. On this day, the god realm released a message. If angels, gods of destruction, and king of the worlds disturb the great Omni King's training, they will be deprived of their godhood. Of course, if the great Omni King takes the initiative to find them, that's another matter. The high priest gave the order, and the gods dared not disobey. The seventh universe, King of the Worlds. King of the Worlds Sheen also received this order. However, Sheen was a little confused. The great Omni King? Who is it? Why haven't I heard of it at all? Jebbet, where did you get this information? Xian asked curiously. Chapter 133, High Priest. Lord Kaishan, there is news that has been transmitted to our Kaishan realm from somewhere. I don't know how it came from. Jebbet shook his head. Could it be that, besides me, there are gods more powerful than me? The Kaishan held his chin in thought. No way, even if there is, it is probably the great Kaishan, right? Or the previous Kaishan. Jebbet guessed, but aren't they all dead of old age? So confusing, great omnipotent king? What is it? The Kaishan was a little confused. Why don't I know what the great omnipotent king does? Forget it for now. What great omnipotent king? It's just a figment of the imagination. The Kaishan decided to ignore it. The most important thing at the moment is to keep an eye on the seal of Majin Bu, especially be careful of that guy named Fang Yun. If he releases Bu, the entire universe will be in danger. Although we can't observe Fang Yun now, we can always observe Bu's seal. Jebbet nodded gently, as long as there is any movement in the seal of Bu 01, we will go there immediately. You are right, Jebbet. King Kai smiled, fortunately, Bu's seal has not been moved recently. Yes, we can be safe for a while. Jebbet nodded and smiled. After the cell incident, the earth really calmed down. Gaku went to Yadrid to learn instant movement and would not be able to come back in a short time. While Vegeta was practicing hard, he went shopping with Emily and gradually got used to life on Earth. Gohan went to school to study, temporarily putting aside his training or fighting. Pico stayed in the temple and lived with the god Dende. Krillin returned to the island of Kame Sennin and continued to practice in the way of Kame Sennin. However, Krillin and Kame Sennin were surprised for a long time after seeing that the sword on the island had been moved. The two speculated who moved the sword? Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi returned to her own place and lived a peaceful life. Li Ping dressed up and even put on women's clothes to admire her beauty in front of the mirror. Fang Yun lived a comfortable life in Bulma's house as before. However, what made Fang Yun a little puzzled was that recently, neither Bardos, Makarita, nor even Whis came to disturb him. These three angels didn't even show their faces. Fang Yun was a little surprised. I said a few words, and you left? I can't, right? But it's better to leave, so that I don't have to spend a lot of energy to deal with them if they stay by my side. Time passed day by day. God Realm, the temple of the King of All. Lord King of All, after my observation for this period of time, it seems that it is not him. The high priest wiped his sweat. No? How could it be? Besides me and the great King of All, who else has the ability to erase and create? The King of All was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help asking. I can't say for sure, anyway, he is not completely the reincarnation of the great king of all. The high priest shook his head gently. If not, then let him be. The king of all nodded slightly. Universe 7, Beerus planet. Bardos and Whis sat together drinking tea. Sister, have you heard? Whis looked at Bardos. What? Bardos asked. Father said that Fang Yun may not be the great king of all. Whis pondered. What? He is not the great king of all. Bardos spit out the tea she had drunk at that time. Widened her beautiful eyes, and looked incredulous. Father did say that. Whis nodded. Impossible, I have had contact with him, it won't be wrong. Bardos still didn't dare to believe his judgment. Maybe, we are really wrong. Weiss pondered, do you still remember the aura of the great king? Why not? I knew that the great king was going to be reincarnated, so I remembered it a long time ago. Bardos replied. That's strange, why did father say it wasn't Fang Yun? Weiss was a little confused. Is it really wrong? Bardos wiped his sweat. After working on it for several days, I almost got myself into trouble. It turns out that Fang Yun is not the reincarnation of the great king. Although Bardos was a little skeptical about his father's words, he knew very well that his father never lied. High priest, there is no need to lie about such things. High priest, he would not make up such a boring lie to prevent the angels from contacting the great king. Since his father said so, Bardos estimated that there was probably something wrong. Then we worked in vain. Bardos smiled bitterly. That's right. Weiss sighed. Then, where is the real great king? Bardos looked up at the sky. Maybe, in another universe. Weiss guessed. If it is really in another universe, then I'm afraid we have no chance to meet him. Bardos looked miserable. Wes. Yes, no chance. This is the worst ending. Forget it, let's go back. After saying this, Bardos turned into a bright flame and disappeared in a flash. Time flies. A year later, Son Goku mastered teleportation and teleported back directly from Yadrit. That day, Vegeta found Son Goku and the two had a good fight. Soon, Vegeta left in disgrace and practiced harder. Another 6 years passed. Son Gohan has grown up, turned 16 years old, and entered Orange Star High School in Orange Star City to study. That day, Son Gohan brought back a message from his classmates, saying that the world's first martial arts tournament has been reopened. In fact, the martial arts tournament was reopened 3 years ago, but Son Goku and others didn't pay attention to it. The world's first martial arts tournament? Speaking of it, I miss it very much. Son Goku scratched his head. Dad, should we go to participate? Son Gohan asked. Speaking of which, Son Gohan is a little tired from studying these days, and is looking forward to participating in a martial arts tournament and having a good fight. Will your mother agree? Son Goku is a little confused. Chi-Chi will definitely not agree. If you win the championship, there will be a lot of bonuses. It is said that the champion will get 10 million. Son Gohan said with a smile. 10 million? Is it a lot? Son Goku has no sense of numbers. Enough for our family to eat for a long time. Son Gohan scratched his head and smiled. Chapter 134, Number 18. Gohan, go tell Mom. Son Goku nodded. Son Gohan immediately told his mother the news. Chi-Chi heard that there would be so much bonus for winning the championship in the martial arts tournament, and she immediately agreed. But Gohan, it's a bit boring for only the two of us to attend the martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong held his chin and pondered, you go and tell Piccolo, Krillin, and the others. Dad, are you going to find Uncle Fang Yun? Sun Wuhan's face changed slightly, don't let Uncle Fang Yun participate. He will just wave his hand and we will disappear. How can we fight? I'm not asking Fang Yun to participate. I want Broly, who is next to Fang Yun, to participate. Sun Wukong smiled. Broly? The one with the long tail. Sun Wuhan was stunned for a moment. Dad thinks that this Broly is unfathomable and may have surpassed Dad now. Sun Wukong pondered. Ah? No way? He has surpassed Dad. Sun Wuhan couldn't believe it. Gohan, think about it. Broly could easily defeat Cell 7 years ago. Son Goku replied, 7 years have passed. Although our strength has greatly improved and we can easily defeat Cell 7 years ago, don't forget that Broly should also be growing. At least Dad thinks that Broly can't stand still. Broly has a tail. Vegeta said he is not a Saiyan. Son Gohan scratched his head, but why do I feel that he seems to be a Saiyan? Maybe Gohan, you are right. He may really be a surviving Saiyan. Son Goku nodded, okay, I'll go see Broly and Vegeta and tell them about the martial arts tournament. Yes, Dad, I'll tell Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin right away. Son Gohan replied. Swish! Son Goku teleported and appeared next to Broly in a flash. It stinks so bad. Son Goku quickly covered his nose. Broly. Hey, I'm in the bathroom, what are you doing here? Broly looked at Sun Wukong with a dark face. It's an accident, purely an accident. Sun Wukong scratched his head. After coming out of the bathroom, Sun Wukong told Broly about the martial arts conference. Martial arts conference? What does it mean? Broly didn't know much about this kind of thing. How should I put it? It's that people in this world compete in the ring to compete for the world's number one. Sun Wukong explained. It seems quite interesting. Broly pondered, but I have to ask the boss's opinion. The boss you are talking about is Fang Yun, right? Sun Wukong said. Broly rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who else can I talk to? After so many years of living on Earth, Broly has changed from his previous character of few words to a little more talkative. Oh? The world's number one martial arts conference. Fang Yun looked at Sun Wukong thoughtfully after hearing the news. Ahem, Fang Yun, please don't participate. If you just wave your hand, we will disappear, and it will be boring to fight. Sun Wukong is quite straightforward and expressed his concerns. In all these years, when have you seen me participate in a martial arts competition? Fang Yun smiled. That's right. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Go Broly, I don't object. Fang Yun agreed to Broly's request. Thank you, boss. Broly thanked him quickly. Broly, I'm waiting to fight you. Sun Wukong's face was full of expectations. By the way, I have to notify Vegeta. Go. Fang Yun nodded. Swish. Sun Wukong disappeared in a flash through teleportation. What martial arts competition? Vegeta asked calmly. This is a kind of martial arts competition held on Earth. Sun Wukong explained, Gohan and I will participate. Gohan has also notified Piccolo and Krillin. I believe they will go too. Humph, boring. Vegeta snorted, why don't we find a place to have a good fight? Why limit ourselves to the ring? Different, Sun Wukong scratched his head, by the way, Broly is also participating. Broly? The Saiyan you are talking about? The follower next to Fang Yun. Vegeta sneered. Yes, it's him. Is he really not a Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked. Saiyans will not be someone else's younger brother. Vegeta smiled. Sun Wukong. Why do I remember that you used to be Frieza's younger brother? Forget it, I won't say it. Kakarot, what's that look in your eyes? Vegeta said angrily. But Broly has a tail, is he really not a Saiyan? Sun Wukong changed the subject. A person with a tail must be a Saiyan? You are so ridiculous, Kakarot. Vegeta smiled, the universe is so big, there are so many people with tails, you ignorant guy. Whatever, it doesn't matter if he is not a scion. If he is a scion, he can defeat the perfect form of Cell in normal state. What if he becomes a super scion? Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Vegeta's face changed color. What the hell? How could I forget this? Kakarot is right. If he is so powerful in normal state, wouldn't it be against the will of heaven to become a super scion? I hope he is not a scion. You think too much, Kakarot. Vegeta chuckled. Even if he is a scion, it is impossible for him to become a super scion so easily, right? Do you really think that super scions are everywhere now? That's right. Sun Wukong nodded slightly and asked, Vegeta, so you agree to participate in the competition? Vegeta, go and participate. I heard that the top few winners of the competition will get bonuses. Vegeta's wife Emily advised. Vegeta glanced at Emily. Our family is almost unable to make ends meet. Emily sighed softly. Well, since you are all participating, I will also join in the fun. Vegeta smiled. Okay, Vegeta, see you at the martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong waved his hand and was about to leave. Kakarot, do you think you are very powerful just because you have learned teleportation? Vegeta snorted coldly, you will definitely lose to me in this martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong looked back and smiled. Shua. Sun Wukong left by teleporting. A certain island force. Oh? The world's #1 martial arts tournament. No 17's eyes lit up after seeing the prize money of the martial arts tournament. This is not a small amount of money. Number 18 also had some expectations on his face. Let's go and participate. Number 17 suggested. Chapter 135, Biddy Lee. I have no objection. Number 18 nodded and asked number 16, you should also participate, no 16. Okay, I will participate too. Number 16 nodded slightly. Just don't know if Fang Yun and Sun Wukong will participate. Number 17 pondered. Even if they participate, it's okay, right? Number 18 smiled, we have seen a guy as powerful as that cat, what else is there to be afraid of? You're right. Number 17 nodded. After so many years, I really don't know who they are. Number 16 sighed, are they really gods? Above Bulma's house. A jet plane drew a white line across the sky. Pop! Just then, a puff of green smoke came out of the cabin of the plane. Whose unlucky child is this? The plane seems to have a problem. Fang Yun raised his head and looked at the sky silently. Brother-in-law, the plane seems to be falling towards our house. Over there is Dad's dinosaur park. I'm afraid that group of dinosaurs are going to run away. Bulma wiped her sweat. No problem. Fang Yun smiled and waved his big hand gently. Swish! The falling plane was easily wiped out by Fang Yun's wave of his hand. Brother-in-law is still so free and easy. Bulma said with a smile. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Someone fell from the plane, Bulma continued, it seems to be a 020 girl in a skirt. Claude Herma, do you mean to wipe off her skirt? Fang Yun asked. Bulma. Brother-in-law, you are going too far. The girl is in free fall and is about to fall to her death. Brother-in-law, is it really appropriate for you to make this joke now? Brother-in-law, save her. Bulma couldn't bear it. Well, okay. Fang Yun flew up. Swish! Fang Yun quickly appeared beside the falling girl. Hey? Isn't this Satan's daughter Bidalai? Why did she appear here? Ah? You can fly too. Bidalai looked at Fang Yun who appeared beside her and was slightly surprised. A little bit. Fang Yun smiled. Save me. Bidalai found that Fang Yun was just watching her fall silently, so she had to say quickly. Pa. Fang Yun stepped forward and grabbed Vidal's hand, slowly stopping her from falling. Then, Fang Yun brought Vidal down from the sky and landed beside Bulma. "Thank you for saving me, my name is Vidal." Vidal introduced herself. "I almost fell to my death because of a malfunction in the plane on the way." Speaking of this, Vidal looked at the place where the plane fell. "Hey? Where's the plane? Didn't the plane disappear?" Just now, Vidal even lost her life, so naturally she wouldn't pay attention to where the plane went. After all, falling from such a high place, although Vidal knows some kung fu, if she falls, she will probably be disabled even if she doesn't die. Where did the plane go? Vidal was a little surprised. "Hello, my name is Bulma." Bulma smiled. "Hello, my name is Vidal." "Hey? Bulma?" Vidal was slightly stunned, and looked at Bulma opposite without blinking. After a short silence, Vidal was surprised and happy. You are Bulma." Vidal's face was full of excitement. "Hee, brother-in-law, I'm a celebrity." Bulma blinked at Fang Yun. "When I passed by the sky just now, I saw your building and guessed that this might be the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. As a result, I accidentally failed to control the plane, causing problems with the plane and causing it to crash." Vidal explained the reason for the situation. "I didn't expect this to be the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. I didn't see it wrong." Bulma smiled, her face somewhat proud. "I am a very outstanding scientist. It is natural that someone admires me." "Excuse me, Miss Bulma, is your sister at home?" Vidal asked with some anticipation. "My sister?" Bulma suddenly felt uneasy. "I like Miss Taiza's books. I even bought a full set of Marvel." Vidal looked at Bulma excitedly. "Bulma! I am a great scientist and inventor. Am I not as famous as my sister? So sad. My sister went out to make a script and has not been home recently." Bulma sighed. "Ah? When will she come back? Can I ask her for an autograph?" Vidal asked. "Let's talk about it when my sister comes back." Bulma looked unhappy. "I like The Black Widow written by Miss Taiz. She is a hero in my mind." Vidal clenched her fists. "I believe that one day, I will become a strong woman like that." Bulma. Black Widow is chivalrous? Are you sure? Forget it. What's the point of me getting angry with a 16-year-old girl? I am almost 40 years old. Although my appearance remains at 16 years old. But my mentality is very mature. Do you have an airplane capsule here? Can I buy one? Vidal asked. We are the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. Let alone airplane capsules, we have spaceship capsules for sale here. Bulma drank it. Then I'll buy an airplane capsule. Vidal wiped her sweat. I didn't say I was going to travel in space. What do I need a spaceship capsule for? Miss Taiza's sister is so fierce. Strange, didn't I hear that Taiza's sister is nearly 40 years old? Why does Miss Bulma look so young? Bulma took out an airplane universal capsule. By the way, do you know how to get to Bayazai Mountain? Vidal asked. Bayazai Mountain? What are you going to Bayazai Mountain for? Bulma asked quickly. My classmate lives in Bayazai Mountain, I'm going to find him. Vidal replied. Your classmate is not Son Gohan, right? Bulma reacted quickly. Hey? Do you know Son Gohan? Vidal's eyes lit up slightly. Well, it's nothing, I also watched him grow up. Bulma smiled. Watch him grow up. Vidal wiped her sweat. Gohan seems to be about the same age as you, right? No, it is rumored that Taiza's sister is almost 40 years old. But, she looks too young, right? So, you told Gohan about the world's first martial arts tournament, right? Bulma asked. You also know about the world's first martial arts tournament? Videl was surprised. Are you close to Son Gohan? To be precise, we have a good relationship with Son Gohan's father. Bulma smiled. No one. Chapter 36, Videl. No wonder you can fly. Videl looked at Fang Yun. You went to Gohan to learn how to fly, right? Fang Yun looked at Videl and asked. Ah? How did you know? Videl looked at Fang Yun in surprise. If you want to be a hero, it's not enough to just learn how to fly. Fang Yun said. What do you mean? Videl didn't quite understand. I mean, you still need to get stronger. Fang Yun said. Get stronger. Videl was stunned for a moment, and said confidently, I'm very strong. If I could fly, I believe I wouldn't necessarily lose to Gohan. Bulma. Brother-in-law, this girl is really boastful, Bulma sighed. Then let her learn something new. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Videl, I'm afraid you have a misunderstanding of what it means to be powerful. What misunderstanding? My father was the champion of the last world #1 martial arts tournament. I also helped the police catch criminals and defeat many vicious people. Videl clenched her fists and said confidently. Then, can you blow this up with one punch? Fang Yun said, and with a light wave of his hand, a 3-meter-high stone appeared out of thin air beside him. Fang Yun placed the big stone opposite Videl. Videl was stunned. How did this stone come out? It seems to have appeared out of thin air. How magical! Is he a magician? What did you say? Blow up this big rock with one punch. Videl's eyes widened, and she stepped forward and gently patted the rock. The texture of this rock is very hard, as if it is made of pure marble. If it is an ordinary stone, maybe I can give it a try. Fang Yun smiled. What? From what you said, you can blow up this rock with one punch. Videl looked at Fang Yun with disbelief. Broly! Fang Yun shouted. Swish! Broly came from a distance at a high speed. Videl's pupils shrank slightly. Who is this person? Where did he come from? Broly, blow up this rock with one punch. Fang Yun said, pay attention to control the strength. Broly, blow up this rock? Isn't this simple? I can even blow up a planet. Boss, are you kidding me? Bang! Broly punched the stone. Crash! Suddenly, the big stone broke into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Videl widened her eyes. Looking stunned. Was this stone really blown up? Who is this guy? If he punches me, will I be killed? Videl was so scared that sweat slid down her face. Broly, Broly, you have been with me for so many years. Fang Yun sighed, you still don't master your strength well enough. Not skilled enough. Broly was stunned for a moment. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand, and a big stone that looked exactly the same appeared in front of him. It's easy to blow up a stone, but you can try to break it into pieces with one punch. Fang Yun said, and punched the stone lightly. Shua! Suddenly, the big stone turned into fragments on the spot, like fine dust, and fell to the ground. The wind blew, and the dust disappeared. Broly nodded vigorously. Beside him, Videl was shocked, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Fang Yun in disbelief. If Broly shocked Videl, then Fang Yun made Videl feel incredible. With one punch, the stone was ground into powder. It was terrible. Go, practice well, it will be of great help to improve your strength. Fang Yun said, and with a flick of his hand, 100 more stones exactly like the previous ones appeared in the distance. Broly hurried over to practice. Videl widened her eyes again. How did those 100 stones appear? Is it really magic? What a magical magic! Can I learn Kung Fu from you? Videl said excitedly, I suddenly realized that Gohan is probably a million miles behind you. You can't learn my Kung Fu. Fang Yun smiled, but you said that Sun Gohan is a million miles behind me, which is almost true. No matter how hard he tries in his life, he can never surpass me. Bidalai wiped her sweat. You are so real. Why can't I learn your Kung Fu? Bidalai asked puzzledly. I can't explain it to you. Fang Yun smiled. Bidalai. If you really want to become stronger, I can send you to a place to practice. Fang Yun thought for a while and said. 0 Please ask for flowers. Where to go? Bidalai asked. Yard rat. Fang Yun smiled. Yard rat? What is that? Bidalai was puzzled. A planet outside the Milky Way. Fang Yun replied. Ah? Are you kidding? Bidalai was tired. Planets outside the Milky Way? The best we humans have ever reached is Mars. Okay, you've already run to the outside of the Milky Way? Pa. Fang Yun crushed the amethyst directly. P-Bala instantly appeared beside Fang Yun. Seeing that P-Bala suddenly flashed out, Bidalai was surprised again. Fang Yun, what do you want to talk to me about? P-Bala said with a dark face. It's not a big deal. Take this girl to your place to practice for 2 months and come back after 2 months. Fang Yun said, by the way, let her learn more about how to control Spirito. 00. P-Bala. Is there a problem? Fang Yun asked. No problem, Fang Yun. In fact, you can ask Sun Wukong to send her directly, so I don't have to run errands. P-Bala wiped his sweat. P-Bala, do you think it's easier to call Sun Wukong to come over, or to crush the crystal to let you come over? Fang Yun smiled. P-Bala was about to cry. Go, practice well, and work hard to realize your dream. Fang Yun smiled at Bidalai. Ah? 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 Vidal didn't react. Well, we'll leave. P-Bala waved his hand, took Vidal and returned to Adrit in a flash. You know what, this little girl looks cute. Bulma thought. Well, she looks pretty good. Fang Yun nodded. Bulma. Brother-in-law, you are so honest. How can I see from your meaning that you want to take her as your own? Brother-in-law, you already have my sister and me. Brother-in-law, are you embarrassed? 2 months later. Vidal was sent back by P-Bala. When P-Bala was going back, Fang Yun asked him for another piece of purple crystal. Vidal's face was full of confidence. Fang Yun, look, I have learned to fly. Vidal floated in the sky, looking at Fang Yun excitedly. P.S. Recommend Dragon Ball's strongest teacher righteousness. Chapter 137, King God. Well, congratulations. Fang Yun nodded. There's more. Bidalai laughed, looking at a big rock in front of her, and flames emerged from her hands. Boom! The big rock was blown to pieces on the spot. Hee, how about it? Bidalai said happily, I can easily destroy a big rock now. Bidalai, you can just play by yourself, don't go to any martial arts conference this time. Fang Yun sighed. What do you mean? I have practiced for 2 months just for this day, and you won't let me participate. Bidalai looked unhappy. I don't care, I want to participate, not only to participate, I also want to win the championship. Pa! Bidalai said, falling from the sky. By the way, Miss Tais hasn't come back yet. Bidalai asked. She came back the day before yesterday, and went out again yesterday. Fang Yun said. So busy. Biddy was a little disappointed, and then pouted, I want to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Even if you don't let me participate, I will secretly sign up. Brother-in-law, just let her participate. It's so meaningless to compete with a little girl. Bulma advised. I just said it casually. If she really wants to participate, I won't stop her. Fang Yun smiled. The world's #1 martial arts tournament officially kicked off. The 7th universe, the Kaishan realm. Lord Kaishan, it's bad. Jebet lost his voice. What's the matter? Kaishan asked hurriedly. Lord Kaishan, I just got a terrible news. I heard that the magician Bibadai has a son who is a better magician than him. His name is Babadai. Jebet's face was covered with cold sweat. What? What did you say? Kaishan's pupil shrank. Just 2 days ago, Babadai secretly went to Earth, found Bu seal, and hid it. Jebet's voice was trembling. Kai's eyes widened, and after hearing this terrible news, he was immediately as if he had lost his parents. Jebet, didn't I tell you to pay close attention to Bu seal? Why are you so careless? Kai scolded. I was keeping a close eye on Bu seal, which has always been there, but the cunning Babadai used magic to change an identical Bu seal. He really had replaced it with another one. Jebet's face changed again and again, and this Babadai is very well hidden. I looked for him in many places, but couldn't find his whereabouts. This damn guy! King Kai clenched his fists and asked, so, do you know what he will do next? To unlock Bu seal, pure energy is needed. There is a high probability that Babadai's people will look for this energy from the humans participating in the upcoming world #1 martial arts tournament on Earth. Jebet said. In that case, let's pretend to be ordinary people to participate in the martial arts tournament, find a way to provide Babadai's people with a little energy, and then follow them, find Babadai and kill him. King Kai made a prompt decision. Lord Kai, this is a good idea. Jebet nodded. How long will it take for the martial arts tournament to start? King Kai asked. Tomorrow. Jebet replied. Let's go to Earth. King Kai said. Swish. The two of them moved instantly and appeared on Earth in a flash. The next day, Sun Wukong and others gathered at Bulma's house and flew to heading in the direction of the venue of the world's first martial arts tournament. Beidel? Are you Beidel? Sun Gohan was surprised when he saw Beidel. You just found me now. Beidel smiled. Why are you at Bulma's house? Sun Gohan asked curiously. Keep it a secret. Beidel's face was full of confidence. By the way, didn't you notify Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi, and Yam Shai? Sun Goku looked around and didn't find the three of them. Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi went into seclusion after Cell's incident. Krillin smiled. As for Yam Shai, you know. Is Yam Shai still pretending to be a woman? Sun Goku asked innocently. Ahem, yes. Krillin laughed. Krillin, do you think pretending to be a woman is fun? Sun Goku asked curiously. It's not fun at all. He's sick. He needs to be cured. Krillin said loudly. Really? Sun Wukong looked at Krillin, but then again, Krillin, if you wear women's clothes, you don't look like a woman, do you? Wukong, are you bored? Krillin stared angrily. Why doesn't Krillin look like a woman? Wulong asked on the side. Because Krillin has no hair. Sun Wukong smiled. Wukong, you're going too far. Krillin stared and looked at Master Kame on the side. Master Kame, you kid. What are you looking at me for? Do you believe I will break your legs? Fang Yun, didn't ties come? Krillin hurriedly changed the subject. Ties went to the filming site 2 days ago to guide the filming of The Avengers. Fang Yun said. Since Fang Yun told Ties the story of Marvel, Ties has written these stories of Marvel into novels. Now, The Avengers is officially ready for filming. As the original author of Marvel's story, Tai naturally had to go to the scene to give guidance. Avengers. Beideli's eyes lit up. I've seen the trailer of this movie, and there are many heroes in it. Hehe, this classmate of Gohan, you may not know that compared to those heroes of Marvel, in our eyes, they are actually nothing. Krillin greeted with a smile. Really? Are you also very powerful? Beidalai looked at Krillin and asked. Of course, I should be the most powerful existence on Earth. Krillin smiled. You are the strongest. Beidalai looked at Krillin in surprise, and could not think that this 5.7 bald head was the strongest existence here. Beidalai did not know science. Therefore, Sun Gohan and others were counted as Earthlings. So, you are stronger than Fang Yun? Beidalai asked. This Fang Yun is not considered an Earthling. Krillin wiped his sweat. Ah? Fang Yun, aren't you an Earthling? Are you an alien? Beidalai looked at Fang Yun and asked. You can understand it this way. Fang Yun nodded and did not deny it. Is it true? Beidalai was a little unconvinced. Not only is Fang Yun an alien, but also those present, Krillin continued. Krillin, you talk too much. Fang Yun said. Krillin covered his mouth immediately after hearing this and dared not speak again. Beidalai was a little surprised. This bald guy was so afraid of Fang Yun? Chapter 138, The Real God, Invincible. Okay, let's work hard together and achieve good results. Sun Wukong came out to be a peacemaker. Humph, Kakarot, don't be so proud. Vegeta snorted, my current strength is far beyond yours. Really? That's great. Sun Wukong smiled. 20 minutes later. The helicopter that Fang Yun and others were riding landed at the venue of the martial arts conference. The hatch opened and Fang Yun walked out with everyone. Come to think of it, we haven't been to the martial arts tournament for a long time. After so many years, the tournament has changed a lot. Krillin said with a smile. Yes, there are big changes. There are more people than before. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Remember the last martial arts tournament, it was still Goku and Piccolo competing for the world's first place. Krillin smiled. Piccolo glanced at Krillin and said nothing. Next, everyone went to sign up. Fang Yun did not sign up. This kind of martial arts tournament is not worth watching for Fang Yun at all. When Sun Wukong and others still set their goals for the first place in the universe, Fang Yun had already positioned his own pattern in the entire universe. I am the great king of all. My goal is to become the greatest god in the universe. What can the most powerful person in the universe do? Isn't he vulnerable in front of God? Before crossing, Fang Yun had already seen the Moro chapter of Dragon Ball Super. Moro is so powerful, facing the king of all, isn't he destined to be wiped out? Not to mention the Omni King, even the god of destruction Beerus can easily beat him. Back then, when Vegeta had just realized the Super Saiyan Blue condensation, he was still shouting at Beerus. Then what happened? Vegeta was beaten badly. Vegeta was knocked down by Beerus with one move. Super Saiyan Blue condensation can beat the combined Saiyan. Also, there are tens of thousands of combined Ja in the comic version. When the king of all makes a move, he just waves his hand, and the combined Ja and the universe he is in all disappear. This is the power of God. The real God is invincible. I'm also signing up for the competition. Number 17 came up and smiled at the registration office. And me? Number 18 looked calm. Number 16 also nodded and signed up for the competition. Aren't you androids? Sun Wukong looked at the three androids in surprise. What? Sun Wukong, do you have any objections? Number 17 said with a smile. No, that's not what I meant. So, are you also coming to participate in the competition? Sun Wukong was a little excited. Of course, otherwise why do we sign up? Number 17 chuckled. Then let's cheer together. Sun Wukong extended his hand in a friendly manner. This time, I will win the championship. After number 17 finished speaking, he turned around and left with number 16 and number 18. The three androids didn't know about Fang Yun. When Weiss was observing Bardos in front of number 18, Fang Yun's appearance could not be shown. The three androids left quickly. What an arrogant guy! Krillin gritted his teeth, held his head and sighed to the sky. Damn, this is trouble, my chance to get the reward is less. What do you mean? Baidiyi asked. The three of them are very powerful. Krillin sighed. Really? I can't sense the spirito on them at all. Baidiyi pondered. Spirito? What is it? Krillin was stunned for a moment. Sun Wukong looked at Baidiyi in surprise. Do you know spirito too? Sun Wukong looked at Baidiyi and asked. Yes, because I've been to Yadrit. Baidiyi smiled. You've been to Yadrit? Sun Wukong was surprised. No wonder, I said that the aura on you is a little unusual. Baidiyi smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. What? Videl, you went to Yadrit? Sun Gohan asked curiously. Yes, Fang Yun sent me there. Videl's face flushed when she mentioned Fang Yun's name. That's right, Uncle Fang Yun has a good relationship with the great elder of Yadrit. Sun Gohan nodded. Goku, what is spirito? Krillin asked. It's what we call chi. Son Goku explained. Is that so? Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you talking so mysteriously? Isn't it just chi? What's spirito? After registering, the contestants entered the waiting room for the preliminaries together. Fang Yun accompanied Bulma to the stands of the ring. There are so many people. There weren't so many people before. Bulma exclaimed. The scale has expanded a lot. We used to stand to watch the game, but now we have seats. Wulong said. Oh my, there are more boring gimmicks. Master Kame said with a smile. Which row are we in? Wulong asked Bulma. The 10th row. Bulma looked at the ticket. Isn't this seat too far back? The viewing effect is not very good. Wulong said. You are the one who has too many problems. Bulma said angrily, do you believe that I will let my brother-in-law deal with you? Wulong quickly shut up and shivered with fear. What Wulong said is right. The viewing effect in the 10th row is indeed a bit worse. Fang Yun pondered and waved his big hand gently. Swish! A circular suspended object suddenly appeared above the ring. The suspended object was white, and there were sofas and coffee tables inside. Let's go up there to watch. Fang Yun called out. Swish! After Fang Yun finished speaking, he held Bulma and flew up. Turtle Hermit did not hesitate at all. He grabbed Wulong's arm, jumped up, and jumped onto the suspended object built by Fang Yun. Kikai also jumped up. When several people landed on this suspended platform, they were surprised to find that this platform was transparent when looking down from here. It seemed that the position they were in at this time was a bit like a god's perspective. Brother-in-law, I am wearing a skirt today, Bulma exclaimed. Don't worry. You can't see anything when looking up from below. Fang Yun smiled. Is that so? But they all raised their heads and looked at us. Bulma wiped her sweat. It's normal. There is suddenly such a thing on the ring. They are naturally very curious. Fang Yun smiled slightly. In this case, let's satisfy their curiosity. Swish! Fang Yun waved his big hand again. Suddenly, the circular platform suspended in the sky disappeared mysteriously. The audience in the stands were all stunned. A white circular platform suddenly appeared above the ring, and then several people jumped on it. Then, this thing mysteriously disappeared. Even the martial arts conference organizing committee was extremely shocked and had no idea what was going on. Chapter 139, Feeling that the bloodline was suppressed. Since science cannot explain it, let's classify it into quantum mechanics. Some experts analyzed that there might be too many masters on the scene, and there was a magical energy collision between them, which produced quantum changes and gave birth to such a strange thing. As for the person who jumped up, it was an illusion. That was also the quantum development caused by the collision of energy. The audience was half believing and half doubting. Whatever, we are just here to watch the fun. The waiting hall for the preliminaries. The strength tester has been properly prepared. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Satan, the champion of the previous session, to demonstrate the use of this instrument for us, said the staff. After the voice fell, Satan appeared on the scene wearing a champion robe. The current Satan is not as famous as in the original Dragon Ball. After all, the Satan here has never fought with Cell. Cell has never held any Cell game competition. Bang! Satan waved his fist and hit the tester. The tester vibrated and showed a high score of 138. The scene was shocked. This score, in the eyes of normal humans, is already very remarkable. Okay, next, please ask all the preliminaries to take the test. The staff called. When Biddy Lee lightly punched a high score of 398, the scene was in an uproar again. Who is that little girl? She looks so cute, but why is the strength so strong? She seems to be the daughter of Satan. I have heard that she has helped the police in Orange Star City to do a lot of good things. Satan's daughter? A tiger father has a dog daughter. Bang! 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 Next, Sun Wukong and others stepped forward to test the scores, and they all controlled the strength to avoid breaking the machine. Everyone passed the preliminary test smoothly. Let's go eat something first. Sun Wukong suggested. Okay, I'm a little hungry. Krillin nodded. Just after eating and drinking, Sun Wukong and his group came out of the restaurant and saw two strangers. The two people were one tall and one short. The tall one had red skin. The shorter one was lavender in color, his body was suspended in the air, with a faint smile on his face. Sun Wukong was a little surprised. Who are they? Krillin was stunned. Hello, are you Sun Wukong? King Kai Shin landed and looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Sun Wukong? Who is this person? How did he know me? I'm Shin. Shin smiled slightly, he's Jebet, and we also passed the preliminaries smoothly. Sun Wukong and others were all confused. Shin? Jebet? I've never heard of him. Sun Wukong, I've heard about you. You're really not simple. I'm impressed. Shin smiled and stretched out his hand. Shake hands. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand. The two hands touched each other. When his hands touched with Shin's, Sun Wukong could clearly feel the energy fluctuations on King Kai Shin's body. This person is not simple. Although not as strong as me, he gives people a very sacred feeling. Who is he? Much stronger than I expected. Shin smiled. Sun Wukong, you didn't disappoint me. Sun Wukong didn't know how to answer. I look forward to fighting with you. Shin let go of his hand. Sun Wukong smiled and didn't speak. See you in the game. Shin said goodbye. Humph, a mysterious guy. Vegeta watched coldly and snorted. Cold sweat slid down Piccolo's face. Piccolo, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong asked. I always feel that that person is not right. Piccolo wiped his sweat. Not right? Why do you say that? Sun Wukong asked puzzled. I can't tell what's wrong now, but I have a feeling of blood being suppressed like in Tai's novels. Piccolo said in a deep voice. The bloodline is suppressed. Krillin was frightened and asked quickly, is it your name Kian mortal enemy? That's not the case. It's not the suppressed name Kian bloodline. It feels like the suppressed bloodline of God. Piccolo frowned. The bloodline of God. Krillin's voice trembled a little, what a joke, are they gods? It's possible. Piccolo nodded. This joke is not funny at all. Krillin complained, it's okay for those 3 androids to participate in the competition, but now even the real god has appeared. God? Tisk, what's that? Vegeta smiled. Vegeta, can easily defeat him. Everyone looked at Vegeta and ignored him. Thinking back then, you were too arrogant. What was the result? Wasn't it absorbed by Cell? Now, are you starting to show off here again? About 10 minutes later, the martial arts tournament officially opened the grouping. First match, Krillin vs number 17. Krillin fainted on the spot after hearing the news. Who can't I fight against? I'm fighting against that android number 17? Are you kidding me? The group list has been written, please look at the big screen. The referee said. The big screen at the martial arts conference also showed the list of contestants. Fang Yun silently, brother-in-law, who do you think will win the championship? Bulma asked. Xian, he is here as expected. Fang Yun smiled. Xian? Is he very powerful? Bulma asked curiously. It's okay. Fang Yun smiled calmly. Brother-in-law, do you mean, will he be the champion? Bulma asked. Not really. Fang Yun smiled. Xian is the king of the worlds, a god above the 4 kings of the worlds. Ah? King of the worlds. Bulma was stunned. However, this time the draw happened to draw Goku and Vegeta to fight together. This game is worth watching. Kame said. Fang Yun, the king of the worlds you mentioned is competing with your little brother Broly. Can your little brother Broly do it? Wulong asked. You will know after you take a look. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, the world's #1 martial arts tournament has officially begun. The referee stepped onto the stage with a microphone. Before the game, I believe many viewers saw the mysterious floating object appearing above our stage. After careful research by experts, it has been confirmed that it was a quantum change caused by the collision of the energy of the contestants. So, what you saw was just a phantom, not a real one. Fang Yun, you are really talented. Can this be explained? Chapter 140, Broly knocks down King Kai with one move. After all, the floating object has mysteriously disappeared now. Although many people saw someone flying up, I'm afraid it was an illusion. Since it is a quantum mechanical collision caused by the collision of energy on the scene, it means that this conference is full of strong people and the competition will be very exciting. Please wait and see. The referee said with a smile. Okay, no more gossip, let's officially start the competition of this conference. Please welcome the first contestant, Krillin vs contestant No. 17. The audience shouted loudly and cheered for the 2 contestants. Krillin participated in several martial arts competitions in his childhood and achieved excellent results. After many years, what results will he achieve when he participates in the competition again? The referee said with great interest. Krillin walked towards the ring with a sad face. Come on, Krillin, said Sun Wukong. Krillin was about to cry. I still want to come on? No matter how strong I am, I can't beat number 17. Krillin was as depressed as he could be. The 2 quickly stepped onto the ring. The game begins, the referee announced. Bald, it would be better to admit defeat directly, but you have to come up to be abused. Number 17 smiled. Wow 023. Krillin's body burst out with extremely powerful energy, and he pounced on number 17 with his teeth and claws. Bang! Number 17 kicked out and hit Krillin's chest. Krillin flew backwards on the spot, bounced on the ring, fell out of the ring, and was easily eliminated. Referee. Krillin, you are too weak, aren't you? After so many years, haven't you made any progress? Is that number 17 also an alien? Videl asked. Is he an earthling? Son Gohan wiped his sweat. Didn't the bald guy say that he is the strongest earthling? Videl looked confused. How do you say that? Number 17 and his friends are equivalent to the Hulk or Spider-Man. They have been transformed by a doctor of science, and the energy they possess is even stronger than we were back then. Sun Gohan explained. So that's the case. Videl nodded, not quite understanding. Second match, Broly vs Sheen. Broly? Who is he? He seems to be in Son Goku's team. Sheen glanced at Broly. Broly looked calm and stepped onto the ring step by step. Lord Kaishin, isn't it easy for you to defeat that kind of guy? Jebat smiled, except for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the rest of them are just so-so. Okay, it's my turn next. Sheen nodded. Jebat, keep a close eye on Babadai's people. I understand. Jebat replied. Sheen stepped onto the ring. The game begins, the referee announced. Broly? I won't show mercy. Sheen smiled at Broly. Boom. Broly didn't say anything nonsense, and directly burst out amazing energy, an endless breath spread out. What? Sheen's face changed. Swish. Broly flew towards Sheen at a speed that made Sheen's face look even uglier. Bang. Broly's fist hit Sheen's chest heavily. Puff. Blood spurted out of Sheen's mouth, and his body slid backwards. Pa. Broly grabbed Sheen's neck with his big hand and smashed it down. Boom. Sheen's head came into close contact with the ring. Sheen felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Sizzle, sizzle. Broly would not show mercy, pushing Sheen's head and sliding on the ring. After a circle, King Kai already languishing. Broly lifted up the Kaishin high, walked to the edge of the ring, and let go. Pa. The Kaishin fell off the ring and was eliminated. Lord Kaishin. Jebat was shocked, and hurriedly flew up and picked up the Kaishin. Swish. Jebat quickly performed a healing technique to treat the Kaishin. Jebat's healing technique was very effective, and soon cured the Kaishin. The Kaishin stood up from the ground. Broly's strength has increased again. Sun Wukong looked over silently, his face slightly changed color. Humph, it is indeed much stronger than I thought. Vegeta glanced at Broly sideways and snorted coldly. Who is this guy? I have never seen him before. Number 18 said curiously. He has a lot of energy, so don't be careless. No 16's face changed slightly. The next round will be between the two of us. Number 17 said in a deep voice. On the ring. Broly. You wait. Jebat was so angry that his nose was crooked. Broly glanced at Jebat, ignored him, and turned away. Just wait. Who's afraid of who? Stop right there. Jebat was furious. Jebat, forget it, forget it. Sheen quickly grabbed Jebat and smiled slightly, the stronger he is, the more useful he is to us. But Lord Kaishin. Jebat didn't know what to say. You were beaten like this by him, do you think it's appropriate? Where is your face as the greatest god in the universe? I hope he can be of some use to us. Sheen smiled. Even if he is strong, compared with Majin Buu, Jebat shook his head slightly, obviously not optimistic about Broly. Indeed, he may not be Buu's opponent, but as long as we find Babadai's hiding place in time, we can prevent Buu from resurrecting. Sheen lowered his voice and smiled at Jebat. Let's go, if we lose, we lose. We didn't take this game seriously. Besides, when I fought him just now, I didn't have time to use my divine power. If Lord Kai uses his divine power, that guy may not be Lord Kai's opponent. Jebat smiled. Okay, let's continue with the third game. The referee was briefly confused for a few seconds and continued to announce, the next game will be between Videl and Supi. Come on, Videl. Son Gohan said. Don't worry, I won't lose to him. Videl smiled confidently and stepped onto the ring. Supi also appeared in front of Videl with a ferocious face. Jebat, look, is it him? Sheen just found that Supi was a little bit wrong. Yes, it must be him, Lord Kai, look at the mark on his forehead. Jebet said. He looks like an earthling. Sheen pondered. Maybe Babadai has greatly stimulated his potential energy. Jebet guessed. Keep an eye on his movements. Sheen said. Chapter 141, Kai. The third match starts now, the referee shouted. At the beginning of the match, Bidalai punched and kicked Spubiki. A minute later, Bidalai broke Spubiki's neck with one kick, and his head turned behind him. The audience at the scene were all terrified, and their eyes widened. She killed someone. It's terrible. However, Spubiki didn't die. He pressed his head with both hands and twisted it hard. Crack! Spubiki's head turned back again. Bidalai's eyes widened, her expression full of shock. Who is this guy? Why is he playing like this? Hee hee. Sibubich looked at Bidalai with a smile. Bidalai was stunned. Swish! Sibubich soared into the sky, appeared above Bidalai, and pointed his hand at Bidalai. What does this guy want to do? Bidalai said in a deep voice. Boom! A qigong wave blasted down from Sibubich's hand. Bidalai's face changed color. But then, Bidalai smiled lightly. What did I think it was? It turned out to be Spirito. Bidalai smiled and slapped it hard. Bang! The qigong wave launched by Sibubich was slapped away by Bidalai. Sibubich's eyes widened. Shua! Bidalai flew up and appeared right above Sibubich. Give it back to you. Bidalai threw her hand and a qigong wave flew down quickly. Boom! The qigong wave hit Sibubich on the spot. Sibubich fell heavily to the ground of the ring. Bang! Bidalai flew down quickly and kicked Sibubich. Sibubich flew backwards, fell out of the ring, and was eliminated. Bidalai won. It's really different after the special training in Yudrit. Sun Wukong said with a smile, watching Krillin glanced. Wukong, do you mean that Vidal's strength has surpassed mine? Krillin asked with a dark face. That's not the case. I think if Krillin can go to Yudrit to practice for a while, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Sun Wukong suggested. Forget it, I'm not as warlike as you scions. Krillin shook his head. The fourth game is the same as the original, it is still Jebet vs Sun Gohan. That guy is nothing great, right? Broly can easily beat that short guy. Krillin smiled slightly, Gohan will definitely have no problem defeating that red-faced guy. I will try my best. Sun Gohan nodded and flew onto the ring. Jebet silently looked at Sun Gohan. Let's start, Sun Gohan, let me see your powerful energy. Jebet's expression was calm. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Sun Gohan said, the aura on his body surged, and he was about to bombard in the direction of Jebet. Jebet looked at Sun Gohan calmly. Hey, do you want to fight? Sun Gohan frowned. I've heard that you can become Super Saiyans. Can you show me? Jebet looked at Sun Gohan and said. Do you know Super Saiyans? Sun Gohan was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently, okay, as you wish, I'll let you see it. Snap! Golden light bloomed around Sun Gohan, his hair stood up high, and he became a Super Saiyan. Now, you can fight me well, right? Sun Gohan said coldly. Jebet looked at Sun Gohan silently. What a powerful energy! These Saiyans are indeed extraordinary. Hey, I may need Sun Gohan's energy later, so no matter what happens. I hope you don't act rashly. King Kai called out to Son Goku and others. Humph, why should we listen to you? Vegeta snorted. I am the king of the worlds, the greatest god in the universe. King of the worlds said calmly. What? King of the worlds? Vegeta's face changed color. King of the worlds. Goku and others were also quite surprised. The title of King of the Worlds really scared Goku and others present. There were only 3 androids, and they were still confused. King of the worlds? Is he of high status? Is he stronger than the man called Whis we met? Number 18 pondered. A god who can be beaten by Broly, I think his strength is average. Number 17 guessed. I wonder who is stronger, that cat or Broly? Number 18 asked with interest. That cat can destroy a star with a sneeze, can Broly do it? Number 17 asked back. 0 please give me flowers. Number 18 made a careful comparison. It seems that Broly can't do it, right? Let alone Broly, it is impossible for everyone present to do it, right? Just when Son Gohan had just burst out with powerful energy and turned into a Super Saiyan, Spinach and his companion Yama quietly flew towards Son Gohan. Yama was holding a strange instrument with a straw in his hand. Who are you? Son Gohan also noticed the actions of the two and immediately prepared for battle. Hey! Kaishin's hands surged with divine power and covered Son Gohan's body. Son Gohan's body was fixed at that time. Snap! Spinach rushed forward and hugged Son Gohan tightly. 0. Yamu inserted the straw of the instrument in his hand into Son Gohan's waist. Son Gohan screamed and fell softly to the ground. At the same time, Son Gohan's hair quickly returned to black. Don't move. If you don't want to die, be honest. Spinach threatened the people around him. Soon, after the instrument absorbed Son Gohan's energy, the two flew into the sky and flew away. Gohan! Son Goku was shocked. Don't worry, Gohan will be fine. Jepitel will make Gohan recover soon. King Kai shouted, now, I'm going to catch up immediately. If you want to hear the story, follow me. Swish! King Kai flew up and chased in the direction of Yamu and Spinach. Okay, I'll go and see. Son Goku said, flying into the sky. Damn it, Kakarot, what about our match? Vegeta shouted. Let's find another place to compete when we have time. Son Goku turned around and said. Besides, my goal is to defeat Broly, not you. Son Goku really didn't regard Vegeta as his opponent. My opponent is that Broly. The Broly who once defeated Cell. Above the ring, on the suspended platform. Gohan! Chi-Chi screamed loudly and was about to jump down to help. But was held tightly by Kame-sensei and Oolong. Brother-in-law, it seems that something major is going to happen, Bulma said in a deep voice. P.S. Recommend Dragon Ball, The Strongest Teacher and Dragon Ball, Apprentice Angel GYI. Chapter 142, King Kai. Don't worry, with me here, no matter how big the problem is, it can be solved. Fang Yun smiled and stood up. I'll go and join in the fun, it's useless here. I won't go. I believe nothing good will happen. Bulma shook her head. If you don't go, stay here. No one will hurt you on this platform. Fang Yun said. Brother-in-law, then you should be careful. Bulma nodded. Swish! Fang Yun flew down and landed beside Biddy. Fang Yun? Where did you go just now? Biddy asked hurriedly. I was watching from there. Fang Yun smiled and pointed to the transparent circular platform in the sky. Up there? I didn't see you. Biddy scratched her head. By the way, you were not injected with serum or something, and your body mutated, so you became stronger, right? Just like the 3 androids. You are so imaginative, Biddy. Fang Yun smiled slightly and asked, by the way, I'm going to watch a fight, are you going? Watch a fight? Biddy was stunned for a second. It's Kaishin and Son Goku and the others. Fang Yun said. Okay, I want to see it too. Biddy nodded. Let's go. Fang Yun pulled Biddy into the sky. After Jebit treated Son Gohan's wounds, the two quickly caught up. Among the warriors at the scene, only 3 androids were left. Where did Son Goku and the others go? Why did they watch their son being stabbed and remain indifferent? Number 17 was speechless. It seems that something important has happened. Number 16 looked up at the direction where Son Goku and the others disappeared. Fang Yun also flew away. Number 18 said, "Should we go over and join in the fun? It's good that they left. None of the remaining people are our opponents. The top 3 are ours, and we can get a lot of bonuses." Number 17 smiled. "What? Magician?" Son Goku was stunned. "Magician?" Vegeta was also slightly stunned. "Ahem, the name of magician is very familiar to us." Krillin laughed dryly. Pico didn't say anything. How come another magician appeared on the earth? After hearing the words of King Kai, several people were a little surprised. "I know who the magician you are talking about is. You are talking about Fang Yun, right?" King Kai smiled. "Lord King Kai, do you know Fang Yun?" Sun Wukong asked. "I met him once a long time ago." King Kai smiled bitterly. "Of course I won't tell you that a long time ago, I was beaten by Fang Yun. The magician I am talking about has nothing to do with Fang Yun, don't think wrongly." King Kai explained. "Yet, Fang Yun, what should I say?" Krillin scratched his head. "If you say he is a good person, he is not particularly good. If you say he is a bad person, he is not bad. Broly. What do you think?" Bang! Broly kicked Krillin with a flying kick. "Krillin!" Sun Wukong exclaimed. Fortunately, Broly did not take it seriously, and Krillin soon came back in a dusty state. Krillin wiped his sweat and his face became uglier. "If you dare to say something bad about my boss again, I will kick you to death," Broly said coldly. Krillin sniffed and wanted to cry. "Krillin, are you okay?" Sun Wukong asked with a wry smile. "It's okay." Krillin wiped his sweat. "Lord Kaishin, please continue," Sun Wukong said. "The magician Bibidai created a Majin Buu. This Majin Buu is very powerful and is an incarnation of evil. His birth brought endless crises to the universe." Kaishin explained. Later, even Bibidai could not control Majin Buu, so he had no choice but to seal him up while Buu was sleeping. Bibidai brought Buu to the primitive Earth, preparing for Buu to destroy the Earth. Lord Kai and I took advantage of this time to find Bibidai and kill him. Jupiter explained to Sun Gohan, Fang Yun, and Videl, and looked at Fang Yun speechlessly, and finally couldn't help saying, "Lord Kai and I have paid a lot of attention to Buu's affairs. It's a pity that the magician Babadai is too cunning. He made a fake Buu and left the real Buu behind. But he secretly took the real Buu away." Sun Gohan didn't say anything. Videl's face also changed color. "Didn't I say that even if Majin Buu wakes up, it's not a big deal?" Fang Yun smiled slightly. "Fang Yun, don't underestimate Majin Buu, he is very powerful," Jebet said in a deep voice. "Why are you so arrogant? You are really ignorant. Don't you know how powerful Majin Buu is? Forget it, stupid humans, how could they know how powerful Majin Buu is? Back then, there were 4 Kaishins who fought against Majin Buu together, but they were still easily defeated by him, so we must not underestimate the enemy." Jebet sighed. "What we didn't expect is that Bibidai has a son, who is a more evil magician than him, Babadai," Kaishin said. "In other words, now we have to find a way to stop the magician Babadai awakens Majin Buu, is that what he meant?" Piccolo asked. "Yes, that's what he meant." Kaishin nodded. "I hope everything goes well." About 5 minutes later, Fang Yun and others caught up with Kaishin and his group. "Fang Yun? You're here too?" Kaishin laughed dryly. "Have you heard of the melon-eating crowd? I'm just one of them." Fang Yun smiled slightly. "Kaishin, you're here to be a melon-eating crowd? If Buu really wakes up, how can you eat this melon?" Kaishin was speechless. "Forget it, let him be." Looking at the expressions of Son Goku and the others, it seems that they also disdain view. A group of ignorant guys. They landed. Shinkai suddenly said. Then, under the leadership of Shinkai, everyone slowly landed on a nearby mountain. In the distance, Yamu and Subichi landed steadily. Everyone looked from a distance and found signs of the ground being loosened. It's a spaceship. It turns out that they hid the spaceship underground. What a cunning magician! Shinkai said in a deep voice. Creaky. Just then, a small door in the distance suddenly opened. Then, the magician Babadai and a tall man walked out of the door. After seeing the tall man, Shinkai's face changed color. Jebit's pupils also shrank. Oh no, it's the Demon King Dopura. Shinkai said in a lost voice. Chapter 143, Shinkai. Demon King. Sun Wukong was stunned. If you are the most powerful beings in the human world, then in the demon world, the Demon King is the most powerful. Kaishin explained, clenching his fists. Damn it, I didn't expect that even the Demon King became Babadai's subordinate. This is going to be difficult. Can Babadai control someone as powerful as the Demon King? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Babadai should have controlled Dopura through his evil. People with pure hearts like us will not be controlled by him. Kaishin said. As he was talking, the head of Spubiki below suddenly exploded and died on the spot. Yamo was so scared that he flew away. Swoosh! A beam of light shot out, killing Yamo on the spot. The next moment, Babadai left with a smile and an energy-absorbing device. Only Dabura was left at the scene. Dabura's mouth curled up an evil arc, with endless amusement in his eyes. Oh no, we've been discovered! Vegeta shouted loudly. Swish! Dabura came quickly and pointed his hand at Jebit's forehead. Jebit was stunned. Boom! The light in Dabura's hand burst out, killing Jebit instantly. Puh! 01. Dabura spit out several mouthfuls of saliva in succession, shooting at Fang Yun, Vitalai, Krillin, and Piccolo respectively. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, Dopura's saliva disappeared out of thin air. Dopura was confused, his eyes widened, and he felt endless confusion. What happened? Where is my saliva? Where did it go? Why did it disappear? Jebit! The face of the King of the Worlds became extremely sad, and he shouted loudly, and immediately warned, be careful, don't be touched by his saliva, otherwise you will be petrified. However, after the King of the Worlds said this, he was surprised to find that Dopura's saliva disappeared. What's the situation? By the way, Fang Yun. Fang Yun can erase a lot of things. He can easily erase the flowers and plants in the King of the Worlds, let alone Dopura. After the King of the Worlds reacted, Sun Wukong and others also came back to their senses immediately and looked at Fang Yun. Oh? I can tell from their eyes that you just eliminated my magic. Dapra narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Yun. Dopura's saliva can petrify some humans. Therefore, Dapra calls his saliva magic. After all, Dapra is the king of the demon world, and his ability to petrify is considered a kind of magic. You are the first person to spit at me. Fang Yun looked at Dapra with a dark face. You are so disgusting. Dopura's face became even darker. Why are you still cursing? That's magic. What do you know? You can eliminate my petrification magic. Dapra said coldly, interesting, I'll let you see how terrible I am. Bang! As soon as Dapra's voice fell, Broly flew up and kicked Dapra in the chest. Puff! Dopura spit out a large mouthful of acid water. Pa! Broly grabbed Dapra's head and slammed it to the ground. Boom! The mountain behind Dabura collapsed, raising a large cloud of dust and rocks rolling down. Swish! Broly held Dabura's head and slid through the mountain area. Dabura's head was like a bulldozer, leaving a long mark on the ground and rolling up a large amount of earth and rocks. Then Broly raised Dabura high with his hand. Looking at Dabura again, he looked a little dizzy. Sun Wukong. Vegeta. Sun Gohan. Kaishin. So cruel. Is Broly so powerful? Even the Demon King Dopper can be beaten so easily. This is too scary. Bang! Broly kicked Dopper. With a muffled sound, Dopper rushed into the sky like a sky-piercing monkey and turned into a small black dot. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, Dopper's arms and legs in the sky disappeared. After about a minute, Dopper's body fell rapidly. Boom! Doppura's body hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole on the ground. Kaishin hurried over to take a look. As a result, Kaishin and others made a tragic discovery that Dopper's limbs had all disappeared. Now Dopper has become a human stick, revealing a look of despair. Dabura seemed to be saying, "What did I do? Where are my arms? Where are my legs? Why are they all gone? I was beaten up by a human? Why don't I believe it? Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, let it wake up soon. I really want to go home." Kaishin immediately looked at Fang Yun. "I will not show mercy to those who are rude to me." Fang Yun smiled. Kaishin. Then, Kaishin was frightened and his face turned pale for a moment. It seems that I was not very friendly to Fang Yun before. Will I become like Dabura? Ha ha ha, Broly is worthy of it. He defeated Dabura easily. Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked at Broly with a smile. "I will make anyone who provokes my boss 027 live a life worse than death," Broly said lightly. Fang Yun nodded with satisfaction. After 7 years of getting along, Broly and himself have been working better and better together. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, Fang Yun plans to decide on the candidate for this guard. Tisk, if I take action, I can also easily defeat him. Vegeta snorted. Broly glanced at Vegeta and said nothing. It's a pity that Jebbit is too fast, and we didn't react in time. Sun Wukong sighed. Wukong, it's okay, don't we have the Dragon Balls? We can revive Jebbit with the Dragon Balls. Krillin suggested. Yes, Krillin, you are right. Sun Wukong nodded. Lord Kaishin, don't be sad, when we gather all the Dragon Balls, we will revive Jebbit. Resurrection. Kaishin was a little confused. How can a dead person be resurrected? Why don't I know? Lord Kai, you don't know, do you? Vegeta smiled. Don't tell me that as the greatest god in the universe, you don't even know about Dragon Ball. Cold sweat slid down Kai's face. I really don't know. These humans actually have secrets that I don't know. P.S. Those who are still waiting for updates can go and read Dragon Ball, The Strongest Teacher and Dragon Ball, Apprentice Angel, both of which have millions of words. Chapter 144, I'm just here to eat melons. What are your plans for Bu? Kai asked, looking at Son Goku. After asking this question, Kai suddenly realized that Fang Yun should be the most powerful one here. Why am I asking Son Goku? Kai quickly looked at Fang Yun. Fang Yun, what do you mean? Kai asked. Don't ask me, I said, I'm just here to eat melons. Fang Yun replied indifferently. Kai. You answered so directly. Humph, didn't you say that, King Kai? Majin Buu will also wake up after a severe impact. Vegeta smiled lightly and pointed his hand at the spaceship buried deep in the earth. I will wake that guy up and fix him up. What did you say? King Kai's face changed again and again, and he quickly stood in front of Vegeta and stretched out his arms. Get out of the way! Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, don't be impulsive. King Kai said hurriedly, I know you are very powerful, even far beyond me, but you don't know how terrible Majin Buu is. No matter what, don't let him wake up. Humph, Majin Buu is only at the level of Dabura, right? We can easily kill that kind of stuff. Vegeta sneered. Vegeta, Majin Buu is much more powerful than Dabura. If he really wakes up, all of us here will be killed by him. King Kai advised again earnestly. Do you think I will believe you? Vegeta said, shaking all over, clenching his fists and shouting loudly, tears almost flowing down. 7 years. 7 years. The earth has been at peace for 7 years. During these 7 years, I have been practicing hard for this day. Me. Vegeta. The genius warrior of the science. I am the most powerful being in this universe. King Kai God. Why are you still crying? Vegeta, don't get excited. Sun Wukong hurriedly advised, perhaps, Buu's matter is really more terrible than we thought. Get out of my way, Kakarot, it's none of your business here. Vegeta shouted. In the spaceship, Babadai hummed a tune and inserted the energy obtained by Yamu and Supbiki into Buu's seal. Swish! The scale pointer of Buu's seal turned clockwise about 90 degrees. What? How many people's energy did they absorb? And Buu's energy was replenished by about a quarter. Babadai couldn't help but be slightly surprised after seeing the scale. I don't know, they didn't say it, the younger brother replied respectfully. Damn it! If I had known this, I shouldn't have killed them in advance, Babadai regretted it a little. But Lord Babadai, after absorbing the energy of those guys, Buu should be able to wake up smoothly. The younger brother replied. You're right. Babadai nodded slightly, Dabura should have attracted those guys to the spaceship now, right? It should be no problem. Master Dabura will definitely catch them. The younger brother replied. Barbara. Babadai put his hands on the crystal ball and chanted a spell. Suddenly, the crystal ball showed the internal image of the first floor of the spaceship. Hey? Where are the people? Not on the first floor. Babadai was stunned. On the first floor of the spaceship, there was no one except Pepe who was holding on there. Pepe. Pepe was still wondering there. Why didn't they come down? I've been waiting for a long time, okay? How could this be? Could it be that they secretly entered the second floor under the leadership of the Kai King God? Babadai's face changed slightly, and he quickly switched the screen to the second floor. No one on the second floor. Third floor. Babadai's cold sweat slid down his face. Still no one. This is strange. There was no one on the first, second, and third floors. Where would they go? Could it be? Babadai's pupils shrank slightly, and he chanted the spell again. Snap! Suddenly, the picture on the crystal ball switched to the scene outside the spaceship. What? Sure enough, they are outside. Babadai was stunned, his face a little cold. Dabura, what are you talking about? Didn't I ask you to attract them into the spaceship? Hey? Where is Dabura? Only then did Babadai realize that Dabura was gone from the scene. Why was Dabura gone? Bafidi controlled the magic ball and checked the outside of the spaceship carefully. Then, Babadai saw Dabura, who had become a human stick, in a big pit. Dabura looked hopeless, his eyes were dull, and he looked like he wanted to die. What? How is it possible? Why did Dabura become like this? Babadai's body began to tremble, and he clenched his fists. Who is it? Who did it? After a short silence, Babadai saw something strange again. In the crystal ball, in addition to the people at the scene, Babadai also saw a bright flame. What's going on with this light? Babadai widened his eyes, looking surprised. Master Babadai, it seems to be a person. I said hurriedly. Babadai turned his head and glanced at me, with a bit of anger in his eyes. I was startled and lowered my head quickly. You are right, it is indeed a person. Babadai squinted his eyes and said, but who is this guy? Why can't I see him from the magic ball? Outside the spaceship. I told you, this is the simplest and quickest way. Vegeta snorted coldly, blow up the spaceship. Whether it's Babadai or Majin Buu, I'll destroy them all when they come out. Vegeta, how many times do you want me to tell you before you understand? King Kai said angrily, I told you, Majin Buu's terror is definitely not comparable to Dabura. Humph, the more you say that, the more I want to see it. Vegeta smiled, and the energy flame in his hand began to condense. King Kai's face became more and more ugly. Goku didn't say anything else. Since Goku didn't say anything, Gohan and Piccolo naturally didn't say much. As for Krillin, he was a weak person and knew that what he said would not matter. King Kai, if you don't plan to get out of the way, I won't be polite. Vegeta smiled lightly. King Kai gritted his teeth, and his face changed again and again. Chapter 145, I am a magician. Inside the spaceship. Damn it! This guy wants to destroy my spaceship. Babadai gritted his teeth in hatred, I can't let him succeed, I have to think of a way. Then, Babadai immediately issued an order. Babadai ordered Pepe on the first floor and the monster Yego on the second floor to go out immediately to stop Vegeta. Although Babadai knew that the two of them might not be effective, at least they could buy themselves some time. Just when Vegeta was about to destroy the spaceship, the door outside suddenly opened. Then, Pepe walked out of the spaceship. Hey, it's wrong to destroy other people's spaceships without authorization. Pepe shouted at Vegeta. Oh? Someone came out from inside. Vegeta whispered. He smiled, you're just in time. I'm a little bored. Let's start with you. What did you say? You said you want to kill me? Don't be ridiculous. I'm an elite warrior selected by Lord Babadai from the universe. Pepe looked very proud. However, Pepe was a little puzzled. Where did Lord Dabura go? Didn't he say that he would attract these people into the spaceship? Fighting inside the spaceship would be more useful to Lord Babadai. In that case, let's start with you. Vegeta sneered. Wait a minute, fighting here is too annoying. You are the guardians of the earth, right? If people see you fighting here, or destroying the buildings here, or accidentally killing innocent people, you will have a hard time explaining it, right? Pepe quickly persuaded, so, let's fight inside the spaceship. There, Lord Babadai can change the environment through magic. Guardians of the Earth. Vegeta's mouth curled up, you're wrong, I'm not. Swish. Vegeta said, and appeared in front of Pepe in an instant. At the same time, Vegeta put his hands on Pepe's chest. What? Pepe's face became extremely ugly, and his pupils shrank together. Boom! Flames burst out from Vegeta's hands. With a loud bang, Pepe exploded on the spot, was blown into pieces, and various parts of his body fell to the ground. Kai's eyes widened. Is this Vegeta? In just one moment, the elite little brothers that Babadai collected in the universe died just like that? Crack! Just after Vegeta killed Pepe, the hatch of the spacecraft opened again, and a monster walked out of it. Monster Yego. Swish! Monster Yego didn't say any extra nonsense, and swung a claw at Vegeta. With a light sound, the claws of Monster Yego left a shallow mark on Vegeta's armor. It was also because Vegeta dodged quickly. Otherwise he would have been hit just now. Be careful. Vegeta. This guy is Monster Yego. Don't take it lightly. Kai reminded loudly. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and flew towards Yego. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Yego. 10 seconds later. Bang. Yeg grabbed the back of Vegeta's head and hit him hard in the face with his knee. Vegeta. King Kai was shocked. Don't worry, Lord King Kai, Vegeta hasn't really done anything yet. Sun Wukong comforted. Bang. Yej kicked out and kicked Vegeta away. Pa! Vegeta jumped up from the ground, golden light bloomed around him, and turned into a Super Saiyan. Yej was stunned for a moment, and looked at Vegeta in surprise. Inside the spaceship, Babadai was also surprised to see Vegeta after the transformation. Go get the energy detector. Babadai called. The energy detector was brought over quickly. When he saw the pointer on the detector, Babadai's face became more and more ugly. Damn, this guy is not just glowing. Babadai bared his teeth, his energy has increased a lot. Yego is not his opponent at all. The younger brother was trembling with fear. This energy value is too terrible. However, his energy value is not as strong as Doppula's. Babadai frowned, then the question is, who beat Doppula into that state? The younger brother did not say anything, this question is not easy to answer. This is bad, Yego will definitely die. Babadai clenched his fists and his body trembled violently. Lord Babadai, I found that this person looks very evil. Do you want to try? See if you can find a way to control him? The younger brother suggested cautiously. Babadai glanced at the younger brother behind him, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Shua! Yego ate the light on Vegeta's body directly. Vegeta's body returned to normal. What's the situation? Vegeta is not a Super Saiyan anymore. Sun Wukong was stunned. It is said that the demon beast Yego can devour light energy. King Kai gritted his teeth. Is it so magical? Sun Wukong was amazed. Gaga, it's so delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious light energy for a long time. Yego pouted and looked at Vegeta with interest. Don't be so proud of yourself. Let me see how I deal with you, you ugly monster. Vegeta snorted coldly, and golden light burst out all over his body. After a few flashes, he appeared behind Yego. Yego couldn't turn his eyes around and looked for Vegeta everywhere. Puff! Vegeta's heavy punch directly penetrated Yego's back and passed through his chest. Puff! Yego's body trembled violently and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Pa! Vegeta pulled his fist out. Boom! Then, Vegeta's hand burst into flames and blew Yego to pieces. Humph! The monster Yego Ge, that's all. Vegeta smiled lightly and returned to normal. Kai was completely stunned. This Vegeta, is he too powerful? He is almost as powerful as Broly, right? Besides, Kai could see that Vegeta should not have used all his strength yet. Perhaps, as Vegeta said, even if Bu wakes up, they can still defeat Bu, right? Kai's mentality began to change slightly. Very good, this guy is indeed the embodiment of evil, his appearance and image are already associated with evil. Babadai pointed his hand at Vegeta in the magic ball and began to chant a spell. Barbara! Follow my orders! Vegeta's body trembled violently and his face changed color. What did you say? Vegeta shouted. I am the magician Babadai, and now I order you to become my little brother and do things for me. Babadai's spell flooded into Vegeta's mind again. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists and trembled. Chapter 146, Vegeta. Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong was shocked and asked quickly. Uncle Vegeta. Sun Wuhan was panicked. No, he's going to be controlled. Piccolo shouted. What? Controlled? Sun Wukong widened his eyes. Quick, Vegeta, stay calm, don't be controlled by Babadai. Kaishin shouted. Shut up! Vegeta shouted. Boom! Energy surged wildly from Vegeta's body, and golden light shot up into the sky. Very good, Vegeta, you have become my little brother. Babadai had a proud expression on his face. Since you are mine, let me stimulate your potential energy. Swish! Babadai chanted the spell again. Boom! Suddenly, Vegeta's body surged with more powerful energy, and arcs of electricity emerged and filled his body. Sizzle, sizzle. On Vegeta's forehead, there was already a McDonald's symbol. At the same time, Vegeta's expression was even more cold. Not good. Vegeta is controlled. Piccolo said loudly. Vegeta's son Wukong also sighed. This is bad, the most worried thing has happened. Kaishin said in a deep voice. Vegeta's aura is too terrible. It is much stronger than when he was Cell. Krillin was shocked. What a powerful spirito! Breath of sweat dripped down Vidal's face. Only Fang Yun and Broly had calm expressions, as if nothing had happened. Such a powerful energy, I guess we need to transform to defeat him. Broly whispered beside Fang Yun. This is a Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, referred to as Super Saiyan Stage 2. Fang Yun smiled. Super Saiyan Stage 2. Broly was also slightly stunned. Very good, Vegeta, now I order you to throw them all into the spaceship and kill them one by one. Babadai's voice came to Vegeta's mind again. Wow! Vegeta held his head and showed a painful expression. Then, Vegeta slowly raised his head. I refuse. Vegeta said coldly. What? Strange guy, he refused. Babadai was stunned. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. He can actually disobey my orders. I am a scion from the fighting nation. How can I be willing to be controlled by you? Even if my body is controlled by you, my heart will never compromise. Vegeta shouted loudly. This guy's self-esteem is really strong. Babadai wiped his sweat. My opponent is him. Vegeta pointed at Fang Yun and then at Sun Wukong, and Kakarot, except for the two of them, what others want to do has nothing to do with me. Vegeta, you didn't let Babadai control you on purpose, did you? Sun Wukong's face changed slightly. Kakarot, Fang Yun, who of you two will go first? Vegeta snorted coldly. Sun Wukong. Why do you want to challenge me so much? Kakarot, this time, I, Vegeta, will never lose to you. Vegeta clenched his fists. I am the high and mighty Saiyan Prince, but what I never thought was that you, a low-ranking warrior, could actually come from behind and even surpass me in the battle with Cell. Me? Vegeta. I will never allow this to happen. I will defeat you. I will become the strongest Saiyan. Sun Wukong did not say a word. And you? Fang Yun. Vegeta pointed at Fang Yun again. Now my strength has far surpassed that of the perfect Cell, can you wipe me out? Boss, I will take care of him. Broly volunteered. Okay. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Broly stepped forward and looked at Vegeta with a smile. This idiot. I am afraid you don't know how terrifying Boss Fang Yun is. I am so powerful, but the boss can still knock me down with one finger. Who do you think you are? What? Is Broly the first one to be bullied? Vegeta snorted coldly. Broly, how about I go first? Sun Wukong suggested. Boom. Broly didn't mean to say any more nonsense. His body suddenly doubled in size, and energy surged wildly. What? He transformed. Vegeta widened his eyes. Sun Wukong also widened his eyes. This was the first time Broly transformed in front of everyone. Zero, please give me flowers. When dealing with Cell, Broly could easily beat him in his normal state. 7 years have passed, and Broly's strength has also improved a lot. However, no matter how much he improves, his normal strength is limited. Compared with the current Super Saiyan second stage Vegeta, there will be a little gap. Broly absorbing the power of the giant ape. Broly smiled lightly and whistled towards Vegeta. What? How can this guy be so fast? Vegeta was stunned. Bang! The next moment, their fists collided. Puff! Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if his fist was broken. What a terrible guy! 00. Wow! Vegeta shouted, punching and kicking Broly. Broly looked calm, as if nothing had happened. After Vegeta's attack ended briefly, Broly grabbed Vegeta's head and slid quickly on the ground. When he looked again, he saw that Vegeta's head had left a long mark on the ground. Pa! Broly grabbed Vegeta's ankle and threw him back and forth. Vegeta screamed miserably. Bang! Broly kicked Vegeta to the ground, grabbed his hair and lifted him up high. Pa! Broly slapped him twice. Several of Vegeta's teeth fell out, and the golden light on his body trembled, returning to normal. Except for Fang Yun, everyone was stunned. No one thought that Broly would be so powerful. Moreover, Broly could actually transform. Although he looked a little burly after the transformation. But anyone could sense the powerful energy. What a scary guy! The face of King Kai changed again and again. When did such a scary guy appear beside Fang Yun? Too powerful. King Kai thought Vegeta was already very powerful. But after seeing Broly's performance, he was really a little confused. Goku, are you sure you can defeat Broly? Krillin whispered to Dai. Chapter 147, Whis, if you don't come out, Beerus will die. I don't know who is stronger, my Super Saiyan 3 or Broly now. However, Sun Wukong is a person who takes the overall situation into consideration, so he won't fight Broly now. Vegeta, are you still fighting? Broly smiled. Vegeta was completely hopeless, his body trembling. Snap! Broly let go. Vegeta fell to the ground, looking depressed. You can't even beat me, and you still want to challenge my boss. Broly smiled coldly. N. Vegeta cried. Broly. I'm just telling the truth. Why are you still crying? Are you a woman? Broly was speechless. In the spaceship, Barbitti's face was pale. It was so hard to control Vegeta, but he was defeated by that guy in a few moves. Lord Barbitti, do you want to try to control that guy named Broly? I suggested. Barbara. Barbitti chanted a spell and cursed this little brother to death. Let you talk too much. If I can control Broly, do you need me to say it? In fact, Babadai was trying to control Broly just now. However, Broly's energy was very strange, as if it was protected by something and could not be controlled at all. Babadai gritted his teeth. Shua. Then, Babadai chanted a spell. In just a flash, Babadai and the Bu seal beside him disappeared together. Shua. The next moment, Babadai appeared in front of Fang Yun and others with Bu seal. It's Babadai. King Kai's eyes lit up, and he was about to kill Babadai on the spot. Wait a minute. King Kai. Babadai shouted hurriedly, I have been bound to Bu seal through magic. If I die, my magic will automatically wake up the sleeping Bu. King Kai's face changed again and again, and he dared not act rashly again. He, King Kai, I believe you don't want Bu to wake up, right? Babadai smiled, in fact, I don't want Bu to wake up without full energy. Babadai, you should stop it. King Kai shouted angrily. Stop it? King Kai, you killed my father back then, and the hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. I will definitely avenge this hatred. Babadai said coldly, how about this, King Kai, as long as you commit suicide now, I can promise you that I will leave the earth immediately and never wake up Bu again. How about this deal? I think it's fair. Lord Kai, don't be fooled. Piccolo said coldly, even if you commit suicide, he will still find a way to wake up Bu. King Kai God. Lord Kaishin, you don't really want to commit suicide, do you? Piccolo was speechless. Lord Kaishin, Piccolo is right, don't do anything rash. Son Goku also advised. Lord Kaishin, this is your only chance to save the universe. Otherwise, once Bu is awakened, you should know what the consequences will be. Babadai laughed. Lord Kaishan. Don't listen to him. Sun Gohan hurriedly advised. Yes, he must be lying to you. Krillin also said. Fang Yun, is the king of the kings not smart? This kind of words can only deceive children, and he seems to believe it. Videl whispered beside Fang Yun. When people encounter an unsolvable crisis, they will do such crazy things. It is a very normal phenomenon. Fang Yun smiled. That's right, the king of the kings may think that Bu is unbeatable, right? Videl nodded. I'm talking about Babadai. Fang Yun corrected. Videl. Why are you talking about Babadai? Aren't you talking about King Kai? Why am I a little overwhelmed? I think this is the only way to save the universe. King Kai seemed to have made up his mind. Fang Yun shook his head. Whis, if you don't come out, Beerus will die. Fang Yun suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned. Why can't I understand the specific meaning of Fang Yun's words? Who is Whis? Who is Beerus? Isn't King Kai going to commit suicide? What does it have to do with the man named Beerus? It's so confusing. King Kai also looked at Fang Yun with a confused face. Fang Yun, you are going too far. I am the one who wants to commit suicide. Not the man named Beerus. Also, who is Beerus? Does it have anything to do with me? I am committing suicide now, isn't it for the peace of this universe? Do you really think I want to die? I am a god. The greatest god in the universe. I sacrificed myself for all of you humans. Planet Beerus. WIS obviously heard Fang Yun's words. WIS. What's going on? Why did Fang Yun say that Lord Beerus was going to die? What happened? After learning from the high priest that Fang Yun was not the great All-King, Whis has not paid attention to Fang Yun in recent years. Since you are not the reincarnation of the great All-King, it has nothing to do with me. But now that Whis heard Fang Yun's call, he couldn't help but start observing the situation on the earth from the crystal ball on the scepter. Swish! Soon, the face of King Kai, who was righteous and ready to die, appeared on Whis's crystal ball. WIS. WIS covered his forehead and didn't know what to do for a while. Why do you still want to commit suicide? Ahem, Lord Kaishan, I'm Whis, I hope you don't do anything stupid. Whis advised. The Kaishan, who was about to commit suicide, was stunned at the time. Whis? Who is it? I don't know you. Who said I was going to do something stupid? I'm going to sacrifice myself to save the entire universe, okay? Whis. I don't know who you are. The Kaishan smiled, thanks 5.7 for your kindness, but I've made up my mind, you don't have to persuade me. The magician Babadai was a little confused. What's going on? Where did this person's voice come from? Forget it, whatever. Anyway, my main goal now is to let the Kaishan die. This way I can avenge my father. After the Kaishan dies, I will wake up Bu. Wakakaka. Let Babadai rule this universe. Goodbye, everyone. The Kaishan smiled at Fang Yun and others, and was about to choose to self-destruct. Wait a minute. Fang Yun waved his hand. King Kai was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Fang Yun meant. You don't need to persuade me, Fang Yun, I know that this is the only way to save this universe. King Kai smiled and showed an expression of fearlessness. Chapter 148, Kick Bu's seal away. Your understanding is really unique. Will I worry about you? I'm just a little worried that the cat suddenly disappeared. The reason why Fang Yun didn't want Beerus to die was that he was worried that when he advanced to the All-King Avatar again, he would have to do a task to erase Beerus. Who the hell would he find to play with? Let's save Beerus. Besides, if Beerus died, the gods of the entire seventh universe would almost lose their function. Fang Yun always felt that a universe without the god of destruction and King Kai might have some weird things. Of course, even if the universe was destroyed, Fang Yun would be fine. But the problem is, if the universe is really destroyed, Bulma and Tais will die. Even if they can be taken to another universe to live, the problem is, what about Sun Wukong and the others? Fang Yun doesn't want to watch Sun Wukong and the others die. If even Sun Wukong and the others die, is this still Dragon Ball? Fang Yun walked towards Buffy step by step. De walked towards him. What? Boy, what are you doing here? Babadai looked at Fang Yun, who was walking up, and shouted, "Stop right there! If you dare to attack me, I will release Majin Buu immediately." Oh? Really? Fang Yun smiled. By the way, Fang Yun is also a magician. Krillin scratched his head. I wonder whose magic is more powerful. What? Magician? Babadai was stunned for a moment, pricked up his ears, and looked at Fang Yun with interest. Krillin, you are talking nonsense again. Fang Yun said to Krillin without turning his head. Krillin was so scared that his mouth twitched, and he wanted to slap himself in the face. Why am I so mean? Aren't I just attracting hatred? What should I erase from you this time? Fang Yun thought. Don't, I promise I won't dare to do it again next time. Krillin promised quickly. If you always expect to avoid doing something next time, what's the point of the police? Fang Yun said with a smile. For example, if you are just an ordinary person, you killed someone, and you told the police that you would never dare to do it again next time. Do you think the law will forgive you? Krillin. I just said it casually. Why are you talking to me about the legal level? Forget it, considering that we have a good relationship, I will wipe off your ears. Fang Yun said, and waved his big hand gently. Swish! Krillin's 2 ears disappeared out of thin air. Of course, Krillin only lost his ears, just his ears. Fang Yun did not wipe off his hearing. Without hearing, you have to explain everything. Therefore, Fang Yun wiped off Krillin's ears this time, which is basically similar to wiping off Frisia's ears that year. It just makes their image a little bit worse. Krillin burst into tears when he felt that his ears disappeared. I don't have a nose to begin with. Now my ears have also disappeared. How can I find a girlfriend? Sun Wukong and others were stunned for a while, not knowing how to persuade him. For Fang Yun, who was so stubborn, they really didn't know where to start. Although Sun Wukong had a good relationship with Krillin, he also understood that Fang Yun was only punishing him and would not harm his life, so he would not make trouble for it. It's really a magician. I underestimated you. Babadai smiled like a dog-tail grass when he saw the magic performed by Fang Yun. Fang Yun looked at Babadai indifferently, still walking towards him step by step. Fang Yun's pace was neither fast nor slow, just like the second hand of a clock slowed down 10 times. Magicians have all kinds of magical powers. I finally understand why I can't see you in the magic ball. All I see is a ball of light like a diamond. Babadai smiled and looked at Fang Yun with interest. Fang Yun didn't speak. Hey, I'm talking to you. Babadai was angry. Being ignored. This feeling of being ignored is really too frustrating. If we two join forces, the entire universe will be ours. Don't you think so? Babadai still had a glimmer of fantasy and advised Fang Yun earnestly. At this time, Fang Yun had already walked to the place where Buu was sealed. What are you doing? Babadai shouted, do you want Buu to come out? Bang! Fang Yun kicked Buu's seal into the sky with a flying kick. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Especially King Kai Shin, who was so frightened that his soul flew away and his teeth were bared. You asked me to wait? Then, you just want to let Buu out? Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. I was going to sacrifice myself to save the entire universe. Why are you still kicking Bu Seal like a ball? King Kai felt that he was not calm at all. Swish! Bu Seal turned into a small black dot. Then, the small black dot in the sky split into two. No! The seal is broken! King Kai shouted loudly, Majin Bu is about to appear. Gaku and others immediately prepared for the battle. They waited for a full minute. Bang! Bang! The two shells on Bu Seal fell to the ground one after another, and made a bang-bang sound on the ground. Gaku and others were alert again and looked for Bu everywhere. Wow 030 Kaka Kaka, you are finished. Fang Yun, this is your own fault. You released Majin Bu. Babadai laughed and danced. However, after Babadai finished speaking, he made a tragic discovery that Bu did not appear. What appeared were only the two empty shells. Babadai's face became extremely interesting. Bu Bu, where are you? Babadai's body trembled. I know, Bu must have been sealed for too long and disappeared on his own. King Kai smiled and pointed at Babadai. Babadai glanced at King Kai. Babadai, your conspiracy will not succeed. King Kai the king god was so proud. Babadai's face changed again and again. It's over. Bu is gone. Dabura turned into a human stick. Am I going to die here today? Kaishin, Kaishin, you are really unqualified as a god. Fang Yun sighed, how could a monster like Bu disappear because of the washing of time? Kaishin. Fang Yun, which side are you from? What do you mean? Babadai was slightly startled. Do you see the pink cloud above? Fang Yun pointed to the sky. Sun Wukong and others looked closely. Sure enough, above this sky, a pink cloud appeared at some point. The pink cloud was condensing and deforming. Chapter 149, If you release Bu, our universe will be destroyed. Pop! In a moment, the pink cloud condensed into a fat man. Bang! The fat man fell from the sky and hit the ground, causing a slight earthquake. Bu looked left and right, moved his body, and showed an innocent but somewhat evil smile. Gaku and others were also stunned. What's going on? Is Bu like this? This guy is Bu. Videl asked with a wry smile, this image is a bit different. Is it really Bu? Gaku asked curiously. Only Lord Kai has seen Bu, right? Piccolo said, and glanced in the direction of Lord Kai. God Kai was shaking all over, his face was pale, and he was scared. It's really Majin Bu. Everyone be careful! Gaku shouted loudly. All of a sudden, Gaku, Vegeta, and Gohan were all ready for battle. Fang Yun, this is your fault. King Kai clenched his fists, you released Bu, our universe is doomed. You worry too much, King Kai. Fang Yun smiled, it's just a Bu, I can easily wipe him out. What did you say? King Kai widened his eyes and looked at Fang Yun in disbelief. However, your attitude makes me very unhappy, so, whatever, I don't plan to care about Bu's affairs. Fang Yun smiled. King Kai. You released Bu, why don't you care? Hurry up and wipe Bu out. Hey, Bu, I'm Babadai. Come and see me. Babadai called to Bu. Bu glanced at Babadai and didn't bother to pay attention. Babadai was tired. Why doesn't this fat guy listen to advice? Hey, Bu, listen to my orders. Babadai shouted loudly. Bulu bulu bulu. Bu suddenly turned his head and made a face at Babadai. Babadai was startled and almost sat on the ground. Gaku and others were speechless. Is this Bu? This guy's personality is too different, right? Lord Kai, is he really Bu? Piccolo asked. No doubt. I will always remember his evil look. Cold sweat slid down Kai's face. Bu, my father created you. I saw some information about you in my father's diary. I also know how to seal you or put you to sleep. Babadai said to Bu with a dark face. Bu's pupils shrank sharply and his face became extremely ugly. Then, Bu hurriedly appeared in front of Babadai, bowed his head, and saluted. "That's right, this is my good baby." Babadai laughed. "Bu. Baby, your mother is a bitch." Bu really wants to crush Babadai to death now. "Very good, now listen to my orders, kill him first." Babadai pointed his hand in the direction of Fang Yun. "Pa!" Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan first and appeared in front of Fang Yun. "Hehe, Bu finally showed up. I'm very interested in him. Let me play with him first." Vegeta smiled, then turned his head to look at Fang Yun. "You don't object, do you?" "Fang Yun. Come on." Fang Yun nodded. "Vegeta. Your attitude of cheering is really perfunctory. I must defeat Bu. This way, the situation where I was controlled by Babadai just now can be cleared." "Me? Vegeta. Fighting Nation Scion. The most talented warrior. How can I let a little magician control me? I just want you to increase my potential energy." "Vegeta. Get out of here. You are my subordinate now. Have you recovered from your injuries? Come to my side and protect me." Babadai ordered Vegeta. "Humph, who do you think you are?" Vegeta smiled coldly. "What?" Babadai was stunned. This Vegeta must have let Babadai control him because he knew that Babadai could trigger the potential energy in his body. Son Goku said. "Son Gohan. In that case, kill him." "Bu." Babadai ordered Bu. Bu looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta also had golden flames blooming around him, and arcs of electricity emerged. Super Saiyan Stage 2. Wow! Vegeta bloomed his aura to the extreme and rushed forward. He punched and kicked Bu. For a moment, Bu was beaten, and it seemed that he had no chance to resist. A minute later, Bu's body looked horrible, and he looked like a human being. His body was covered with fist and footprints. Babadai was shocked. Boom! Flames burst out from Vegeta's hands. Swish! A beam of energy pierced Bu's heart directly, leaving a hole in his chest. Pa! Bu fell straight to the ground, and there was no movement. The scene was silent. Babadai was so scared that his face turned pale. That was Bu. Was he finished like this? Are you kidding? It's not like that. It's not like that. It must be a mistake. Humph, Majin Bu, there's nothing great about him. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Lord Kaishin, is Bu so weak? Krillin asked, looking at Kaishin. How is it possible? That's Majin Bu? Do you really think you've defeated him? Kaishin shouted. As he was talking, Bu got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Bu bared his teeth. Pa! The blood hole pierced by Vegeta suddenly returned to normal. What? Vegeta's face changed slightly. Hee. Bu looked at Vegeta with a smile. Babadai was also relieved for Bu. You fat guy, you're really good at pretending. I thought you were dead just now. Damn it, why don't you attack quickly? You're beaten into this state, I'm really helpless, okay? Why, you fat guy, do you want to continue? Vegeta said coldly. A fierce look flashed in Bu's pupils. You dare to call me a fat guy? Swoosh! White gas shot out from the exhaust holes on Bu's head and shoulders. At the same time, Bu's breath increased significantly. The strong breath made Vegeta's face change color. Son Goku and others also felt that the situation was not good, and their faces were extremely ugly. How can his Spirito be so strong? Videl sweated from her face. Chapter 150, Son Goku. Bang! Bu punched. There was only a muffled sound, and Vegeta was hit in the nose by the opponent. Vegeta felt sour in his nose, and his eyes were dizzy. Bang! Bu kicked out again, hitting Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta slid backwards, his feet rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. Puff! After Vegeta's body stopped, he couldn't help but kneel on one knee on the ground and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Damn it! Vegeta bared his teeth, and the breath on his body surged out crazily. Bang bang bang! Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Bu. Bu became a sandbag again. Huff huff. After a series of attacks, Vegeta was tired and panting. Looking at Bu again, the marks on his body quickly returned to their original appearance. Bu had a faint smile on his face. What? He's fine. Vegeta's face was not so calm. Pa! Bu grabbed his big belly casually and pulled a piece of meat off it. What does he want to do? Vegeta's face changed again and again. Is this guy made of plasticine? Son Gohan said in a deep voice. Not good, Vegeta may be dangerous. Sun Wukong's expression was serious. 030. Slap. Suddenly, Vegeta was trapped for several laps like a dumplings. Bu made a brunt against Vegeta. No. Vegeta is in danger. Sun Wukong was shocked, rushed up and kicked Bu in the face. Bang! Bu's body flew backwards, his head rubbed the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. Bu! Babadai exclaimed with a worried look. No one paid attention to Babadai. Vegeta, are you okay? Sun Wukong stepped forward and grabbed Bu's meat strip. Sun Gohan flew over quickly and helped to rescue Vegeta from inside. Tisk, stop meddling in my business, Kakarot. Vegeta bared his teeth. This guy is very powerful, Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Vegeta didn't say anything, his face was a little ugly. Hee hee hee, hum hum hum. Bu came back from the ruins humming a tune, shook his head, and squinted at Son Goku. Did you kick me just now? Bu asked. This is bad, the hatred is on me. Son Goku scratched his head. Boom! Son Goku didn't hesitate any longer and turned into a Super Saiyan 2. Awesome! Dad, can you become like this too? Son Gohan looked at his father in surprise. Yes. Son Goku nodded gently, in fact, I could become like this before going to Yardrat. Vegeta. Are you a low-class warrior? You could transform like this before going to Yardrat? That was when you just finished fighting Cell, right? In other words, you had already mastered such a high-level transformation 7 years ago? Puff. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling aggrieved. Me. Vegeta. A genius warrior of the Saiyans. I just mastered this level of transformation in the past year. And you? Kakarot, you are a low-class warrior. You are 6 years ahead of me. Fortunately, I, Vegeta, am smarter. I let Babadai control it and channel the potential energy in my body. Otherwise, although we have the same transformation, I may not be your opponent. Kakarot, it's useless. I can sense that your strength is not much different from mine. Vegeta shook his head gently, since I am not his opponent, I am afraid you can't do it either. Son Goku. Dad, let's go together. Son Gohan said, and golden flames burst out around him. Swish, swish. Arcs of electricity also emerged around Son Gohan. What? Vegeta's face was not very calm. Even this kid has realized this level of transformation? How the hell is this possible? Am I seeing right? Is that Gohan? Piccolo was surprised and happy. Hehe, actually I realized this transformation 4 years ago, but later I was delayed by my studies and didn't change for a long time, so I'm not very proficient. Son Gohan scratched his head. Vegeta was about to cry. Even a Saiyan hybrid could easily become this level? Am I going to live? However, The only thing that made Vegeta feel fortunate was that Son Gohan's transformation seemed to be weaker than his own and Kakarot's. However, after Vegeta thought about why this kid was weaker than him, he became a little uneasy. Vegeta knew that the reason why Son Gohan was weaker was because he put all his energy into studying. Vegeta believed that except for taking a little time to accompany Emily shopping, the rest of his time was spent on training. Even so, he was only a little stronger than Son Gohan. It's unfair. I am the most talented warrior. How could I lose to them, father and son? Dad, let's fight side by side. The three of us can definitely defeat Buu. Son Gohan is full of confidence. No, Gohan, I want to challenge him personally. Son Goku shook his head gently. Ah! Son Gohan was stunned. What? Kakarot, what did you say? Vegeta was also stunned. Don't you know that our level of transformation is still far behind that fat man? I carefully weighed it, and my strength should be about the same as Buu. Son Goku said confidently. What? Vegeta widened his eyes. Buu looked at Son Goku in surprise. Goku said that his strength is not much different from Buu's. Krillin scratched his head. Vegeta is a lesson learned, and their transformations are the same. Old Son said it's not a big problem, so there shouldn't be any problem. Pico smiled.